Klingon, what's going on? Red October, Chantilly, Lace. Hey, I like that name, Chantilly Lace. I'm just jamming, you know what I'm saying? Laura, what's up? Faithful, what's going on with you? I'm gonna let it go for a couple more seconds. I see a breakdown. I don't know what that is. I haven't listened to this in a minute. This far. Hope y'all hang with me. Don't get mad at me. What if I start singing? Oh, y'all be gone in 3 seconds. Okay, it's about to come. What did I do? Oh, I feel some bass. Damn, I put this one together, y'all. What's up? What y'all doing, man? What y'all doing? And after hanging out with Arkansas and stuff, you know, I just had to go live, you know what I'm saying? I just felt like being live, you know? I was all hyped up and shit. I know some stuff's going down and stuff like that, but, you know, hey, that's YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Can't be too stressed out, though. Gotta try to smile, you know what I'm saying? Gotta try to smile through all the bullshit.
Oh, wait a minute. What'd I do? Something. Go back. Backspace. So what's up? What y'all doing tonight? Y'all just hanging out? Anybody want to jump on here with me? I know we always say that stuff, like, but, you know, if somebody wants to jump on with me, man, you know, y'all can if y'all want. I know most of the time y'all just want to chill in the chat and hang out and stuff and just be chilling. But, you know, if y'all want to jump on with me, you know you can, you know. It's always been that way. That's right, Roots. Fuck the bullshit. Hey, y'all like my new logo? Yeah. But behind the smoke and stuff, it's like a moon. It's a black moon. And then when I put the moon on the thing, like you're making a logo, and I scooted it over and I put it there, and this thing popped up and said recommendations. And it had like another like see-through black moon. And I was like, wait a minute. So I scooted it over and put it on top and sized it up to the other moon, and it turned out to be like that. It was pretty damn cool. I was like, yeah, I can deal with this. Let me put stuff together. You know how it is. Gotta be creative in this world, you know. Am I talking with a voice? Can you understand the voice? Because I kind of made this voice a little bit different. I was trying to take away the robotic sound. Does it still sound robotic and stuff? All right, I'm going to get rid of it.
Boom, we get rid of the voice. What's up? Throw the link in there just in case. Y'all don't have to jump on if you don't feel like it, but I'll throw the link in there. If somebody wants to jump on, you're more than welcome. You know, that's how we've always done it. You know what I'm saying? 5,000 subscriber giveaway, the bucket sink. It probably cost me about $1,000 just to ship that bad boy. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Patriot Sandwich Maker? What's going on? Princess Buttercups, what's up? POTB, my brother. Faithful. I just love Faithful. We've been down since the beginning. You know, me and Faithful Prepper, we got shouted out at the same time on the same night on an Angry Prepper show. It kind of linked us. So now we've been partners in crime ever since. Don't mess with Faithful. Yeah, you had a whole prepping community on your ass. Nah, I'm just kidding. Well, you would. You really would, but I'm just saying. I'm just bullshitting, you know. I'm just joking around. I'm just joking around, guys. So what's up? What we gonna get into tonight? I got an hour or two. Shoot, I say we do a marathon. We run this joint like Dangerous does. Run this joint till like 8 o'clock in the morning. Be like falling asleep on this joint. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Gotta roll with it. Man, I almost did a live. I wanted to do a live and build a beat while I was live. But it's like I wouldn't be able to get in the I wouldn't be able to see everybody because I would be building a beat. I'd have to be over there building a beat and I wouldn't be able to see it, but I might still do it. What's up, Ark Wild Man? What's going on?
What has been going on with you, man? I've been missing that beat.
Been chilling, man. Well, not really chilling. I've been doing a lot of work, honestly, but just, work behind the scenes. Trying to get ready for this fishing season too, man. Like in my garage, it gets mildew because the concrete ain't sealed and the water gathers right outside the garage. And also the roof of my garage is my screened in porch out here. And it's just like 2x6s and it's got like, I can see down into my garage, and if you're in my garage, you can see up through the 2x6s to whoever's standing on the porch out here. So it gets a lot of moisture in there. So when I got my buckets in there and I got my, my little tool pouches on my buckets and stuff, they get a little bit of mildew on them. So I've been all day long today. I was just scrubbing and cleaning and getting them all ready for the season so they ain't all dirty and stuff.
Would you take some bleach and try to get it off that way, or?
No, because it ain't the pouches that I have on them, they're black. So if I put bleach on there, it would just tear them up. But they're really good pouches. I got a really good deal on the Yeti pouches for buckets. They had a 75% off. So they were like $10 a piece. Faithful, what's up?
Is this as horrible, bad quality as it looks on my end? I think it is.
It's not that bad. I mean, it's a little shadowy, but you all right.
Oh, yikes.
What is it? Your phone?
My phone?
Are you on your phone?
No, I'm on my laptop, and usually it's better. Maybe it's the lighting. Why do you guys have it all good and I have it all crappy?
You look fine, Faithful.
I know.
Oh, goodness gracious.
It's just a little fuzzy. It's just a little
I know.
fuzzy.
I'm like, whoa there.
Me and my boy, we tore up the crappie today.
What'd you have going on?
You did what?
Tore up the crappie.
Oh, yeah? Y'all went out there and got some, huh?
Yeah, we caught over 100, but they have to be like 9 inches to keep. And he's the only one that caught any big enough to keep. I caught the most, and he caught the keepers.
I tell you, man, my sons are that way too, man. My youngest son, I mean, he's a natural. He's been fishing. Like I had him fishing 14-foot fishing rods when he was like 3 and 4 years old. I mean, I got pictures of him, man. He's struggling with the rod, but it's 14 foot long and he's about a foot high. You know what I mean? But I tell you what, it did something because that boy can catch a fish when nobody else is catching fish. Like he's just a natural, and he can cast real good. He aims it real good with his he's just a natural. I think he could be a professional fisherman if he keeps going with it because he's that good.
Sorry, don't mind me. How many kids do you have, Prepper Tribe?
Oh, Lord. You gonna ask me that?
Yeah. I am, obviously.
I got 8. I got 5 of my own and 3 stepchildren.
Oh, okay. 8. Holy cow. That's a lot.
And I got 2 grandkids.
That's all.
Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, my oldest daughter is 28 years old. I was 17 when I had her. Well, when her mama had her. But yeah, stuff happens, man.
But you had them sympathy pains too now, didn't you? All the
yeah,
cravings and stuff.
yeah, right, right. It was wild though, man. But I was one of those because I never had a dad growing up, so that does something to you. So when I became a dad, like I became like at 17 years old, I felt like I was super dad. You know what I mean? Like there was nothing that nobody could ever say bad about my daughter. Like she never got yelled at. She never got a whooping, and she didn't need to get a whooping. She didn't need to get yelled at. Like she was loved so much that she didn't act that she didn't go through the terrible twos, none of that stuff, man. She just had, but I was 17. You can imagine how much energy I had at 17. So I mean, I ran around with her like crazy. But it was awesome, man. We're super tight. Like she just had a birthday not too long ago, and I'm texting her on the phone, and I'm like, "Where are you at?" And she's like, "I'm here, but I'm getting ready to go there." I had to go to 3 different places to catch her. I drove around for an hour till finally I caught her in we was at a Lowe's parking lot because I wanted to give her a gift, give her a hug. It's her birthday. I said, no matter what, I'm coming to you wherever you at. I'm gonna find you. Give her some money for her birthday. I ended up buying her a rototiller because I gave her money and she went right into Lowe's and bought a rototiller. I was like, okay.
Well, that's something good to invest in.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, she's huge into gardening. She tries to top me all the time, and she does top me. She does way better than I do, but and she does the canning thing too. Like she makes her own pickles and stuff, and she brings them over to me and hooks me up with jars of pickles and stuff.
How's your plants doing?
They're doing all right, but some of them that I replanted, it seems like they got like a stunt in their growth or something. Like they're not, they don't look bad. They look great, but they haven't grown at all in like a week and a half. So I think maybe they just got to get maybe the shock of being replanted. I don't know.
Maybe sometimes they can go through a shock like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yep. Are you growing some stuff where you're at?
Well, I got a garden at my dad's. I got too many critters around here.
Yeah.
So, I got potatoes and onions so far.
Oh yeah. Yeah. See, I got some carrots growing, but I got them in a container, and
They look good in a container.
Yeah. I've done it before, and I had real good turnout. But I had the smaller carrots, and they were supposed to be small. So, but this time I got small carrots and the big ones, and I just mixed them up and threw them around. Like what I did is I took because you're dealing with not so much space to do all your planting.
Yeah.
So I took a bucket and I put a tomato plant in the middle of the bucket, and then I threw little carrot seeds and put it around the outer edge a little bit. Now I don't know if that's going to work or if it's going to end up working out or whatever, but I'm trying it. You know what I mean?
It should.
Yeah. And the carrots are coming up great. Like I need to take some pictures or do a video and walk around and show everything so everybody can see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's pretty good interplanting like that.
Yeah, I try to do it. Like I got some sunflowers, and the reason I do sunflowers is because I feed the birds. I got a huge bird feeder. Yeah, you probably seen it in my videos, but I got a bird feeder out there with a bunch of different houses, and we use seeds, and stuff, and then the squirrels too. I even feed them. So I wanted to grow some sunflowers and grow a few of them because I've grown them before, and you get a ton of seeds off of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just figured, why, you get 99 cents for a pack of sunflower seeds. If I can grow 10 or 15 sunflowers, I won't even have to buy bird seed for a while,
Right.
Save me a couple dollars.
You can plant cucumbers to grow up them sunflower seeds too.
I actually have sunflower plants in with a cucumber. It just scares me because the cucumbers, they get them vines that come out and wrap around stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it's strong enough to choke out another plant or not, but What I'm also trying to do too is grow cucumbers on my porch because I want them to go off the edge of the porch and hang down.
Yeah.
And we at the house we was at before this one, I grew some cucumber plants and they grew up the side of the house and they had big, gorgeous cucumbers on them. I mean, it did really good. I mean, the leaves, I don't know if you can see, but the leaves were like they they were huge. They were like that big around.
Dang.
Yeah, it was great, but I had to put fencing around it because the deer kept coming up and just they will tear your stuff up. You know what I mean?
They love peppers and they even eat my okra.
Yeah, they tear. We had a friend. She had like 5 huge tomato bushes, and I mean there must have been I know a good at least 10 tomatoes on every bush, and they were big, but they were still green. They were, getting ready to turn red, and they were getting ready to have just a ton of tomatoes. And one night, gone, everything. The deer came in and just wiped them out. She woke up the next day. She was crying over it. Like, it just destroyed her heart, man. She's like, I put so much care into these tomato plants. It's like, dang, but you really got to be careful. I know I watched the Alabama guy, the Tom in Alabama. I don't know if y'all watch his channel, but he said that he had deer that were jumping 7-foot fences or 8-foot fences to get to his garden.
No, they can jump.
Yeah, it was like, whoa, he's down there in Alabama. It's like, wow.
They love them peas too.
Yeah, do they? I've never grown peas. I've never grown green beans or peas or beans or anything like that.
Pickled green beans is pretty good. Them dilly green beans.
Yeah. I just watched I don't know. I got recommended to me, so I'm thinking it might have been recommended to everybody. Did any of you see it? It showed some guy, he pickled 350 eggs.
Wow.
Yeah, and it showed the whole process. And he did an Asian style. He did a spicy style, and they were just cooking up egg. Him and his wife, they lived in Alaska, and they were just pickling eggs like crazy. And I was like, man, I want to try that because I love eggs, and I've never ate a pickled egg. I've seen them in the bars and stuff. They'll have them jars with the pickled eggs in them and stuff. And
They're good, but they'll give you gas.
with it. Them eggs, yes indeed. Because I
You
eat,
put some sausages in there too, like those smoked sausages.
yeah, with the eggs.
Yeah.
Oh, no kidding. This guy, when he did it, he said he was doing it a little different. He cooked the eggs, then they sat there and they peeled them all, and he cooked a brine on his cooker. They were outside. He cooked a brine on his cooker, and he didn't stick the jars of eggs in a cooker or anything. He just poured that really hot brine into them, closed them up, and that was it. But he put like onions in there. He put different seasonings. He did one that were beets. He put beets in there so it would color the eggs red or purplish red. I was like, man, that looks really cool. And he said they were delicious. He said that he would open a jar and they'd be gone in a day.
I bet.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna try it. I love eggs, and now I'm doing this keto diet thing where I'm trying to stay away from bread and noodles and rice, and so I'm eating a lot of eggs now. Like we keep some hard-boiled eggs for a snack, because I'm hungry all the time, but I'm really trying to fight this weight because of my back. My back's so messed up. So if I can drop like 30 pounds, maybe my back won't be so bad.
I lost 40 on keto, so.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Awesome. It's hard, ain't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I had to, I was, they said I was diabetic, so I didn't want to have to take no insulin shot. So I said, I'm going to try to beat this. And I got to watching this doctor on Facebook and YouTube, and I got to following him, and my A1C is normal, and I'm not on keto now, but I'll still watch what I eat, kind of.
Right. So When you did lose the weight, the diabetes corrected itself?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about that happening. Like I see people and people that have I try to tell, friends or friends of family, you go over somebody's house and there's somebody there and they talk about diabetes. I'm like, man, I've heard that, if you watch your diet and lose a couple pounds, that it can correct itself sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But
And my arthritis, it still bothers me, but when I quit the breads and all that stuff, man, I felt a whole lot better.
yeah, I am too. And I have real bad arthritis in my hands and my back and my knees real bad. And man, I'm doing great.
I love
And
sandwiches, so it's
oh,
hard to quit.
yeah. But I tell you what, another thing that happened, because I did this before, but I only did it for 30 days. I just wanted to test myself to see if I could actually stick by it. Capital Currency, thank you so much, man, for the super sticker. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. I did it before for 30 days, and I remembered that my stomach did real well, because I got a real bad stomach. Like, and I'm not going to talk the nasty part of it, but I got a bad stomach. Man, my stomach is perfect now, like perfect. I couldn't ask for, go to the bathroom, get her done, and come on out, and you're good to go. Like, no worries. It's no cramping, no hurting. It's so great. So it's worth. If you can get the discipline in your mind to stick with it, that's the biggest thing.
I'd walk a mile a day, and then I did hard keto, and I didn't have hardly any carbs at all.
Yeah.
And what was my lowest carb, son?
Thanks, Capital Currency, man. I appreciate you, brother. You know I do. What happened, Faithful?
I wouldn't do over
too much?
20 carbs a day. I wouldn't even get up to them.
Really?
And then I'd intermediate fast too. Some days I wouldn't eat.
Wow, you went super hard. I'm at 50. I'm trying to,
You have to watch the sugars. They have hidden sugars.
Yeah, yeah. That's a Nisi looks up stuff,
Yeah.
and because there's some stuff that they say, oh, you ain't got no carbs, you know what I mean? And then you look it up, and there's some stuff going on there, like some hidden sugars and stuff, and you're like, oh no, there's got to be some carbs in this, you know what I mean?
My wife, the way she'd look stuff up for me.
Yeah, that's the biggest help.
That stuff is so low print. If I'm supposed to wear glasses, but I usually don't unless I'm reading something or something, and I'll just have somebody read it off to me at the store if it's too little of a print. How many carbs I got in it.
Right. Yeah. What's up, Tim, man?
What's going on?
Oh,
the
Tim,
Roots. Man. Thank you, the
work.
Roots. Sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to cut you off, but the Roots. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. What's up? I'm sorry, man.
No, I'm at work, man. I was just trying to see if this would work. And it usually doesn't work on my phone.
All the live stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It works better when I'm at home and my laptop with my sitting next to the internet thing. So.
Right. You sound good, look good, man.
Just jumping on to say hello.
That's what's up. What's
up? What's up? Hey, man, you never told me about what size batteries.
Man, I because I'm not sure, man. And, you get caught up in everything. But the ones that I got.
You got my number.
Yeah.
When you figure it out.
I'm going to tell you what I got. And then maybe you can, because I want to get the bigger batteries that are like 60, how they got 12, 20, and then they got the big thick ones that are 60. I want to get a couple of those big ones, man, but I don't know if it'll go with my stuff or not. So I'm going to have to let you know what I got, and then you can tell me if they'll go with it or not. Lady Casca, thank you so much. All right, I will. I'll send it to you.
Send it to me.
All right, I will do. I think they're 20 volt. Cool. I'm pretty sure the batteries are 20 volt. So I don't know if it'll take a 60 or not.
Oh, probably. Yeah, I'll look and see what I get them for, because I get them like 60% off of what you're gonna pay anywhere else.
Man, that's lovely, man. Because they charge an arm and a leg just for the batteries, man.
Yeah, I know. It's like I get like $100 batteries for $40.
Yeah, that's sweet, man. Yep. All right, cool, man. I appreciate it, man. I'll hit you up. I'll send you some pictures of what I got. Because I got like 4 different tools. I got 2 drills. I got a sander. But I think my sander's a plug-in. But I also have one of those cutting wheels, those where you put a wheel on it and you can cut through metal.
Yeah, wheel. Grinder.
I don't know the names of things. You know, it's like a grinder.
Man, take pictures of that stuff and send it to me.
Hand grinder.
Yeah, yep. Will do, man.
Cool,
appreciate it. All right, man. Take it light at work, man. Don't work too hard.
Have a good one.
I won't. I promise. You have my word. You see what I'm doing, right? Later, Art.
He's a good dude, man.
Yeah.
Tim Man's a good dude.
I like watching his wife do that. That singing with her hands. That's awesome.
Hey.
What's up?
Hi, Jess.
How are you guys doing? Long time no see.
Chilling.
So you guys were talking about keto, so you know I had to jump up here real quick.
Right.
Your ears was burning, wasn't they?
Yeah, they were. Actually, I was laying in bed trying to go to sleep, and I was leaving Prepper Tribe playing, and then I heard you guys say keto. I was like, oh, okay. So I wanted to get up here and tell you, Prepper Tribe, I don't know if you've heard yet or not, I'm doing a keto low carb monthly challenge to help people stay accountable. And have you heard about it?
I don't know. I know you sent me an email about something, but there was at that time. I know you know what all happened on, so it kind of got caught up in so much shit that was going on that you know what I mean.
Right. So what it is each month I'm putting out a challenge. I have sponsors that are giving a gift away every month, but it's more for accountability and awareness of keto and low carb. So this month's challenge is some type of keto bread recipe. So all you do is put out like a 5-minute video of your recipe and it enters you into the giveaway. So that's what that was all about. And I've got a lot of great channels that are going to be doing it. So you should jump in, do it. Art Wild Man, you too.
But let me tell you, I've been eating bacon and eggs, sausage and eggs, and then I'll grab 2 pieces of bologna, put a piece of cheese in between it. This is what I've been eating for the last month, and it's a very short list. Mm-hmm. I grab lunch meat out of, I get the packs of lunch meat, and I'll grab 4 or 5 slices, and I'll eat that. That's a meal. And my snack is pork grinds. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm eating. Like, we looked up keto bread because I love bread, and that's like one of the hardest things for me to give up. And they want like $26 for 2 loaves of keto bread, and I'm like, what the? I'm not doing that. It's not that. So I don't cook anything. I mean, like, she cooked me some flounder today. I just ate some, baked flounder. But as far as like recipes and stuff, I just don't do it.
Do you have a bread machine?
I seen, I'm going to answer you, but I seen that you had, I seen one of your videos and I couldn't even watch it. I was like, I can't watch this because if I watch it, my mouth's going to be watering. I'm starving myself to death. But you had French toast on there. That's like one of my favorite breakfast foods. And I was like, how the hell can that be keto?
It is.
I'm gonna put syrup on there.
But look, that live I did this morning of that French toast is so simple. All you got to do is throw some eggs in, a couple teaspoons of almond flour, your cinnamon, your stevia, and stir it up and throw it in the oven. Like, that's it.
And like, it is almond flour, huh?
Yeah.
That's how you do it. That's all the breads and everything. It's almond flour, right?
Yeah. And that's like the whole point of my channel is to be able to get people to do really simple, quick, easy meals for people that don't like to cook or don't have the time because they're homesteading or, gardening or whatever. That's the whole purpose of my channel is to make it as super easy and simple for people like, you that don't like to cook or anything.
Right.
So like that French toast recipe, to put it together took me like 2 minutes.
How many carbs, like, because like if I eat French toast, you take you take your bread, you dip it in your eggs or whatever, you throw it on the pan, you fry it up, boom, and you got your French toast. Well, I can eat like 6 pieces of that.
Yeah,
so,
no, you can do it. With keto, you're not going to eat that much. I think the most, like my husband, he eats 3 pieces, and he's a pretty good size guy. Like that fills him up. He's done after 3 pieces. But French toast made the traditional way, and it is completely different from the keto way. You're not going to sit there and dip it in egg or anything. You just throw all the eggs in a pan, like I said, with the almond flour and your sweetener and your cinnamon. That's it. You just throw it in the pan, throw it in the oven, you're done.
How many carbs is it? Like if I ate 3 pieces?
I'm not sure. I'd have to figure it out.
No, not a lot though.
No, definitely not over your 50. I stay at 20 grams per day, and I've been that way for 8 years.
I don't know how y'all two did that. Good gracious.
So, I personally, I'm 150 pounds now, and I can only eat 2 of those French toast sticks. So it just depends on you, but you're not going to be sustainable on keto if you keep going the way you're going right now.
I know.
You need to fill your body up, and get some good food that you're going to enjoy, or it's not going to work for you.
I know. I'm struggling with it a little bit, and that's just the truth. Like I'm the other day I almost slipped. I was talking to the wife, and I was like, I just want a fish sandwich from McDonald's. I just, one fish sandwich. Just let me get my fish sandwich, a little small fry or something. But, she talked me through it, and I didn't do it, and, I made it through it. But, man, I was really fiending.
Yeah. And Nisi what did she just say in the chat? Pancakes, please. Yeah, I have a pancake recipe on there. I've got waffle recipes. I've got, like, all these super simple ones that you guys can do that won't take much of your time at all.
How much is almond flour, though? Ain't that stuff, like, super expensive?
Well, I think it's a pound. It might be a little bit over a pound. It's a pretty good size bag. It's probably about like that big for $19 at Walmart.
$20?
And that'll last you a while.
That's keto friendly right there.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it says keto on it.
Oh, it does. What's the ingredient? What's the carbs and the sugar on that, Ark?
My wife had to read
it. I'm just curious because I am really strict keto tribe, so I don't do any pre-made stuff like that, but that's just my personal choice. I know a lot of people use stuff like that and it works for them.
10% carbs.
Okay.
And that's per serving?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I used that sugar-free syrup at the time, too. So
yeah, so that's and that for me and your pancake mix, that's a lot of carbs for me. That's almost like half of your carbs a day.
Yeah, I didn't do 20 carbs,
Yeah.
A lot of times I'd get me 2 pieces of bologna and have her to slap a piece of cheese in there, and then I'd eat it with a fork, no bread,
Just mash it. That's what I do. It's like I'm going through a pack of bologna like every 3 days.
Yeah. You have somebody in the chat, Chantilly Lace. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. She says, I got tired of trying tons of recipes for keto bread. Yeah, and I did too. And then it took me 3 years to come up with my keto bread recipe, but I finally got it to the way I liked it. And I ended up buying a bread maker at like Salvation Army. The bread maker. Yeah, the bread maker was like $10. So all I do is throw all my ingredients into the bread maker in the morning and just walk away. And then by the afternoon, it's done and I don't have to worry about it. So if you could get in the habit of just throwing your ingredients in every morning, you'll have bread every day.
Wow.
Yeah. Have Nisi to look up cloud bread too. It's not bad on hamburgers.
Yeah. Did you hear that, babe? Cloud bread. What was that?
Sorry, that was my face
Oh, okay.
going off.
I think it's
Art,
mostly cream cheese and what is it?
Eggs.
Eggs and cream cheese is basically what it is. It's real fluffy.
he said cloud bread, and he puts eggs and cream cheese on. Are you listening? Could you hear it? All right.
Yeah, and
Cool.
do you like tamales?
I don't know. Do I eat tamales? No, I
No.
don't. But I probably would. Like I'm ready to try whatever if I can
Yeah.
have it, without the.
Good.
Yeah,
My-
I have a keto tamale recipe and taco recipe, like all the Hispanic Mexican foods and stuff like that. And they're really simple.
Tacos?
Yeah, really simple and easy to do too. Yep.
Man, I need to get over there and see what you got going on. And I know you have it. It's just I'm so stubborn that, like, I made up my mind to do this, and it was like 3.5 weeks ago or something. It's almost a month, or it might be a month by now. And I get in my mind, I've got to, in order to do it, like, if I go to your page and start seeing all this food, I'm just going to be like, man, and I know there's some stuff in the cabinets right now. I'm a prepper. I got a lot of food in this house.
Mm-hmm.
It's a struggle. It's a struggle. And what my biggest thing is I drink like a half a cup of coffee every morning, and I put a ton of sugar and creamer in it.
Have you tried stevia or swerve or any of that stuff yet?
Ah, it's disgusting. I
You don't
can't
like
stand it. Yeah.
How about like
Uh-huh.
stevia is a natural herb, right?
Was it stevia that I tried, babe? That I didn't like? Yeah, but yeah, it was that stuff we gave your mom. Yeah, we gave it.
So if you can get to somewhere that has stevia growing though, like usually greenhouses will have it, and if you use the actual plant, it won't leave that aftertaste.
Okay.
But there's other choices out there too. I'm not sure. I just grow my own stevia and use that.
Wow.
And sometimes I'll use the stevia from the store too, but it's just preference. There's monk fruit sweetener out there that you could try too, and I know a lot of people like that.
Well, I watch. To be honest, I've been watching Ark Wildman's videos. For how long now? I don't know, but I see when you make your coffee, you don't put no sugar or nothing in there. You just do your coffee, and when I used to drink beer. I mean, just to be honest, when I used to drink beer a lot, when I would wake up in the morning, I would always want some iced tea with no sugar. I'd want it to be that raw roughness. So I think I might be able to just switch from the sweeteners and just drink black coffee, maybe just a little bit of the stuff that makes it a little light with creamer. Mm-hmm. And I know that's bad too, but I got to start somewhere. Because I make a 20-ounce Yeti cup, and I put like 3 tablespoons of sugar in there, but I only drink like a third of it, and then I don't drink the rest.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of sugar. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Sorry.
if you
that's what I want.
Up your
Babe,
fats there
want
too.
to make some coffee?
If you up your fats too, Prepper Tribe, that'll help fill you up too.
Mm-hmm.
I know some people think this is weird, but in my coffee, I put heavy whipping cream, and then I do the stevia, and then I put a little bit of butter in there too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's really good. Yeah, fat as what did you say, Ark?
Fat bombs.
Yeah. What is it called? I can't even think. They have a name for that coffee, and I can't even think of it. I'm so tired. I don't remember. But yeah, that's a really good one too. And the more fat that you can eat, like your butter or olive oil, avocados, anything like that, nuts, once you up your fats, you'll get fuller and fuller too. So you'll automatically, naturally start intermittent fasting. You'll be so full you won't want to eat.
I ate a lot of pork chops and bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'll eat a whole pack of bacon. Boom. Done.
Oh yeah, me too. My husband's always complaining. If you see him, sometimes he'll walk through the live behind me, and he's like, "She never leaves me any bacon. She eats it all the time."
Yeah.
Bulletproof coffee. Thank you, babe. That's what it's called. Bulletproof coffee.
I tell you, it's crazy when you start this keto stuff. Every single thing you touch that's food, you study it. Like
Mhm.
I know the carbs on mustard. Like there's no carbs in mustard, but you're gonna have. I know carbs in A1 sauce. I know like you. It's just everything. You'd be surprised at all the stuff you're putting in your body, man. It's crazy.
And when I train people, like I train people in my community to do keto, and I think the easiest thing is to tell them if they pick something up and it has more than 5 ingredients in it, then it's probably not keto.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the easiest way. Like instead of sitting there reading that whole label, if you see more than 5, just put it back.
Right, right. Man, it's so hard.
Once you get the hang of it, though, it won't be hard. And like I
I
said, if you're following like super simple recipes that you'll really like, it won't be hard. You'll just get the hang of it.
that's what I'm thinking. I just got to get used to it. Like I still ain't used to it yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I am eating some fruit though, and I did. We look at like I'll eat blueberries, raspberries, blackberries.
Yeah.
Like we also noticed that, and I wanted to ask you about this because you would probably know. We looked up rice, and we eat the jasmine rice, and it says that a cup of jasmine rice is only 13 grams of carbs.
The problem is that when rice goes into your body, it metabolizes as sugar. So what that does is it spikes your insulin really high. So that's the whole purpose of keto, is to keep your insulin levels low. So rice is a big one. Rice is like one of the biggest carbohydrates out there. Like
Really? So even though it says like if I eat a half a cup of rice and it's only supposed to be 8 grams of carbs, it really turns into like 100 grams of carbs or something.
Yeah, something like that. It's insane. Yeah.
Potatoes is another one too, and beans has got quite a bit of carbs. Even bananas.
Yeah.
Bananas are really high too. But I think I have a video on that. I'm not sure. I'll have to double check. But I do a chicken stir fry. But instead of using rice, I use the cauliflower rice.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to be careful not to overcook it. If you don't overcook it, it still has that texture of rice. And that works really good if you season it up properly.
Right, right.
They even have a pizza crust out of the cauliflower.
Yeah.
I think Nisi told me about that. Yep. There's a lot of cauliflower stuff. Like I forget what she was talking about, and she was like, "Well, we can replace that with cauliflower." And I'm like, "All right, let's roll with it." What was it? Oh yeah, mashed potatoes. She was like, "Well, you can't have mashed potatoes, but you can make cauliflower be sort of like mashed potatoes."
See, and I like my cauliflower, but I don't like it mashed up like that. I do like, I think I told you this before, Tribe, the radishes that I grow in the garden. Now I can chop that up and fry the radishes in bacon grease and onions, and it'll taste just like fried potatoes.
Really?
Yeah, when you cook radishes, it takes all that spiciness out. If I do like a pot roast, instead of putting potatoes in there, I just throw a whole handful of radishes, and then the same thing, like I'll steam them until they're really soft, and I'll mash them up into mashed potatoes, whatever you want to call it, mashed radishes.
And there's no carbs in radishes?
No.
Really? I love radishes. I can eat radishes whole. Like I can just.
Well, there you go. But when you cook them, it takes all that spiciness out. I was amazed by that when I found out that trick.
Yeah, that's cool. We got to get that, babe. Cause I'm a madman when it comes to potatoes. I love everything potato. I don't like sweet potatoes though, but I love everything mashed, boiled, baked. It doesn't make no difference.
And that was my struggle. That was my personal struggle on keto. Like it wasn't really the breads for me, but it was my potatoes. Like I eat meat and potatoes like crazy. Yeah. So that was my biggest struggle. But once I found those radishes, I was like, ooh, I can do this.
Right, right.
I'm a biscuit and gravy kind of feller, and I missed that.
You never make biscuits and gravy keto style, Arch? Now I have a biscuits and gravy recipe too. But that one's
What about cream chip beef?
no. I don't have a recipe for that one.
That's
Maybe
like
I'll
my
have to put
favorite
that.
breakfast ever.
Maybe I'll have to put that on my to-do list.
Oh, if you could come up with a cream chip beef, good Lord. Okay, I got a question for you. Now, you're doing the keto thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how other people, they have diets, they have their cheat days where, you know, they can cheat. On a keto, can I have a cheat day? Can I go over that carbs, or will that totally mess up my whole like body and stuff?
It will mess you up. But the good thing is I have recipes for chocolate chip cookies and brownies and fudge. I have all kinds of recipe. I have a cream cheese, what is it? A pumpkin cream cheese cheesecake with walnut crust. Like there's some, you know, you can still have the things that you crave and you want. You just have to change up the ingredients.
Yeah, I've been eating. I'm gonna go grab it. It's right there. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I want to show you.
Somebody in the chat was asking if I had a playlist for beginners on keto. I do.
I've been eating 3 squares. They got squares in there, and I've been eating 3 squares a day. That's my chocolate fix.
That's good.
That's okay?
Yeah, that's
That
okay.
dark chocolate's good.
Yeah.
The higher percentage, obviously, the better. But yeah, that's a good start.
Yeah, Nisi says she was going to try to give me 90%. It says 70 on there. She said that 90% is like real good.
Yeah, that's what I eat. And it's really hard to get used to at first. But if I were you, I would start at the 70%. Once you get used to that, jump up to the 80, 85, and then 90. And then that way it's not such a big shock.
Yeah, because that dark chocolate, man, it can be nasty. But I'm used to this now. Like, I actually like it. But what I was thinking about is taking a couple of those squares and throwing them in my coffee. I don't know why, but I was like, man, this might taste good. It'd take the place of the sugar. This might be all right.
Yeah.
I don't know, though.
Oh, you haven't tried it yet?
No, I haven't done it.
Yeah, try it. See if it'll work for you.
Yeah. I might.
I even have a hot chocolate that I drink that is low sugar.
Really?
And also ice cream. I got keto ice cream.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You hearing this, babe? I can have ice cream. There's keto ice cream.
Have you went through?
And they do 20 grams of carbs. Like I do 50. Like I can cheat a little bit more than they can.
I don't anymore, but I used to.
Oh, I got you.
Did you ever have the keto flu arc?
Mm-mm.
No. Have you went through that yet, Prepper Tribe? Or
I did when I did it like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I went through it. I was actually fishing, and all of a sudden it hit me, and I was just so drained and couldn't. But I didn't get sick. I didn't feel like I had to. I felt like I had the flu as far as energy goes, and like my body ached a little bit, and I just couldn't do nothing. I was done.
yeah.
And it lasted about 2 days, and then boom, I felt great after that.
Mm-hmm.
But this time, the only thing that I felt is one day I felt tired as hell, but I was also doing a lot of stuff. I was working real hard around the house, and I just kept going all day long, and it didn't stop me. So I'm not sure I've went through it yet. I think I've stayed close to that 50 mark, but I don't think I've stayed under it enough to get it yet.
Yeah. Do you like pickles? Dill
Hell
pickles?
yeah, hell yeah.
Okay.
And you can't have butter pickles. You can't have the butter pickles.
But the dill pickles, if you start having keto flu, or even for headaches, if you have a headache or leg cramps or anything, take a shot of pickle juice until it goes away.
Really?
Yeah, pickle juice is really high in electrolytes. It's got a lot of potassium, magnesium in it. So if you take shots of that throughout the day, eat pickles, whatever you got to do to make it go away, it'll keep you under control so you don't have like some crazy keto flu.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's cool.
B6 and 8 through 12. B6 and B12 vitamins good too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I take a daily. I take a daily vitamin. It's 2 little gummy things. It's the multi something multivites or something. I don't know. That's probably got carbs in it too. I swear everything's
Probably.
got carbs. Can't even
Yeah.
breathe. I'm breathing in carbs. You know
There's
what I'm
very
saying?
there's very rare stuff I buy from the store. I make everything from scratch. So I'm not like good on the products when it comes to keto because I just stay away from them.
Yeah.
But there's all kinds of different styles of keto, and everybody's got to figure, what works for them.
Right. I'm going for it. I'm definitely going to do it though. Like I'm not going to stop because I just want to feel better. I'm getting older. I'm 45, going on 46, and I just don't. I want to feel good, man. I want to not feel like, you know what I'm saying? You start gaining weight when you get older. You start slowing down, and there's so many things I still want to do. I don't want to be hurting all the damn time and stomach messed up all the time. And I'd rather sacrifice that 5 minutes of eating something and tasting good for 5 minutes
Yeah.
than a lifetime rest of my life feeling like crap. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and that's the thing. Like when I started keto 8 years ago, I was at 296 pounds. And the reason I was that way is because obviously I love food. And I am a foodie, and I'm still a foodie to this day. But at least now when I pig out and eat, it's keto.
Right.
But yet it gets hard. You get cravings.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And that's when, like in the beginning, when it was really hard for me, that's the cravings were pretty hard. So I always made sure to have like fat bombs in the freezer or, some type of sweet that was keto friendly in the house. So if I did get an overwhelming craving like that, I could eat it and be all right.
Yeah, that's
There goes.
Nisi keeps blueberry. She'll keep blueberries, raspberries, or blackberries, and she makes sure I have this chocolate.
Yeah.
Because and I keep like 5 bags of the pork rinds, the spicy ones, the barbecue ones, the everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can eat all them you want.
And I do. I eat a whole bag of them bad boys. What's up, Ghost?
What's going on, brother?
Same old, man.
Hey, sweetheart, I finally found a channel that actually was putting content out today and not drama. Awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Who, man? Who?
Man, you know me. I'm staying out of the line of fire. You know me.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah. I'm like, what? I was like fixing to click the go live button just to talk about prepping stuff, and I saw you just when you came on live. I'm like, okay, switch.
Yeah. I was over there hanging out with Arkansas, but
I was watching.
Whatever, so I just was like, man, I still feel like being live. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I was watching you guys. I was in all those rooms. I was bouncing back and forth, and I was getting pissed off, like at both sides to no extent.
Right.
I can't yell. I can't yell. Who fucking cares loud enough into the computer? It's not picking it up.
I get you.
Yeah.
I was on a panel tonight, and I was just like,
oh, I saw you.
I'm like so uncomfortable in situations like that. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, I was in everybody's room. I had 2 windows up on my computer and one up on my phone at the same time, going back and forth, trying to bring out, get it all in. And it's just, man, it's stupid. It's just stupid.
Sometimes I just wonder how I get places. Like, how did I get up here? What am I doing?
In the last 2 months, and I'm saying in the 3 years I've been watching what's going on in the community, in the last 2 months, we went from like a prepping and survivalist kind of community where everybody's sharing ideas and different ways of doing things to just bullshit, like for real. Like it went from having 90% content to like, you're lucky if you get 15% content and a bunch of people just sitting around drinking, talking about dumb shit. That has nothing to, I'll just log off, you know what I mean? It's like, that's not, and then so somebody made a mistake. All right. and you know who we're talking about. He's still new to the community. I was on his stream when he went over 1,000, when he got a bump. Hell, I got a bump of over 100 subscribers just from being on his stream when he got rated 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
But
nice.
the thing is, talking about all this like he broke some kind of law. Number one, information is information. You don't own any of it. And there ain't but so many fonts. So if he's using the same color letters you're using on your fonts 10 years ago, and he just happens to pick that kind of font, that's not illegal. It's not plagiarism. If you're spreading the news, it's just the news. If you're mad because he put his out before you did or shortly after you did, you know, that's just timing. That ain't, I mean, there was no malicious anything going wrong there. And if he's trying to make his channel look like somebody else's channel, you know what? Maybe he looks up to that person or that channel and he's trying to be like them. You know, imitation is the biggest form of flattery. So why would you get upset about something like that? Why would somebody with 40,000 subscribers get mad at somebody that's got 1,000 subscribers? I don't understand that, man.
But you know what happens sometimes, Ghost? Sometimes trying to stay away from the drama, you get so worked up, you end up talking about the drama. Let's get back to this keto shit, man.
Yeah, let's do it. Good idea. Because I don't even understand it. I just know it has a lot to do with meat, and I like meat.
Right. But I get what you're saying, man. And it's really, ain't it really hard, like when something happens and there's something going on in the community, you get wrapped up in it and you tend to lose yourself. Like sometimes
yeah, you can't help
like,
but not
I'm not getting involved with this shit. I'm not even giving this no mind. Then you jump on somebody's live, you're like, man, you know some bullshit going on, man. Get caught up quick, man.
Yeah.
So what kind of diet do you be sticking to, or you can eat whatever you want and it don't stick to your bones, Ghost?
Man, I weigh 245 pounds.
Really?
Everything sticks to my bones. I'm 6'2", 245. Everything sticks to my bones.
That's what I am. I'm 6'2", about 2. Right now I'm like at 238.
It'll blow your mind. I eat
240.
I eat once a day. I mean, I might have a snack. I might get a snack in the morning or a snack in the afternoon, but usually I eat once a day. It's usually like an early supper around 7. And I mean, unless I'm outside in the yard doing some work and burning some calories, then I'll eat like a horse. But if my metabolism is slowed down and not doing a whole lot, then I don't need that much to stay at the constant same weight year round. You know, but I don't really pick and choose, man. I was born eating a whole lot of rice and beans. You know, that's what I eat now. And I mean, I always have, always will. I'm a meat and potatoes kind of guy. You know, I did bodybuilding for a long time. And then when I wanted to drop down, I was at 270 for a while. When I wanted to drop down, I went to a straight juice diet, man. I started juicing, like legit juicing. It was awesome. Like I was losing 1 pound to 1.5 pounds a day every day for like a month and a half. I juiced through Thanksgiving and Christmas and I was not hungry. Wow. I didn't eat any solid food for almost 6 weeks. Like I never chewed anything for almost 6 weeks. It was all juice and it was great.
Now that's some restraint. I wouldn't be able to do that. There's no way.
You would be shocked. The only reason I did it was because I figured it was bullshit. I'm like, I got to try this. There's no freaking way drinking your meals can fill you up. I'm here to tell you, not only was I not hungry, I was full and I felt like $1 million. I felt like an 18-year-old kid. Like if I ever want to start dropping weight, I'll juice.
Well, let me cut you off just for a second, man. But I had some 6-pack of V8 sitting out on the porch that I was just saving. And I was like, man, I know I can drink these bad boys. So I threw them up in the fridge. I get them all cold. I go up in the fridge. Can't have no V8. It's got like 28 carbs in it. And it's like one serving in one can of V8 is like 2 servings or something. I'm like, what the? I can't have a V8? You kidding me?
Yeah, I don't know anything about the carbs and the keto and all that stuff.
Man, it's crazy, man. Everything's got a carb in it.
Yeah, and that drives me crazy. Like people always call the keto a keto diet, and I guess it is for some people. But if you do it correctly, it's a lifestyle. It's not a diet.
Yeah.
Like, and that I don't know why, but that really gets under my skin.
That's what I got in my mind. I got it in my mind. Like this ain't gonna be something I do for the next 6 months. This is probably what I'm gonna do until I'm out of here. because I just want to feel good, and that's all that matters to me. I want to feel healthier.
Right.
And I got to tell you, the huge inspiration was YouTube, because it was YouTube channels like watching New York Prepper and him working out in his basement and saying you gotta be fit, and watching Canadian Prepper and watching Angry Prepper walk around the city of New York to keep his the exercise going. And I started watching these dudes, and I was like, man, I'm not the same young dude anymore. I can't just eat whatever I want and stay skinny. I need to start fucking taking care of myself. So that's what I started doing. I was just like, that's it. I made up my mind, and I'm doing it.
And that's another good, sorry, go ahead, Gross.
Go ahead. No, you first.
That's another really good argument I have on keto. Obviously, I support keto because I've been keto 8 years and I love it. But a lot of prepping channels have asked me, well, how are you going to sustain keto if something happens, if shit hits the fan, whatever you want to say. Well, the whole purpose is keto is to kick those processed foods. So when something happens and there's no more grocery stores or whatever, keto is always going to be there. You're going to be out hunting your food or eating your stocks, that are meat. I'm not like, if somebody is out there eating processed foods, they're going to have withdrawals when shit hits the fan. They're going to be the ones struggling and, out there sweating and dying because they're starving and hungry. I can fast for 18 hours a day, no problem, and still be okay. Those other people are going to be out there just worrying about when's my next meal. I got to get food. I got to tell you, and I feel you. I'm with you 100% on that. They're going to be going through that keto flu. You know what I'm saying? Uh-huh. But do you know what I can't stand? And I've been eating a lot of it because my wife, she cuts it up. She gets it out for me. And I just put it in my mouth and just swallow it. Mm-hmm. Is that avocado, man. I can't stand avocado. I just do not like it at all.
That's a nasty food.
Oh, it is, man. It's disgusting. And my wife taught me to mix it with my eggs. So if I if I get a big bite of scrambled eggs and put just a little bit of the avocado in there, I can stand it. It's not so bad. And it kind of gives the eggs like a creaminess or something.
But what made you have the idea that you had to eat it? You don't have to eat it. Because
it's a superfood. Like, I've been eating that and the almonds. I think it's almonds.
Yeah. But if you don't like it, don't eat it. Try something else.
But I got to tell you that when I started eating it, my stomach's doing good. Well, and so, it's like that sacrifice to feel better,
I guess just put it in your mouth and swallow.
That's what she said. Oh, but I didn't say that. I didn't say that. My bad.
Yeah, I love avocado too. I don't have that problem. But it's funny because I've found most guys do not like the texture or the taste of avocado for some reason.
It's a weird little, what is it? Is it a fruit? Is it a vegetable? It's
actually a fruit. It's a fruit.
Yeah, the seeds on the inside.
Yep.
It ain't a very good fruit. It's a useless fruit. I hate that
shit. You got that right. You like avocados, Ark Wild Man?
They're pretty good.
Do you like them?
Yeah. They're good for throwing at people.
My wife loves them. I mean, she'll sit there and mash down a whole avocado by herself and just tear it up. She'll put it in
somebody open it up and slice it and put it on the salad. I'm like, what?
And it's slimy and it feels weird and it's like nothing else. I don't get it. Like, why did God make this thing?
It was a cheat day. It must have been a cheat day. Somebody was in for him helping out when he invented that shit.
No doubt.
I eat mine with butter and bacon.
I don't know on what day he invented it, but it's probably the same day he invented oysters.
No, I don't do oysters. There's no way.
See, I don't mind oysters. I can eat oysters.
Yeah, I like oysters. I don't like them raw, but I'll eat a cooked oyster. I'll put them on the grill until they open and then boom,
smoke them, some Tabasco sauce and a cracker. Boom,
yes.
That's how I grew up. We go out and pull them out of the mud ourselves, bring them home, put them on a piece of tin, steam them, pop them. Just sit there all night, standing out front, getting drunk, eating oysters.
Yeah, you used to be able to get a bushel of oysters around here for like $20. Big old basket bushel of oysters, $20 all day long. But now the prices have done skyrocketed on them crabs. It's crazy.
Hey, what are y'all's views on this upcoming food shortage we got brewing that everybody's being distracted from?
Thank God I'm a prepper.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I've been kicking it into high gear, man. I've been going at it because it's like I even said on one of my videos, I think even a couple of my live streams, that it ain't going to be this gradual thing. I don't think prices are just going to start slowly going up. I think that shit's just going to, like, one night you're going to pay, 59 cents a pound for rice, and the next day it's going to be $4.59 a pound for rice.
Mm-hmm.
Because it doesn't make them, they're going to want to make as much money as they possibly can off of what stockpile they have. So bringing it up a little bit at a time, it's kind of like gas. Gas goes up quick and it drops real slow.
We've been hitting BJ's, man. I'm buying 25 pounds at a time. It was around $20 and it was around $21. Now it's around $23.
For what?
But I've got 4 bags. I got 100 pounds sitting over there. I want to put some in Mylar bags. I'm gonna keep one in just the package because we're gonna use it. My wife eats a lot of rice. I can't eat it no more. Thanks, Jess. But anyway,
I do one thing I do with my rice too, because my father's diabetic. So what I do with my rice before I cook it is I rinse it big time. I get all that starch off. I rinse it until the water comes clean. So I know it helps with a lot of that starch. But I mean, obviously, it still turns into starch in your system, which is sugar.
Yeah.
But
Actually, I don't know, Anthony, if you're a troll or whatever, but he's got some snarky comments in the chat. Says keto lady is in trouble with food storage. Actually, I'm not. I have every keto food that I possibly need. Not only that, I raise all my own animals for butcher, and I do garden every year for the last 10 years. So I'm pretty set.
Yeah, I love my meat. And see, I've been eating like that forever. Like, I go to the fridge at lunchtime and I'll just get me 4 or 5 slices of turkey or ham or something, a couple pieces of cheese with some mustard. I'm not a big bread guy, so that part wouldn't offend me hardly at all.
I'm a huge bread dude. I love bread.
I used to be growing up, but I'm just not really a big bread guy. I don't know. It's I don't know. Bread just kind of fills me up, without me finishing the meal and enjoying the meal. It's kind of like it when you go to Olive Garden, they give you them breadsticks for free. All you can eat breadsticks. So by the time it's time to eat your food, So I mean, they're making, I'm just not big on the bread for some reason. Never have been.
That's a good question, Jess. Where can I go out to eat?
Anywhere. Texas. Do you got Texas Roadhouse?
What? How hard is that going? Can I get a big chunk of meat, please?
Yes. Go to Texas Roadhouse.
I don't want no sides.
Go to Texas Roadhouse. Get you a T-bone steak, a prime rib, anything. Have your meat. Get a salad.
Get some asparagus or something.
Get some broccoli, asparagus, anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're good.
Mushrooms on a salad with some bacon bits.
Yes, I've been eating a lot of mushrooms, like more than ever before.
My favorite meal is just throwing a ribeye on the stove. Actually, I'll do 2 of them.
Yeah.
Just sitting down in front of the TV, just chunking on a ribeye. I don't even need no sides.
See, I use that A1 sauce though.
And that's what I'm saying. I think I'm almost keto, except I still like my rice. But the best part, and I hate people when they take a steak and they cut the fat off. What is wrong with you?
See, I can't eat the fat. I'm one of them dudes. I can't get it in my. I can't eat. Once I bite into that fat, I lose all my appetite, man.
That's my favorite part of it.
My favorite part. I'm serious. I have people save that shit for me. I love that. That's the best part.
Yeah,
my wife will tear it up. Man. Yeah, my wife will get mad at me if I throw it away. She's like, "No, put that on my plate. Slide it right on over here."
My husband tries to give it to the dog, and I'm like, "What are you? No, give it here."
Yeah,
gotta have that fat, man. Gotta have that fat.
I gotta have fat back in my beans,
There you go. Shit, I got a jar of my homemade ham stock on the counter with a bag of lima beans and some pork chops for tomorrow, and some stewed squash.
People in the chat are asking if I have a channel. Yeah, my channel is Keto Homestead with Jess.
Oh, we'll throw the link in there. Can you throw the link for Jess in there? They're asking about her channel.
Jess?
Yeah, throw everybody's link in there.
Yeah, I tried to put my link
It's
in there.
just
And
late,
I forgot.
you know. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. Niecy's like over there holding her head up, like.
I like collard greens too, Niecy.
I love me some collard greens, man. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna pull a jar out tomorrow. I'm gonna have collard greens too. I got about 40 pounds of collard greens already canned up in the basement. I'm gonna go grab a jar.
I love collard greens. I love collard. I love.
And they actually collard greens. I love them fresh, but they actually do pretty good pressure can. They actually hold up real well. They're not the same, you know. If fresh collard greens right out the garden is like here, canned collard greens is like right here. You know what I mean? But I can them with the bacon, you know, the onions, the bacon grease, a little bit of garlic, all that. Yeah, they're good. Oh, hell yeah.
I'm gonna have to try collard greens again. I tried them in the past when I was like in my 20s. I didn't care for them, but they were like really spicy. I guess that's how they're supposed to be cooked up, spicy.
It depends on some people cook them spicy. I don't. I leave the spice to the pepper vinegar. That's the side. It's like salad dressing, so you can add as much as you want. Like the way I learned growing up in South. I mean, don't ever put a knife to a collard green. Ever, never put a knife to a greens. You got to rip them by hand. So that way it rips the leaf open. All those little veins open up in the leaves. You shred them by hand. Wash them out real good. Let them soak. Wash them out real good so the water's nice and clean. And then I'll take some bacon. I usually about a half a pack of bacon. And I'll put it in.
Nice. Get it greasy.
Witch's pot. I'll get that bacon where it's almost caramelized. I add diced onions. And depending on what size pot, like if I'm doing like 2 bundles of collard greens, I'll use about 2 teaspoons of minced garlic in there in the bottom with it. But all that's in the bottom. When it gets all caramelized and all good together, then I put all the greens in on top. And then I'll take chicken stock, not water. And I'll do chicken stock. I'll do probably 50-50 chicken stock and water. And I'll bring it to the top and I'll put the lid on and let it steam. But I don't stir it. I let it cook where all that bacon, all that goodness is cooking up through the leaves. And I don't stir it for at least an hour and a half. And then I'll stir it and I'll get it all mixed around. I'll let it cook down good. And then you got your pepper vinegar, you know, your hot peppers that you put up with your vinegar. And you just top of that. And you're good. That's a meal. Sometimes I'll even dice up smoked sausage or kielbasa and put in there with it. And that's a meal. I put it in a bowl. That's a meal. That's all I need, man.
That sounds really good. Now with all that bacon in there, I'd probably be able to do them.
Oh, they're so good. They're so good. We
like sometimes I'll throw a big old ham hock in the bottom.
We got this little barbecue pit that is probably like about 40 minutes away. But when you get the collard greens from there, they like it's a really good barbecue pit. They got like a ton of stuff out back where they cook all their meats for hours. But I mean, you get collard green leaves this damn big in the bowl that you get. I mean, it's slapping you in your cheeks as you're trying to get it into your mouth. I mean, it's just juicy and good. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, love. Apparently Niecy likes collards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
she
I love
that place too, because you can order stuff from this place. Like we had a family reunion type thing about, I don't know, that was like 2 years ago, before this thing we're going through. But we had all the family come and stuff, and we went to that place and ordered a bunch of barbecue and a big old tub of collard greens, and everybody went nuts over them. I mean, they're really good. It's like home cooking, and it's real collard greens. It's not that canned shit. It's right out the garden.
A lot of people do them wrong. You got to cook. You got to put the stuff in the bottom and let it cook up through the leaves. And a lot of people are buying a bag of collard greens at the grocery store that's been shredded with a knife. Don't even buy that shit. You don't ever put a knife to a collard green leaf, because you're not opening up the pores in the leaf. You got to rip it. You tear it up by hand. You just shred it by hand. Then it soaks all that goodness up, and you cook it off in the bottom.
I was going to ask why. I was going to ask you why, but you just.
Well, you got the veins running all through the leaf, you know, all the veins. And if you're grabbing at the top by the stem and you're just ripping it off in small pieces, all those veins are pulling against the leaf, because the veins are inside the leaf. So you got the top part of the leaf, and you got the bottom part of the leaf, and the veins are in the middle. So when you're shredding it, the veins are opening up the leaf, the inside of the leaf, so all that goodness can get soaked up in there. Because if you're just cutting it, the leaves are pretty much waterproof. They grow outside. You see how water beads up on the leaf outside?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you're cutting it, that barrier is still there. But when you shred them, when you rip them by hand, that opens that whole leaf up. And you put all that goodness on the bottom and you let it cook up through there.
Mm-hmm.
And not on like easy high boil, but you let it cook up through there like on a simmer for a couple hours. Yeah, and you're talking about some kind of good. Whoa. Whew.
Okay. Now my question is, do you like kale and spinach?
Oh, I love me some
Hell
kale. That's what I
yeah.
juiced. That's what I juiced.
Okay, so I do a kale smoothie, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, a kale smoothie on my channel also. On keto, you're supposed to do 7 to 10 cups of vegetables a day. And that's a lot of vegetables to consume. I couldn't eat all that in 1 or 2 sittings. So I came up with this kale smoothie. So that's like 5 cups of vegetables that I'm eating or drinking, you know. So it's a lot easier for me.
Yeah,
so
like when I was juicing, I would go through, oh my God, like one meal, like say my lunch or my dinner meal when I was juicing, I would get like, God, I would go through, and I would get the kale in the bags, you know, already done up in the bags of kale, the organic kale. And one bag would last me for 2 meals. That's it.
Yeah.
But I would put like 2 apples, 3 bananas, spinach, any kind of vegetable I could think of, grapes, whatever you want to put in there to give it kind of crazy flavors. There's a million recipes online. And I mean, I would get like a big, you know, almost like a liter mixing jar. And that's what I would juice in. That would be my lunch and my dinner. But I went through some vegetables, and the microgreens are insane.
Oh yeah, microgreens are good too.
Yeah, they're awesome.
You know, you can make a kale soup. Nisi, I get kale from my uncle because he grows it like crazy, and we cook our kale with smoked turkey necks. That's what we put in with it to cook it with. But she did a kale soup, and she put some vegetables with it. But the main ingredient was a ton of kale, and it was delicious, man. I didn't think it was the first time I ever had it. We just did it this past year, and I just couldn't believe how good it was. It was I never heard of a kale soup or a leafy soup, and it was like, whoa, this is the bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love my greens. Love my greens.
Yeah.
And when I have my garden going full-fledged, that's the first thing I'm planting is my kale and my spinach. And I try to plant as much as I can, and I just throw that in those. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Aldi's. You have Aldi's.
Yeah, we got Aldi's.
They have those Mylar bags in Aldi that you can buy. So I purchased those, and then I'll just fill them, stuff them full of my kale and spinach, and throw them in the freezer. And I have it all winter long. I just keep stacking my freezer with it, and that's how I keep my greens fresh.
Well, I've got enough collards like put up to last me for at least 2 years, but. Nice. Come the fall, I'm planting a whole new crop, and I'll harvest them and can. But yeah, fall, like my carrots and my collards will be, they're, fall, early spring crops, which kind of messed me up because when I was in Florida, I was growing that year round with my aquaponics because the fish water kept the roots cold and it kept my plants alive. In 110-degree weather, I was growing collards, and they're massive. I mean, they were huge. The leaves were 5 times as big as my head, but and I have to adjust that a little bit here. But what I plan on doing is like my basement, like my garden this year. I put out a couple videos. I'm doing everything in containers so I can bring it inside if there's any kind of inclement weather, straight line winds, tornadoes, whatever. And then come the winter, if I want to keep growing, I'm going to just bring it inside, and I'm going to replace all my shop lights with the grow lights in my basement. And then 2 days after I did the video, I'll check the weather, and our weather was dropping down to below 30 degrees for the next 3 nights after I did my potatoes and everything outside. So I went outside, I made an update video, and I showed me carrying my buckets inside to the basement. So I didn't lose my potatoes. Yeah. They're growing like crazy. So proof of concept, it works. But I've got some grow lights. I'm just gonna get some more because what I plan on doing, I don't want to have to rely on just growing in the spring and summer. I want to grow 24/7 year round in the basement. Whether that be or hydroponics or growing in dirt with grow lights. I'll just figure it out. And then I mean, I've got my solar generator. If I have to, I'll just get some high powered, some good grow lights, and I'll run them bad boys year round off my generator. It won't cost me nothing. But yeah, I plan on like this winter is going to be my trial run. But I think that before, hypothetically, all this distraction going on in the world, we know there's going to be a food shortage. There can't not be a food shortage. It's already been proven. It's already there. It's going to hit us last before it hits anybody else. But I think it's going to hit real hard come the fall and the winter when you can't go outside and grow it. I think this winter is going to be really lean. And most wars, if you think about it, especially back in the 1800s, 1700s, they were fought over territory and food. Yeah. Food's the one thing that'll make you go ape shit on your neighbors quick. You can't get nothing to eat.
It seems like it's always in the winter when they start war too.
Oh yeah, it's because it's food.
Yeah.
An army moves on its stomach. If you don't have a food supply to invade somewhere or conquer somewhere, then you can't do it. Yeah. That's why if you've got stores stocked up and you can move through the wintertime, that's when you do it, because they're sheltered in. There's nothing they can do. You burn their food stores. That's the first thing you do is you burn the grain.
Yeah.
Then you own them.
Well, I'm stacking to the roof.
Laura's asking in the chat when I plant my kale and spinach. I plant my kale and spinach inside in like the beginning of March, and then I'll move it outside at the end of March.
I had kale all the way up till Christmas. The day before Christmas, I went over to my uncle's house and picked 2 big bags of kale. Like, his kale was just gorgeous. Still, we had fresh kale out the garden on Christmas Day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I think kale has got to be my favorite plant to plant because it's so easy and it just keeps going and going and going.
Yeah. Demeter Solis, I will keep an eye out for that email. Yeah, I'm starting to get like some really good scenarios on that my What Would Ghosts Do thing I'm doing. I'm starting to get some pretty good ones that are coming in. So it's kind of neat.
That's cool, man.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Emily L says, am I the only one stressed out about this stuff? No, you're not. But if you just keep going forward and doing what you can, that's the only thing you can do.
Stressed out about what stuff? The food and all the bad stuff happening?
Yeah.
All the bad stuff, yeah. I'm going to put it in how my brain works. All right, here's the thing. Number one, we can't do nothing about it. So don't worry about it. Stack it to the rafters. What's going on in the world, the nuclear plant in Iran, the old guy that ain't the right guy that lives on Pennsylvania Avenue and all that stuff, we got no control over that. The really, really smart people that were supposed to count people that were voting for certain people, they can't do their job and they're in charge. So yeah, we have no voice. Once you realize that we have absolutely no voice in the direction this thing is going, just worry about eating, worry about feeding your food, feeding your family, and taking care of your family. That's the only thing you can control, period. That's the only thing. The only thing we're in control of is how much food we got to feed our family.
You know what we need?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Keto. I got you.
That's my role in my head. Food, shelter, safety. Once you have those 3, you should be good. And food means water too. But those are my 3 top categories.
Yeah, water is my number 1.
The thing that I see, and I've noticed in the community, which I don't see every video, so maybe it's done already. I don't know, but it's expensive. This canning stuff, that now that I've gotten into it, buying these jars, having the pressure cooker, all this, I think there needs to be videos out there for the people that can't afford a whole lot, so they have to use like just a big pot that ain't pressurized, because I know you can do it. I've watched, I just watched people canning eggs, and I know you can do it without a pressure cooker. I think some people might need a video or 2 on that stuff so they can figure out how to do this on a limited budget to stack. It's hard to stack food. It's hard to stack food right now. If money, man, money.
The problem with that problem with that though, Prepper Tribe, is that water bath canning, it is possible to do all the different canning recipes. The problem is it's just so time consuming for it to be safe.
To water bath canning versus pressure canning, a lot of people don't know this. You can water bath can everything, even meat. It just takes, you got to bring it to a high temperature and you've got to boil it for like 2 days.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, how do you
Yeah,
keep
but
the water in there? I mean, holy,
I don't
you
know
got
because
to
I've
keep.
never done that. I'm never even going to try to do that. I mean, I do water bath canning, for like things like my jellies and jams and stuff like that. But like my meat and my high dollar stuff, that's all getting pressure canned. But here's the thing, brother. When I bought my pressure canner, I paid. It's All American 921. I think I paid a little over $100. It may have been close to $200 for it. It was an investment, but bro, it paid for itself the first month I had it, like for real.
Yeah, but
Because
like
now I
if
can
you
go
don't
out.
have nothing, man, it's hard. I just picked up 4 cases of quart jars. Each one of those cases, and I couldn't find them anywhere for the longest time.
Oh, I know.
Finally, I seen them. Man, they were $18 a case.
Here's
Here's
the messed up part.
here's
Before all this, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
a tip for you real quick is I've bought I have one pressure canner from my mother-in-law when she passed away, but I have 2 other pressure canners I picked up for $10 at Goodwill. So yard sales, Goodwill, stuff like that, you can pick them up real cheap. And then with the canning stuff, your old farmers, a lot of them, they get rid of that. Their children get rid of it. People that are going into assisted living or nursing homes. If you keep an eye out and get to know your community, I get a lot of free jars that way because they just don't want to deal with getting rid of them.
And as far as the canner goes,
there'll be a lot.
Oh yeah, as far as the canner goes, I just saw at Walmart a couple days ago. They got pressure canners on sale for $78.
Oh, okay.
Less than $80. And yeah, the jars are expensive. Before all this Wu flu started, a little over a year ago, I was getting and it started probably about 3 years ago, and I really started canning hard. Every time I went to Walmart, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna get some extra jars. So every time I went to Walmart, I'd get at least 1 case of jars, sometimes 2. And I would always get extra lids. I'd always get 5 or 6 packs of the extra lids, always, just in case. So I'd have a backup because I was really enjoying canning and I wanted to can a bunch. Well, lo and behold, this Wu flu thing hits, and you can't find none of that nowhere.
Yeah.
And I'm looking in my canning room, and I'm going, So then I go online and I try to find some canning jars, bro. Before the Wu flu hit, they were $13 and something a case at Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
About 4 months in to the flu, them things on Amazon and on eBay, they were going for $150 a case. I'm looking at my stockpile. I'm going,
They
man,
still are. They still are.
You're rich.
Do you guys have any Amish around you?
I don't.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay, so if you go to the Amish community, you know how they have their little shops?
Yeah.
They have sleeves. Let's see, like this long. They're sleeves. It's like a brown paper bag type thing. And there's 42 lids in a sleeve. And they sell those for like $20.
Yeah.
Really?
So if you have Amish around, you look into that too.
But
Yeah,
when
we got a farmer's market that there's a ton of Amish people that have little shops in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, ask around, ask them.
Yeah,
like, where do you
I'm
get your
going to.
sleeves of canning lids? Because
I was
it's
just
a lot
lucky.
cheaper.
Yeah, I was just lucky because I started buying them like 2.5 years ago. Every week I was getting 2 or 3 cases. So I mean, when all this went down, I'm looking at my stuff, and I actually did a count, and I was at like 1,700 jars and like 4,000 lids, for real. That was just, and 4,000 lids ain't been used yet.
What do you think about reusing your lids, Ghost?
I do reuse them.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, here's the thing. If you're rotating your stock, there's nothing wrong reusing your lids, because I think, in my mind, because I've been reusing them for years and I've never had one pop not from being reused.
Yeah.
I think that the seal on it, it's made to last a certain amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether that be 10 years or 15 years, whatever. And I think you can reuse it as many times as you want to until it quits working. Once that seal isn't any good, you're going to know because it's not going to seal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like lots of times when I do use them again, it's stuff that I rotate out on a regular basis, like spaghetti and chili and, some of the beans that I've canned. And what I'll do is I will recan my next batch, and all my lids are marked, lima beans, and I'll recan, or chili or spaghetti, and I'll use the same lid for the same stuff that I had in the jar, just in case there's any carryover in the flavor or the seasonings in what I can. So I make sure I use the same lids back on what I've used before. And I've been doing that for about 3 years, and I've never had one lose its seal ever.
Right. And my theory on that is that, you know, our grandparents or great grandparents, especially the ones that went through the Depression, a lot of them canned. And there wasn't any resources for them to get new canning lids. Mm-hmm. So I am sure that they were reusing their canning lids too. But I get a lot of stuff for reusing my canning lids. But it works. I have never had a problem either.
But the only reason they tell you not to reuse them is so you go buy more.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just like the best buy date. It doesn't say expiration date. It says best buy date.
Yeah.
It just makes you think, oh, it's out of date. It's not out of date. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I'm eating canned food. The best buy date was over 3 years ago. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's just, even medicines. Like if you get a prescription medicine for like some ibuprofen, 800 milligrams, it'll be 2 years out of date. They're still good. Yeah. They do. Now the potency. Look on all your prescriptions. It's always a year. It's usually, unless it's like liquid penicillin or something. But
some of the potency might go down after a certain period of time. It might be less potent, just like the food. The nutritional value is going to go down after time. But you're talking about it's going to go down a fraction of a %, you know, every month. It's not going to drop from being nutritious to nothing in 6 weeks. It ain't going to happen that way. You know, as long as you're storing them out of the sunlight, you know, in a temperature controlled environment or something that's, you know, doesn't, you know, it's not up, you know, in the 80s during the summertime, doesn't drop down into the 30s at night where you need, you know, as long as it's in a relatively temperature controlled environment, like, you know, a nice cool basement, you're good for a long time. That's how our grandparents and great grandparents lived.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. I got a question for both of y'all, because I hear a lot of people got slack of this, and I know goes, I don't want you to go to, I got the generator, I'm straight with the generator. Like I want to know another way of looking at it. I see a lot of people worry about having stuff in a freezer. Like, oh, that's not prepping. Like you can't have stuff in a freezer. But I do. I got a deep freezer, and I got my refrigerator freezer packed with meat.
Me too.
But I see a lot of people, like I've seen a few videos in the past, you know, couple months where somebody talked about that, and they're like, nah, you can't have foods in the freezer. You got to have everything is either canned in a bag or freeze dried.
You can, there's nothing wrong with. I mean, like what's in my freezer upstairs. It's what we eat, you know, on a weekly, monthly basis. Mm-hmm. You know, if the power goes out, you know, that's one reason why I don't thaw my deep freezer out. The whole bottom of it, I put a layer of Ziploc bags. When I first filled the freezer, I took Ziploc freezer bags and I filled them half full of water, and I put a layer in the bottom about 4 inches thick, and I let it freeze solid. Then I put my food in there. So if I lose power, everything in there is sitting on ice.
Yeah,
I mean, it's sitting on ice. So
yeah,
as long
we do the same.
My stuff in there will be good for a week at least.
Yeah. If you don't open it,
I don't thaw out my freezer. I don't do all that. It's got a nice ice all around the edges. Why would you want to get the ice out of the freezer? That's his job. Right. That's the job. So yeah, leave the ice in there. Now if it gets too big, you can't get shit in there. Yeah, you got to chip it back a little bit. But I keep it iced up good. I mean, it held all my stuff in my freezer through Hurricane Irma, and we were without power for almost 3 weeks. Now I did get power 9 days afterwards with a generator, but all the stuff in my freezer was still good. I mean, it was still rock solid.
My foster mother, like when a hurricane's coming, we've had a couple of hurricanes here, and we've had, you know, some weather coming in, like storms and stuff, but she would always fill up a bunch of water bottles and throw them in her freezer to, like, if she knew there was going to be a hurricane in like a week coming, she would fill up the freezer and get everything as icy as she could.
But one thing too I did is when Irma came, like for a week before it hit, we were eating as much stuff out of the freezer we could because we knew we were going to lose power. I didn't have a generator at the time, but I was also freezing Ziploc baggies full of water for ice, and then when it thaws, it's drinking water, but the stuff in the freezer I pulled out and I put in different coolers, and I had them labeled what was in there, because the frozen stuff, well, it's also ice until it melts. The melting process is it's just thawing out, and I had it staged, so we were eating fresh meat for 2 weeks that hadn't been in the freezer for a week. Once it was thawed out, then I put it on the stove, I put it on the grill, and I cooked it. You know. I mean, that's what you got to do. If you know you're going to be without power and your stuff's going to go bad, you got to cook it, or can it or something. I don't have enough meat in my freezer that if I lost power tomorrow and it never came back on, that it would bother me that bad. I mean, most of the stuff in there is, it's stuff that I can shift really quickly into a couple of coolers and eat it up within a few weeks. Now in the deep freezer, that's different. But if I knew that something was coming, there's several pounds of hamburger meat and a couple of Boston butts in there. If I knew that a hurricane was coming, I'd pop out my canner and I would cook that stuff up and I would can it as fast as possible and get it in the basement. And I'd dump that freezer as fast as I could, and then I'd shift stuff from my fridge into the freezer. But I do have a backup power source, so it could extend it a little bit longer. But if you don't have that, I actually did a video on this a couple weeks ago. If you know there's a hurricane coming, take your ass to Advance Auto and get you a power inverter. It plugs into your cigarette lighter, or you can hook it to the battery of your car, and you can run your refrigerator, your freezer from your car. Just all you gotta do is have gas. And I ran 3 of those through Irma, and I didn't have a generator, and I ran all the fans, the internet, my routers, all the laptops in the house, TVs, the whole 9 yards, just running my car on the front porch.
And keep your eyes open in like Facebook Marketplace, yard sales, estate sales, because I picked up my generator and it had been used one time. This thing runs perfect. One pull starts right up. It's a 5500 and it's a name brand. I looked it up. It's over $900 if you buy it brand new. And this thing was like brand new. I got it for $250.
Nice. That's exactly the same size I have, 5500 Champion.
Yeah. Yeah. And this bad boy is awesome.
And as soon as I get a chance, I'm going to go get the conversion kit, and I'm going to convert it to where it runs on natural gas and LP, propane. So it'll run on propane, natural gas, and gasoline.
What I've noticed with propane, though, man, propane will burn up fast. You can go through some propane quick as hell, man.
Propane burns a good third faster than gasoline.
Yeah, I stopped trying to use propane for like lanterns and everything, man, because it just burns it up so quick. Like one of those heaters, like those blow heaters that get really loud when you turn it on. It's boom.
Oh yeah, it's a damn jet engine.
Yeah, I had one.
Salamander.
I'm not sure the name brand, but I had one hooked up to one of those 20-gallon propane tanks, and that thing lasted like 4 hours, and it was done.
Yeah.
It just ate it up. I was like, whoa, wait a minute, man.
It's because of the burn temperature. But the cool part, the only reason I'm mainly thinking about even using propane as a backup, because like my house is really weird. It's weird, but it's really cool. My house, it was built in the 60s. So there is a septic tank out back, but right now we're on sewer. And in my basement, I've got the lines that are capped that go out of the basement that went to the septic tank. So all I got to do is run me a Y fitting and a cutoff, and I can switch back to septic at any time I want to.
Yeah.
If the grid goes down.
I remember you talking about it.
My heating and air is natural gas. My lights in the house and all the appliances run on electricity from the pole, but my hot water heater is propane. And I have a 500-pound propane tank buried in the backyard. So I'm going to run a line from my propane tank to my generator at the basement. And then I can run a line from my natural gas to the generator. And so I can have a tri-fuel. So I can have, 50 gallons of gas stored up, 500 pounds of propane, and unlimited natural gas as long as the complete system doesn't fail. So I could theoretically have, as long as the natural gas is still flowing the lines, I could have power.
Right. Do you keep all? What's up, Keto?
I might have to hop off here. I'm getting pretty tired, so thank you for letting me up on the panel. It was good to see you guys. Good to see you, Prepper Tribe.
You too, Jess. Good to see you.
I hope you check out the challenge and enter. It's going until the 16th of this month, so
I'm gonna be bugging the shit out you now. I hope you know.
That's fine. That's all right.
I'm at least be blowing up your channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm there for, to help educate and teach. So
cool.
But you guys have a good night, and I'll see you later.
All right, thanks for hopping up on here with us.
You're welcome. Night.
But what I was gonna say is, do you keep all your, like what I've been doing? I've been keeping every gas tank I got, if it's kerosene, I'm keeping it topped off. If it's my extra gas tanks, I'm keeping it topped off. My
Yeah.
kerosene for the house, like I let that run out this winter like a dummy. But
I remember
keeping
that.
it topped off, keeping it topped off now. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
don't even want it to get halfway down, and I'm topping it back off
Well,
because I'm
what I
worried
do
about
is
that shit too.
I can't tell you the last time I actually put gas in my car, like at a
Yeah.
gas station. Like I rotate through my gas cans. I've got several 5-gallon gas cans, and I fill the car with the gas cans. I rotate through the oldest out, boom, and I fill the car with that. Then I take the empty cans to the store and I fill them up. And they go to the back of the line. I just rotate through the gas that way to keep it fresh. So that way I ain't got to put gas stabilizer and all that stuff in it. You know what I mean? It's just easier for me. It makes sense to do it that way. It saves a step.
And you said you got a 500 gallon tank for your propane. Do you how low do you let that go before you top it back off to stay on top of it?
Well, I filled it up when I first moved into the house in December. I put 100 pounds in it, and that was just to get the guy here real quick, because I didn't even know that I had a propane hot water heater till I didn't have any hot water. I'm outside trying to figure out what's going on. That's when I found out I had a propane hot water heater, and the propane and it was cold, and I'm like, get him out here now. I need hot water. And she's like, well, his truck's almost empty. I'm like, whatever, just send him out. And he had a little over 100 pounds. I said, well, just give me 100 pounds. And he goes, what I was running on this? Because I was asking him, how long is it going to last? I said, it's just a hot water heater. He goes, how many people in the house? I said, 3. He said, shit, man, this will last you a year.
Really?
I was like, cool. Yeah,
And
hot water
that's
heater.
all you've been running with ever since? That's all you've been running with is that 100 pounds ever since?
Yeah.
Huh.
And it's barely moved, to be honest with you. It's moved. It's probably down to about maybe 93% of what it was. Yeah. I mean, all it's running is the hot water heater. I mean, the fire comes on, it heats the water up, it's insulated, and then it turns off. And it don't come back on until it drops, below that level. So as long as you're not, there's not 50 people taking showers, burning up hot water all day long, and plus I don't have it cranked up real high,
Right.
But I mean, it's still hot. But yeah, he's like, man, that 100 pounds lasts you all year.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
I was going to switch it out, but the hot water heater is like brand new because the people I bought this house from, they just finished remodeling the whole place. And the hot water heater is brand spanking new. And the propane hot water heaters are really expensive. They're like 2 to 3 times as much as electrical hot water heater from what I've heard. And I'm like, well, hell, I ain't gonna switch it out. I mean, it's an expensive, nice one, and it don't mess around, bro. It takes that water from nothing to burn your ass up quick. I mean, it puts out some hot water like insane. So I'm like, yeah, it's brand new. Why would I get rid of it? I'll run it.
Well, shit. If you ended up topping off that, he said that 100 gallons will last you that long. If you top that off, you'd be good for 5 years.
Yeah, if it was just the hot water heater, but that's also a backup if the power goes out. But it's my backup to the backup. My first backup is the gas in the generator. Once that runs out, then it'll be natural gas. And I'll run it until the system stops because natural gas comes from a plant. I mean, it's going to keep running. And then if the natural gas ever stops coming to the house, then I'll hook it up to the propane.
It makes me wonder if the people that owned the house before you, if they were preppers, because think about that, a 500 gallon tank. That's a huge tank.
It's a 500 pound tank.
500 pounds.
Yeah, because yeah.
But that's got to be huge. It's got to be.
It's big.
I mean, well, maybe not, because I'm sitting here thinking I had 100. I think I had 100. That was the tall, skinny ones, right?
Yeah.
The tall, skinny ones back. Like I could throw it in my truck and take it up and get it filled at this one spot. I remember back in the days I had this heater for the house. It just hung on the wall and looked like a fireplace. And I had this long, tall tank. I think it was 100 gallons. So I guess 500. I mean pounds. 500 pounds is probably that big round joint that I'm thinking about.
It's a big round one under. Like the cap on it in my backyard looks like the cap on a train car. It's got a big round dome on it. You pull the lid off, and it's got all the stuff in there. Yeah,
right.
So, I mean, it's pretty cool. I think what it was, because a lot of the houses in this neighborhood have the propane tanks by their house. I think what happened, because this neighborhood was built in the '60s, And then a hop, skip, and a jump away, less than a mile, they built a whole bunch of multi-million-dollar homes back off to the side. And I think when they did that, the infrastructure for the city, or it's not even a city that I live in, but I live like on the edge, but I like my sewer and all that stuff is still city, which is cool. I think what they did is they upgraded. I think everybody out here used to have septic tanks, and everybody out here used to run on propane. That's the only reason everybody would have a propane tank. And then they switched it over to natural gas, and they made it optional. And then some people switched, some people didn't. And I think here what happened, they had already bought that brand new hot water heater when the people that I bought this house from bought it, because they only had it for like 3 months. They bought it, remodeled it, and then because of the COVID, they had to move back to South Carolina, so they had to sell it real quick. Oh. And so they just decided to leave the propane hot water heater in here because it was practically brand new. Right. So I mean, it's a really good scenario for multiple ways to have some kind of power to the house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
I love it. Like when I found out it was propane, I'm like, hell yeah. I mean, I gas grill, whatever. All I got to do is just run a line, from the tank. Yeah, I can just do a splitter off the hot water heater and run it to my generator, a dedicated line, the whole 9 yards. So it's not that big of a deal.
Hell yeah.
What I plan on eventually doing. But it's like I tell everybody too when they were asking about my generators and this and that. The only reason I have my solar generator and the gas generator is because my father's a diabetic and I want to make sure I keep his insulin cool. That's like, I don't want that stuff to go bad. So I invested in the generator, but, and that's just a short-term fix. If you got a gas generator, that's just a short-term fix. It's going to last as long as you got gasoline. And when everything collapses, guess what? You ain't getting no damn gasoline because they ain't delivering it. Even if they did, the electric pumps at the gas station ain't going to work. So you got what you got. You know what I mean?
That's why I told my wife we got the kerosene heats the house. It's a kerosene burner, but she said, well, if we lose electric, we're not going to have heat anyway, because of the fans and everything works off of it, the whole computer system or whatever. And I said, but babe, what you ain't thinking about is I can siphon, and I got the stuff to do it. I can siphon kerosene out of that tank and put it in the little kerosene heaters that I got 3 K1, those portable K1 heaters, the round ones.
I grew up with
3 of those. So we'll at Least have heat for a little while, and we have a fireplace. Like, we're set. Yeah. Just like when I let that kerosene run out, I had a fireplace. And I had jugs of kerosene for my K1 heaters and stuff. Like, that's why being prepped up, man, it just fucking works sometimes.
That's another great part about this house is I got a big ass wood burning fireplace, So I got heat, and my entire property is woods. Even my front yard is woods.
You process all your own wood, or do you buy?
I haven't cut any trees on the property. I don't plan on cutting unless I absolutely had to, because I can get firewood relatively cheap down here. I mean, I can get a half a cord of firewood for between 50, maybe $75 max, and that's seasoned oak. That's not, that's so. And like this summer, what I plan on doing is I'm gonna build me a little firewood shed out back behind the house. And every couple of months, I'm just going to get a cord, and go ahead and get it built up. But like this winter, I went 3 weeks and didn't do nothing but burn wood. And I didn't even go through half a cord. I mean, it heated the house up. But it's insulated really, really good, and then you just close off the rooms that you don't use. You know what I mean?
Right. Got Dusty coming in. I'm just waiting for it to come up on the screen. But I tell you, I got lucky this year because we had a couple trees fall down. One of them was old, like it was dead and just barely staying up, and it finally fell. So I got to chop that all up. And then we had a huge oak tree fall, and just the branches from that oak tree, I didn't even get the logs yet. Like, it's still sitting out there seasoning. You know what I mean? My uncle said, just leave it right there. Let it season for another year. So boom, man. I mean, we got lucky. We got wood we got enough wood that'll last us through the next winter. Nice. So we don't have to. The only thing I got to do is chop it up.
Well, one thing I've been doing too is I've been saving all my paper, all my cardboard, Any kind of paper
Dusty.
and cardboard. Dusty Data, what's going on, my brother?
Man, what happened with Prepperty, man? Where did you go? I thought you had us all worried, me and Nisi thinking you up in here and you done dipped out and went to Alaska or some shit.
I gotta pee real quick. Y'all keep going.
Man, I was taking a break.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. How you feeling, man? You home? Feeling good?
I'm doing all right, man. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Oh yeah.
Playing with your toys and shit? Playing with all that new stuff you got in?
Oh yeah. Well, you can't see it, can you?
You just got a little bit of a lag too. I think you're kind of jumping as you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear it. I'm not sure what it is.
It might work
Look
itself
at my
out
internet connection.
sometimes. Yeah.
Right. Be up on the big screen. I want to see it.
What? How the hell do I do it? I forget how. Oh shit! Let me figure it out. I will.
All right.
Damn it! How do you do it? Edit name, edit mic settings. It's not saying put up on the big screen. What? I'm. Oh wait a minute. I think this is how you do it. Boom. Never mind. I figured it out. Holy smokes! I see the screen
like
back
that?
there.
Oh, that's just a security system.
What you got behind?
Danny's doing some.
I see your assistant back there.
Yeah.
Getting it.
I bought 8 screens, man. I bought 8 24-inch monitors.
Damn.
8. Damn.
Yeah. And I bought the setup to put them up. So I've been building this shit up. Me and Danny been building this desk.
Nice, man. Nice.
Yeah.
You're gonna kill the game. You're gonna kill. You said you were coming for us.
We're trying
That's cool,
to
man.
figure out the configuration of these of the program. I may have lost Windows, so we're trying to do some IT work on it.
Did you get my text message, man? That idea popped in my head, and I was like, man, what if when Dusty does his Prepperty show, you know, somebody do a live stream with the Prepperty show, and you can sit there and argue over it and argue over the answers and everything, and it would be a way to promote the show. Now, I know it probably ain't a good idea because it probably take people away from being able to be over there on the show and watching it on your channel. But in another sense, it made me think that it would probably be good promotion for the show. But I don't know, man. It just popped in my head, and I was like, man, I don't know. This might be an idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I just took a break from it right now. You know, I just quit the job, so I got real stressed out the other day. So I decided, you know, like I said, me and my wife talked. We just said, fuck it, let's go home. They're talking about selling the company I was in.
Selling the what?
So selling the company.
Really?
Yeah, to another mega corporation. So we said we might as well get out of it now. So, I just tell you, I was messing with y'all. Y'all know I wasn't at Hilton, right?
Why? What?
I wasn't at the Hilton. I was messing with y'all. I didn't know. It's like, you know what? I hope they don't think I was bullshit. You know, I wasn't at the Hilton. I was bullshit. I just don't want to be known as a bullshitter.
Oh no, I don't worry about that, man. I know you. It was a nice ass hotel. I don't care what the name of it was.
Wasn't it? Yeah. Wasn't it? That was a Comfort Inn, man.
That was a Comfort Inn?
Yeah.
I was gonna say that. I used to stay at those. Leslie, the potatoes are doing awesome. The ones I planted in the shallow pot, all of them are up, and then the ones I'm planting in the big pot, I'm waiting on them bad boys to break ground. Hopefully they'll work, but if not, I still got 1 30-gallon jug. It's full of potatoes.
Man, that Comfort Inn had 2 stories in your room. It looked like a damn condominium. Fancy ass shelves with stuff on the shelves and shit.
That's why they call it the Comfort Inn and Suites.
Well, when I first started going to that company, it was actually called a country inn.
Country Inn. I've stayed at those before. They're pretty nice, bro. It's like an apartment.
That's
Yeah.
what it looked like.
Yeah,
Now,
they're long. They call it extended stay.
I stayed at a bunch of different ones throughout my career. The one is an apartment. It has a kitchenette in it with a stove, a sink, a refrigerator, and that's called an extended stay.
Jeff Hart just says you were at Trump Tower.
So I just turned the TV on. I just turned the thing on. You guys playing on a big screen too, and I was listening to what was going on, and I'm like, "There's drama going on." Damn.
Monograph, what's going on?
Monograph.
Thank you, man.
What?
Thank you, man.
Hey, Monograph.
Appreciate it.
Cigars. Yeah.
Man, I probably, and this is the God's honest truth, I probably watch Monograph's channel more than anybody else's channel.
I love his channel.
And it's also because you can count on Monograph. He's going to be there every night. You know,
I like the way he does this.
Yeah. But I like the way he goes there, man. There ain't no bullshit involved, and he don't let nobody start acting up in the chat. Like, you know, you don't put up with no bullshit. Like, you don't have to worry about that. If you're in this chat, it's nice. I can sit there. I don't even have to be chatting. I can just read the chat, and it just is just a vibe in there, man. And I dig it. Yeah, and I know Monograph can go to hell off some nights though, but that's good too. I mean, we all feel like going off sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's the one that raided JW's room a couple weeks ago, and I got 100 subscribers off of it just because I was in there chatting with JW.
Yeah,
I got 100 off of it. I was like, wow.
Monograph's the original with the raiding, man. That's first person I ever seen raid anybody or anything. He raided me too. That's how I got over that 1,000 hump.
That's what he did for JW. He took JW from like 8 something to almost 1,100, like that. Took me from like barely 500 to like 620 real quick.
Yeah, but what was cool to me is that somebody raided me, and then I ended up loving their channel. That's what was cool. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, okay, I can appreciate what you did, but shit, now I can enjoy a channel too.
Monograph used to do what we did to make videos, man. They were out there, man. They spook you a little bit. He did his one character where he did the green face and the black paint back in like 2007, 2008.
I like when he says. I like when he says
did that one character where like the nose was up and shit. Damn it, what was the name of that dude? I don't know. It's some funny ass name he had for the character, man. He looked crazy as hell.
I like his catchphrase when he says, "Yes, sir, yes, ma'am."
Yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
Ain't that neat? Yeah. You got to be careful too, because when you watch somebody all the time,
it makes you want to say it.
Yeah, it makes you want to say it. So I get, somebody will do something, be like, "Man, ain't that neat?" Oh, oops, my bad.
It's like Alaska Prepper. He's ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, all the time. And it's kind of hard not to hit go on going live or recording a video and saying some of those same things. I don't want to be called a copycat now. Not after today. That ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna start speaking Spanish or something. I'm gonna start using sign language. I'm gonna be the ASL prepper. I'm gonna just all sign language.
That's breaking Deutsch, man.
I mean, we sniffle sauce, sniffing sauce. Ben sniff, that's it, sniffing sauce. And he's got his nose like way up like this. You know what I'm saying? It's funny as hell.
Hey, what were you talking about the other night about you and me doing something?
Yeah, getting together, man. Just shit, we're doing it tonight for real. I mean, that's what it turned into, really. But just doing a live, getting together, just talking some real prepping shit. You know what I mean? Just rolling with it, because live streams can turn into so many different things, man, and you can
turn into a soap opera real quick.
Yeah. But I know me and you going back and forth, you know, we got a vibe with us, man. We just sit there and just go all night talking about some prepping.
Yeah, if it's about prepping, I can go forever. If it gets off into left field somewhere, I'm like, oh, you know.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, so I found at Walmart, brother. I went through there the other day. I went through there. It started about 2 months ago at this Walmart here where I live. I saw this pasta on the end of the Walmart rack, and it was 4 pounds for $1, 25 cents a pack.
What?
I'm like, what the hell? So I grabbed like 5 pounds of it. I just filled up the whole basket in my buggy and went home. I went back the next day, same price. I got 5 more pounds of it. Went back the next day, it wasn't on the end of the rack. It was on the regular shelves with the rest of the pasta, and it was $1.28 a pound. No, excuse me. Yeah, $1.28 a pound instead of 25 cents a pound. So I was feeling lucky. I told my mom and dad when I got home, I said, hell yeah, I got like 15 pounds of this stuff, and it was 25 cents a pound. Regular old spaghetti pasta. And then it went up to $1.28 a pound. A week later,
messed up.
A week later, I go back to the store. They got it back on the end of the shelf. $1 for 4 pounds, 25 cents a pound. What I do? I got me 10 more pounds. I got like 50 pounds of spaghetti downstairs, 25 cents a pound.
Hell yeah. Man, I catch little deals at like little stores like Walmart and CVS. You go in there, you can get big things of coffee. They'll have them on sale because who the hell's buying coffee at CVS? So like once a month at least, they'll put their coffees on sale. You'll get those big things of coffee for like $4. Yep. You can get laundry detergent. Like if you just wait for the sales, those bags that cost like $6.99 for the Tide Pods, you'll get them for like $2 a bag. And I just buy 8-10 bags of them. Boom. And it happens every month. I never run out. I'm always getting like Tide, real good laundry detergent for like $2.
Yep.
What you got there, Dustin?
I'm a solar panel, 80 watt. What you gonna run with that?
Yeah,
well, you know those ones you were showing that Goal Zero.
Yeah.
Well, this is the different brand that I got that one power box to, and it's set up just like the Goal Zero. It comes in a big package pouch.
I got a good one too, man. That Goal Zero, that's old school. Now I can just sit my phone on my solar charger and it just boom starts charging.
Nice.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Hey, you unzip it or
that's a big boy.
Yeah.
Yes,
they had
sir.
This was 100. 1, 2, 3, 4 panels, and it hooked to basically a little power box that does 110 watt.
Nice.
But that'll charge it. So
how much was that?
150.
Hey, Dusty Monograph's talking to you.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I don't have the chat on.
He said, Dusty, are you keen with the solar?
I put it up on the screen for you.
Not really. This is just one of those ones you just plug and play. Nothing spectacular. Just a plug and play deal. I don't have it. I know how it works. But not all that. Electrician or nothing.
I like looking at stuff like that and trying to figure out how to make it work better. Uh-oh, the legend's coming in.
The legend.
Hey, what's happening?
What's going on, Monograph? How you doing?
Not bad. Hey, Dusty Data, are you astute in solar?
No, I'm not. Just buying stuff, man. This is one of those plug and play.
Okay, I say, hey, listen. Well, okay. Let me tell you something about Chief over here. That'd be Prepper. That's his nickname. I always call him Chief. So, yeah, we roommated you, but you're a really cool cat. I like you. You got a good radio voice. You got a potty mouth, but you got a good radio voice for real. You know you do. And then
I appreciate it, man.
And another reason why I watch it too is because Nisi threatened to whoop my ass over on Twitter. So I gotta, right, from one staffer to another. She's type one. Me too, old school. I don't want to get my ass whooped by a little woman. You know, that's embarrassing shit. So she forced me to come over here. And then Ghost has got he's got his rock on because he's knowledgeable.
Yes,
and he's
sir.
more knowledgeable than me. I don't know that he's older than me. I don't know that he's older than me, but he's a knowledgeable son of a bitch. He sure is. No, not to be rude. You're not a son of a bitch, but you know what I mean.
You're fine. No, you talk just like I do, like we do.
Right. You're a knowledgeable man. I mean, that's awesome. I get some learns when I go into your room. See.
I've been around. Yeah, I appreciate the bump in my subs I got the other week when you hopped on JW's channel, man. I got like 120 subs off of that. That was awesome.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and it was JW's channel. You took him over 1,000, and then your subs they subbed to me too.
Well, here's the thing about that. It's the people over there on the Monograph channel. They're nice. They're just nice people, man. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
And they're older folks, so they're like 40 to 80 or something like that. You know, the people that don't piss around and play games.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you know, people our age. I'm 51. I mean, I grew up on a farm. I grew up eating canned food. I grew up working in the garden. I grew up slaughtering animals. You know, I grew up not rich. You know, so I mean, you appreciate.
Yeah, you do.
Things, you know what I mean? You appreciate how things work and what certain things mean. That's why sometimes I'll go off on a rant on my stuff and they'll be like, holy shit, where'd that come from? I'm like, bro, because I've done it. I mean, I've done a lot of things in my life. I've been all over the world a few times and done some stupid shit and done some smart shit, but I learned from my mistakes. You know what I mean? And it's like I tell everybody on my channels, if I put a video about something, I'm not telling you that what I'm showing you is the way you're supposed to do it. I'm just showing you how I do it. And I can tell you that I've been doing it this way for the X amount of years. And it works just fine. If you want to copy it, rock and roll. You want to share it, rock and roll. Do what you want to do. I'm here to share it. I'm not here to claim knowledge of anything. This is how I do it. And it works for me.
Now, here's something I wanted to share with Dusty Data and maybe to the mind of Ghost. No disrespect to Chief over here because he's running. He's running shit. But you two fellas. Now, Ghost, I know you got ingenuity. I'm not saying you don't, Prepper. Because when I was in the damn river trying to get your attention, you and Nisa just ignoring me, right? In my canoe, whatever. But I'm just saying for especially Dusty Data. Now, about maybe it was 10 years ago, I was working on this invention for the solar panels to do what is called perpetual energy, except it's non-mechanical. So basically what you do is you put, it was called the Blake box, which stands for bright light intensified kinetic electricity, right? So how you would do it is you're taking that solar panel and you put the solar panel on the bottom. Okay, you have your two leads out of the solar panel, and then it would be surrounded by mirrors. And I'm talking about high capacity mirrors with a reflection of 100%. And then you'd make it light tight, airtight. And then what you do is you would the thickness of that would be roughly 2 inches thick all the way around, and then you cap it with another mirror on the very top. So what you do is you have the solar panel on the bottom that is going to be absorbing the light, and then of course you'd have the mirrors on the inside, and then the cap of the mirror on the top side. You got me? Then what you do is you peer a hole at a 22.5-degree angle, right, not about to the corner, 3 inches out. And what would happen is you'd get a what is called a light core. Once you turn on a light with, let's say, a 1.5 volt flashlight battery, the light would hit the damn solar panel on the inside for the mirror. It would reflect off the other mirror, and you'd get a light core. You got me? That would reflect from the top, and it would absorb from the bottom. You pull two leads off, you'd repeat it, you'd stack it, and, you know, the theory was you'd create what is called the city in a suitcase. You would take the two leads once you have the light replicating all of the panels, you know, in succession, and then you'd pull out you'd put them all in succession to bring out your amperage and your voltage. That was the theory. Now, I tested this son of a gun for real about 2.5 years ago, and I was actually able to pull voltage out of that scenario for real. It wasn't enough to do anything, but with guys' ingenuity like you two, you could probably figure out and redevelop the design or make it more efficient. That's the whole idea. You know what I mean? Because
that's a really good concept. I mean, if you think about it, the only problem is light moves so fast. Like
Sure.
if you had a way to line those mirrors up to where they were just always back and forth off of each other inside a cylinder, and you could shine a beam of light really, really quick and cap it before the light came back out.
Oh, no, it is. It is. No, it's capped. The experiment I conducted, I did it live. I got a video of it. And I got an ohm meter. You know what that is, right? I got the ohm meter on the two leads, and you can see that it's actually pulling voltage, not amperage now. That's what you need is amperage.
So what you're saying is you hit it with a beam of light real quick. It's closed off.
No,
so
not
theoretically.
Not real quick, sir. Not real quick. Okay, so try to imagine it. Let's say you got let's take a box of cereal. So you're gonna take the box of cereal, you're gonna lay it down. So it's just laying down flat. So what you do is you take 5 inches out from the corner, because the corner is where the tightness is. You'd have a mirror on one side and mirror on the other. Got me? So that's where you're gonna start from. You're gonna go up here at a 22.5-degree angle. And that is going to be, like I said, light tight and airtight. So that way, because when I did my basically the thesis on the frickin' solar panel, they work better when they're cool, not when they're hot. When they're cool, and they also you don't want condensation. So if you have condensation, you'd have droplets that would be on the mirror that would impede on the transfer of light. That's the whole idea. So that's why you make it airtight and light tight. But what I'm saying is I figured out yet another way to make the intensification of the light, in my opinion. That's why I'm asking Dusty if he's astute with solar panels. Instead of using a flashlight at a 1.5 volt, then what you would do is you'd use a damn laser light. So the light core would be intensified. But I don't know, because I don't know. Does that make sense? I know you two cats can probably figure it out.
All right, Monograph, I have much respect from you, man. I've known of your channel since the beginning. Up there, I'm a retard. I don't know anything, man. And I adopted your saying, nobody. On my channel, I'm a nobody. I just watched this new telescope putting into space. And they're using gold, and it's to replace the Hubble telescope. And the way they say gold reflects light, they're able to peer further into space. So gold might be the way to go instead of regular metallic type reflecting.
I just had like the really weirdest, craziest idea here. This is some straight Star Trek shit. Okay, follow me on this. If you can take a solar panel and make it into almost like a reflecting prism where light can go in, but it can't escape, wouldn't you theoretically be able to let in just a little bit of light and it's sealed, and that light just keeps reflecting and bouncing off?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Let's go on. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. If that's what you're saying. And it just keeps going on and on and on.
Yes. And see, that's the whole idea about you bring out 2 sub leads from the first box that you make, and then you pull it into the second box. So instead of having just it being powered by a 1.5 volt battery, then you take those 2 sub leads out, and then you are essentially creating the power for the next light source. And then you go from the second to the third to the fourth to the fifth. And then on the 6th one, you bring the leads from the 6th, you bring it back into the first, and then you turn off your battery, and now you have perpetual light power.
Yeah.
Bright light, intensified kinetic electricity, push, pull.
Yeah, that's theoretically that is very, 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 very possible. Like there's no reason why that would not work.
It's working, but I'm not pulling enough power.
You're gonna need a way. You need a transformer, a way to kick it up.
Well, it was all I'm
like
trying to say. I didn't use a laser light. I was just saying when he showed me the solar panel, that's what I was thinking of. Oh, and by the way, Dusty Data, that is the New World Order soldier, the guy in the combat makeup, right? The camo. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I remember them
And now I'm gonna be thinking about that concept all night long, trying to figure out ways to.
I want to ask a question, and this may be stupid, but you talk about the 1.5 battery. What if why not use a stronger light source?
Because the whole idea of this chief was to essentially create what is called a city in a suitcase. The whole idea from this was I wanted to build a city in a suitcase, so to speak, so that way when you needed to cauterize someone's leg in the battlefield, that you could pull out a suitcase and you'd have instant electricity. You just turn on a light and it'd be there, right there. That quick.
Okay.
It would be,
gotcha.
in other words, it would be the speed of light, electricity power coming from a suitcase. That was the whole idea, concept behind it.
Right.
City in a suitcase.
You could use some type of bioluminescent gel, maybe algae type base.
You can't.
Something that
You
could
can't.
perpetually.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that because the whole idea is you got to keep everything perfectly dry. You got to keep it because of the condensation. You don't want that. It's if you get water molecules on the mirror, it's going to now the light is not going to be fractional. It won't. You'll have a mess in there. You need to be airtight and freaking light tight, if you get my meaning. So that way, no light escapes. It's all absorbed by the panel. That was the whole idea. So anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted
like a fluorescent or neon lights. They use gas.
Yeah.
And it's that same concept. You're electrifying the gas, though.
I mean, there's got to be a way to make solar functional year round,
Absolutely.
day and night.
Yep.
Somebody just got to, if they wouldn't shoved Tesla into a corner and ignored his ass until he died at a hospital, at a hotel in New York, he probably would have had this shit figured out a long time ago. But like this Starlink with all these satellites on the planet, dude, why don't you put some fucking mirrors on those satellites to where you can theoretically bring sunshine to every part of the planet, but focus it in on a power plant, and you could change from different satellite to satellite and have a focused, concentrated beam of energy to these power plants with these massive batteries that can power everything, at night when we don't have a sun. Why is that not? I mean, I don't want to hear about going to Mars. Go to the moon. Show me you can go to the moon.
The atmosphere, though, not to cut you off, Ghost, but would that burn a hole in the atmosphere? Would that mess with all our signals?
I don't think it should, because I mean, it's just sunlight. It's just concentrated. Like there should be a way to bring sunlight to the entire planet on the back at night. Now, I'm not saying keep everybody in the light 24/7. I'm saying there's got to be a way, a corridor where you can have a focused beam of energy from one side of the planet bouncing off mirrors to a power plant, and bring energy to that power plant at night from the sun versus burning coal or nuclear or whatever else we're doing. I mean, think about it. I mean, you could take a mirror or tinfoil and put it around your plants in a basement with one window and get it enough sunlight to where it grows. You can do that just by bouncing the light back and forth. Why can't we do that from the satellites? I mean, they can do you with GPS. Why can't they just GPS that to the power plant and have it running on solar at night? And if they wouldn't have done away with what's his face, Tesla, I mean, dude, have you looked into the Tesla files, to the stuff that he theorized, the stuff that's like theoretically possible with electricity, like beaming it, I mean,
wireless electricity. You already have that now.
Yeah, I mean, but we don't get the good parts. Only the government does. Mm-hmm. I mean, he had it planned where everybody was getting power for free, pretty much. But no, they got to make money off of it, so they got to horse collar us and tie us to a post, so we got to pay crazy amounts of money for something that should theoretically be free. Like they're eventually going to start taxing us for harvesting rainwater. They're going to start taxing us for using the sun. They're going to tax us for breathing.
We're already getting taxed for rain in Maryland. There's a rain tax in Maryland.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm dead serious.
Oh no!
If you're a homeowner, you like really get hit hard. But it's when you rent a place, they started putting it into the rent. Like the homeowners will add a little bit each month. Yeah.
What a scam!
Ridiculous.
Hey,
I
Chief.
seriously, I want to move to like Africa somewhere and just be left the fuck alone.
Hey, Chief, do you own that place that you're at right by the river?
Nah, we're renting.
Oh, damn, that place is nice. I'd be tossing out a pole every day, dude, for real.
Yeah, yeah. We can walk right down the street because I live on the cliff, you know that. But if you walk right down the street, I put it in my videos where I'm driving. It opens up to the bay on one side, and then there's a lake on the other side, and the
Yeah,
bay
I seen
actually
that.
feeds that lake. There's like a little
That's awesome.
thing underneath a tunnel or whatever, and it feeds into it, and
That's
you can catch a lot of fish. We do fish it, and it would take me probably. It's less than a eighth of a mile. Like it's right there.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
I miss my fish, man. I miss my aquaponics. I gotta build me a new system. Man, I'll tell you what, when I first pulled the first one out and filleted it and ate it, it was almost like spiritual because I raised that fish from a baby. It was almost like a pet, you know what I mean? It was like a cow on the farm. That was the best fish I ever ate in my life. The flavor was insane. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy, and it was so easy. And I had amazing plants from doing that. I mean, I gotta get me a new aquaponic system going on. I just got to figure out what type of fish and how to keep the water warm.
See, I don't have to worry about that. I got fish 24/7. I mean, of course, there's days you don't catch fish. That you have those days where you don't catch nothing, you can't get a bite. But I mean, there's just fish everywhere. I got the Potomac River, the Patuxent River, and the Chesapeake Bay. I mean, it's all right here.
It was just fun. I could open my back door onto my lanai in Florida, and I could take 5 steps to my 500-gallon fish tank with those tilapia in it, and grab my net, go down there, and net me up a 3-pounder, bring it inside, fillet it, and have it. From the time it was swimming till the time I was eating was less than 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes, bro. Less than 30 minutes. You want to talk about fresh, man, and good? Oh my god! And while I'm out there getting the fish, I'm cutting a couple of collards, getting me some celery, grabbing a fresh tomato in February. Going inside eating a salad, the whole 9 yards. It was all good.
We do that a lot though. We'll catch the fish, and a couple of my friends, they live right on the water too, and we'll go out in their backyard, and we got the fishing rods in the water. As soon as we catch a fish, we got the grill going. I mean, it's straight from the water into the grill. We slice it up, throw the fillets on there, and we're cooking it on the grill with some onions and green peppers and some seasoning, some Old Bay.
I do the tilapia. I just do butter and lemon juice. Just a little bit of butter and lemon juice. Oh. Some good stuff. And I even did when you said the McDonald's filet of fish sandwich, that brings back memories. That was my crack. That was my crack cocaine back in the day. Filet of fish sandwich with a slice of cheese and extra tartar sauce. That was crack to me. That was crack. Until they started putting that coating on the bun. And there's like a wax coating. Have you noticed when you bite it, you get like this coating on your teeth? That kind of turned me off to it. I'll go and just get the filet and bring it home, put it on my own bread. But yeah.
Well, see, what they started doing here in Maryland is they started doing the Old Bay fish fillet sandwiches at McDonald's, and they came up with oh my goodness, I can eat like 3 or 4 of them at a time. Like they're just delicious.
And if the tartar sauce ain't flopping out onto my lap or a napkin, I'm doing it wrong. I gotta have that tartar sauce, bro. Gotta have it.
Yeah.
Gotta have it.
And that's what it is too. But it's an orange tartar sauce, and it's got Old Bay in it. It's just so good.
Oh, that's a good idea. They season the sauce.
Yeah, you're awesome.
Yeah.
Makes it easier for them.
Yep.
That's a smart move. Old Bay fish sandwich at Mickey D's. That's what Nisi Tribe said.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have that down here. At least I ain't seen it. It's been so long since I've been to a fast food restaurant. I couldn't tell you how long it's been. Every time I eat that shit, I get sick in my stomach. So I just leave it alone. I mean, every time I go, like the last time I went, now I will hit Cookout because their barbecue sandwiches are good, and I will hit Country Barbecue and that's a North Carolina thing. They only have, I think, 2 restaurants, and they're both in Greensboro. But that's the best barbecue you will ever eat. But like you go there and get a meal for me, and say I got both my parents with me, that's $25-$30. McDonald's, Burger King, anywhere, and I look at that $25-$30. I'm like, man, that's 40-something pounds of rice.
Yeah,
that's 50 pounds. No. That's 60 pounds of rice I can get. I'm like, I see those numbers. I'm like, man, That's 6 months of food. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's crazy.
I think that's how we all think. Cause like, you know, we'll order pizza for the kids. And I'm like, man, do you know what we could do with that $30 at BJ's? You know?
It tastes so good, but I'm going,
yeah.
I can do a lot with that. A lot. I mean, every time I go to the store, that's what I tell some of the people on my channel when they ask about new preppers starting. I'm like, well, you're new, but you're going to have to kick it into high gear. You need to go on and work on that fast forward because shit's getting real right now. So you need to, everything that you think you need, yes, you probably do need, but you need to go at it aggressively, especially on the food and water front. Every time I go to the store, bro, I don't care. Every time I walk into a grocery store or Walmart, I'm coming out with preps every time. Sometimes I'll just stop and get nothing but preps, whether it's 5 more Bic lighters, whether it's another case of toilet paper. And I've been stocking up on toilet paper for the last year. I get a case at least every 2 weeks. I got enough downstairs to go for 2 years if I had diarrhea.
Damn.
You know what I mean? You know, I got the toilet paper, I got the paper towels. I mean, I started when all this shit went crazy. I'm like, man, nope, I ain't backing off. I'm gonna keep hitting it hard. Every time I go, I get rice, I get beans, I get, I got the toilet paper, I get the cleaning stuff, I got the hygiene stuff. I can't stop. It's an addiction, man. It's crack. But here's the thing. It ain't doing nobody any fucking harm, and none of it's going to go to waste. I'm saving money long term. I'm basic. That is my savings account. You know, a 20-pound bag of rice at Walmart's $8.48. A year from now, it might be $38.48. But I didn't pay the 38. I paid the 8. It's money in the bank, man. It's money in the bank. I ain't putting shit in the bank. Fuck the bank. They're all going to collapse. I'm putting it into storage so my family can eat.
Do you stack food, Monograph? He might have walked away from the mic. I'm wondering if he preps, which I'm pretty sure he probably does. You can't be that much of a genius and not at least stack some food or something.
I know, right? I mean, I do know some people that absolutely refuse to prep, and they know what's going on, and they just like, nah, I made my decision. I'm not worried about that. I'm the guy on the roof at the party at the end of the world, getting wasted, and I'm like, all right, that's your choice. Do what you got to do. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. If I lived close to say New York City or a populated area, and there was nukes inbound, and I lived like within 5 miles of the city, I'm not trying to get away from the city. I'm trying to go downtown and catch it. I want it to be, because being 5 miles away ain't doing you no good. You might as well go and try to catch it, see what happens, because you're done anyways. You know, if that's your mentality, I mean, rock and roll, man, do it. Do you, I'm not hating. I mean, that's do you.
I some of these things that people talk about, like if this is going to happen or that's going to happen, there's some disasters that would happen to where I don't care how much you prep. You're not going to be able to see. I mean, if it's an end of the world event, it's an end of the world event.
Yeah,
that's why I try to keep it straight in my head. Like I prepare for weather, I prepare for war, I prepare for, you know what I mean? Somebody breaking in my house or the whole neighborhood going crazy, and I got to make sure my family's straight as far as protection and stuff like that. But I don't prepare because I'm, a meteor is going to come, because if a moon's going to run into the earth, we're all screwed anyway.
Yeah.
I don't care how many preps you got.
I mean, if Yellowstone goes up, we're all screwed. You ain't got to be right beside it. If you're right beside it, you're going to be screwed less painfully than the rest of us. They're going to try to hang on for 6 months and choke to death.
Did y'all see
that volcano was going up in
yeah, the volcano, and they won't let the people go on the things without getting the jab on.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of the situation.
In other words, stay here and die because you won't take the Jabberwocky. Like what?
What is the deal with all these volcanoes popping off?
I don't have no idea, man.
I'm just hoping
there's another one that just happened in Iceland. If you get on there, you'll see that Iceland had a volcano. It wasn't one of those massive eruptions, but it's still overflowing and running on down. And
Well, see, Iceland's the only place on the earth where you've got it's a divergent plate boundary. It's the Mid-Atlantic Ocean Ridge. So it's not a volcano where it's like one spot. It's where the entire crust is separating like this. They're moving apart. So the volcano is along that entire fault line. I think it's called a curtain volcano. That's why it's not like one spot. It's like this whole ridge is erupting because Iceland's actually getting bigger right now. It's separating. Both sides are getting wider. So the island's actually getting bigger. That's what happens in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. If you look, it's the only place, I'm pretty sure that's the only place on the planet where it's the Mid-Atlantic Ridge is actually separating. And it's actually up on dry land.
Muja changed her name to the Pagan Prepper.
Pagan Prepper. But that's not the only volcano.
Pagan Prepper.
There's like, 10 or 15 volcanoes right now that are spewing.
Oh, I thought it was like 23. They said it's more now than ever in history at one time or something.
Yeah. I knew it was a bunch. I didn't know it was that much. I quit watching the news because they don't talk about any of the news. All they talk about is who is or ain't president and who's not popular. They're not, it ain't like the old days where you turn the news on and you get news from like around the world.
Yeah.
Now you don't. Now their mission is to not tell you anything.
Yeah, I don't watch the news.
Did you hear Argo?
Go ahead, Dustin.
Sorry,
my bad. No, it's all right.
Did you hear that our governor in Florida is attacking the corporate media for what they're doing? He's actually going after them now, trying to because they're attacked first and foremost, trying to skew the truth by cutting it off just at the part where it's a half a truth.
Yeah,
but fits their narrative. He's going after them that, and you're right. But I think witnessing the death of television, personally, I don't watch TV.
No, I don't watch it at all. I don't. Nope. I get more. You can get more facts from Facebook than you can from the TV right now. That's sad. Like you can get more real shit from Facebook than you can from. You can watch TikTok and watch some girls run around with no bras. I don't even know what that's about. Like apparently, if you're a female, you can't make a video on TikTok and wear a bra at the same time. If you do, you got to show yourself taking it off and then laughing at something stupid. But you can actually get more facts on TikTok than you can from mainstream media.
I've never been on TikTok.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a waste. I don't even know why I did it, but it's like for real. It's a bunch of girls. All they do is jump around with no bra on and do these stupid little dances, like this weird, like it's ridiculous. I'm like, what? And they get paid.
Have y'all ever watched? I'm sure you have, Dusty, because I know you've been, and you probably too, Monograph. I don't know. I don't know the dude like that, but Dutch Sense.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine.
He's a pretty smart dude, huh? Because he was doing I seen back a couple years ago when he was pinpointing tornadoes and the round. He was showing where the weather patterns. They were showing a sharp circle. And he would pinpoint within like a couple miles where a tornado was going to hit, and damn sure enough, they would hit.
It would.
Then he started talking about the earthquakes and how you could, he could, and they said, oh, they can't be predicted. He's like, no, they can be predicted, and
he gets them right all the time.
Yeah, yep.
What's it called?
Dutch Sense.
Yeah,
Dutch Sense.
It's all one word, I believe. It's DUTCHSINCE.
Doesn't he have a bunch of earthquake things too? I believe.
Yeah.
A lot of earthquake global map.
He's been right more than he's been wrong. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
that's a breath of fresh air.
But he gets attacked a lot too.
Oh yeah, the USGS is on him all the time. Matter of fact, I did a video question to him one time about a typhoon, a double typhoon down in the Philippines, and I asked him if that was the result of let's say a synthetic weather war scenario, and he did analysis on it, and he agreed that it would be. He didn't say it was. He said it would be highly possible because of the convergence of the two storms and the wind speed and all. He just got to a technical, these people came unglued, buddy. His video went viral for real. It was like almost 2 million views. And he got the whole segment, about a half an hour segment, was done just on him in Asia, to the equivalent of Noah in the United States. And the guy was like, and today we have a golden voice. We have golden voice, because they call him golden voice, because he's got a good voice like yours, Noah, Chief. He's got a good radio voice. So these guys are up his ass, and you don't know that that's weather wars. How dare you? You know, it's like, just hysterical.
It's like they come way out of left field to deny there's weather manipulation. They literally tried to deny it when it was a governmentally funded program since what, the 30s?
It's sitting right up there in Alaska.
I think Dutch Sense was the main one that got me, hip to what's going on with the whole weather modification stuff and stuff. He was also, when all the fires were going on in California and Oregon this year, he was showing maps and stuff and showing these lines coming in where it looked like there was a possibility. I think YouTube was kind of coming down hard on channels talking about it, but where it showed that it might not have been a natural occurring thing or something. You know what I'm talking about?
Rods of God. That would be satellite beams of light that were starting the fires.
Right.
That's what he was insinuating without saying it.
Well, the thing is, I mean, if you look at facts, like say the wildfires in California, how do you ride through a neighborhood and it's a wildfire? The name says wildfire, which means it's uncontrollable. How do you just burn the houses and not the trees?
Yeah,
that's what he was saying. It was like,
come on, it's directed.
They had it on satellite feeds where this it looked like beamed electricity, beamed energy was coming in, and then all of a sudden there's a fire. He's like, wait a minute, that doesn't even make sense.
Yes, directed energy weapons. We've had them in our arsenal for years.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I started taking the rabbit hole a long time ago because of once the chemtrail stuff started coming out and they started looking and finding the metal flake, and they were actually identifying it as a type of aluminum.
Yeah.
It was actually dusting a lot of the cars as it was settling out of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
I just stopped chasing that rabbit hole, and I got off YouTube for 9 years.
I mean, all the stuff that's going on right now, I also try to relate it to the media propaganda. I mean, there's a reason why they shove end of the world videos and movies down our throat. There's a reason why they do all this end of the world stuff down our throat.
Doomsday
because it
preppers,
desensitizes you to the importance of what's going on. I mean, here's a perfect example. Okay, I don't know if all of you have seen this movie. It was called The Core. I think it came out like 8, 9, 10 years ago, where the Earth stopped spinning because of some scientific project of weather manipulation. And they had to go down with the drill. Dusty's nodding his head, where they had to try to restart the Earth to spin. Well, one of their main priorities before they started anything was getting Rat to do what, Dusty? Remember that little guy, Rat? What'd they get him to do? Yeah. They had him hack the internet. He took over the internet, where nothing about what was going on would be repeated on the internet. They had to pay this guy to take over social planet. Literally done it and kept everybody in the dark while they're trying to fix the shit that they broke. And you laugh and you giggle about, oh yeah, it's part of the movie, but that's what's going on right now. That's happening right now. But it's not one little guy in the basement doing it, drinking, caffeine all night long. It's mainstream media. They're controlling what we are being told.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, it's happening right now. The world could be.
It's horrendous. And the power.
All the volcanoes are popping off. Iran can't control their nuclear plant again. Now, apparently, it's supposedly a T act. The Queen's husband passed away, or at least they finally admitted that he passed away. I think he went down a couple weeks ago. All this stuff is finally popping all over the planet, but they want to focus on small time political stuff here and getting stabbed, and they're taking focus away. None of this matters if you don't have anything to eat.
That's right.
None of it. And all of this, every single one of these things completely screws with the supply chain. Every single bit of it. I mean, you know, there's a guy in Egypt right now, the ship's captain in Egypt, that has been stuck on that boat since 2017. He did something screwy in the channel, and they put his boat on lockdown with all the cargo still there. He is the guardian of the ship. He cannot leave. One person has to stay in charge of the ship until it's rectified in court. He's been there since 2017.
What?
That's the same thing they're going to do to the Ever Given. Yeah, he's been there since. There's actually 3 ships in quarantine right now in Egypt that have been there since 2017, I think 2019 and 2020. A representative has to represent that ship because it's an international cargo carrier. He's called the guardian of the ship. This guy is quarantined to the ship. He gets to come ashore, I think, once a month for supplies and take him back out to the boat. And he's on this container ship, and he's been there since 2017. Can't leave.
That
unless they
nuts.
replace him until it's taken care of in court. And I even made a video about this when the boat was still stuck in the ditch. They're going to lay the blame on the captain of the boat because she's a female. That plays really, really well in the Muslim world because she's a female and they're inferior. You know, and then everybody's going to start pointing fingers. The ship was flagged in Panama. It was owned by a Japanese company that was leased by a Taiwanese company, and it was completely crewed by people from India with cargo from China headed to Norway. Come on, man. There's figures going to figure out who's in charge of that or what was on it or where it was going. Nobody's ever going to know. But they're going to blame the woman that was driving the boat in 2021. And a gust of wind is going to just push that one boat. Now, mind you, there's a boat a couple miles behind it and a couple boats in front of it, because it's a chain. So, but the wind only affected that one boat. Come on, man. What are you talking about? And then you've got satellite footage of the Ever Given doing freaking donuts.
Yeah, I saw that.
Seeing hard left and hard right turns before it entered the canal, and then it went into the canal and it took a hard right turn. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
none of the rest of the boats are doing that.
they actually had that set up to where it was like a phallic symbol, right?
It looked like a penis.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
With a set of nuts there, for real.
Yeah. It looked like either a penis or getting flipped off from space.
Correct.
Some people said it was a penis. Somebody said it was getting flipped off because it's, you know, I mean, you are driving a big ass boat trying to do this design. So it could be a little bit left to right. But my problem with it was a whole bunch of hard left and hard right turns in a fully loaded container ship.
You know what's strange about that, Ghost? I saw that, but that happened about the same time that supposedly the Mars rover did the same exact maneuvers with the same exact outcome. Look into it. I want you to. About the same time.
That's the first I heard that. Plus, I don't follow the Mars stuff that much simply because I think it's all bullshit.
It's all BS.
I mean, don't talk to me about going to Mars and setting up a colony. Go to the moon again. Go to the moon. According to scientists, the moon's made up of everything the Earth is made up of because it was once connected to us through a collision and got thrown out into space. So that means that the moon is full of gold,
right?
You know, titanium, platinum, all these precious metals. So why is there not a colony on the moon? Why do we not have people living on the moon? Give me a proof of concept before you waste my tax dollars to go to Mars. Show me that.
I tell you why we are not going to go to the moon. Because we, in my opinion, we didn't go to the moon because of this thing called the Van Allen radiation belts.
Yeah, and there was an astronaut that actually admitted that. He said, "We can't do that. We can't fly past the moon." Now you can't find that interview anymore. It's like mysterious. Yeah. I guess the guy from the core rat just like scrubbed that from the internet. Yeah, but he flat out said, "Yeah, we can't do that. We can't get past the Van Allen radiation belts, especially not in an aluminum framed thing wrapped in aluminum foil."
Here's another thing. In 1969, we were supposed to go to the moon, right? I'm laughing at that because actually, my stepdad, he covered that extensively, you know, because he was with ABC News back in the day. But anyway, here's the thing about that. When that thing came through, in other words, came back into reentry supposedly from the moon, fail. the temperatures on reentry, according to NASA, their own information says it's about 5,000 degrees. Well, that's hysterical because the flash point for titanium is 3,000 degrees. So that means aluminum is 1,620 degrees. That's your melting point for aluminum. So if it's going at 5,000 degrees, it would have been a big old blob of goo by the time it hit the water, right?
Yeah, I wish they would have built the World Trade
Exactly.
Centers out of that same metal.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's a bunch of BS. And here's another thing. The windows of that was supposedly made from some sort of super duper plastic, or I don't know, some sort of plexiglass or honeycomb. This and think same thing. The melting point of that is like 980 degrees. So how in the heck did it come into re-entry for 8 minutes at 5,000 degrees when the melting point for both aluminum comb is 1,600 and change, and then for plexiglass is 980 degrees? How's that possible?
Yeah, none of it makes sense.
No,
I mean, now you got this awesome space shuttle, going around the Earth for decades. Fly it to the fucking moon.
Agreed.
There's no atmosphere. You can take a bored cube, from Star Trek. You don't have to be aerodynamic to fly through space at the same speed because there's no atmosphere. There's no resistance. So why are you wasting all of our time circling Earth? Just go to the moon. Circle the moon a couple times, and then come back and land.
Here's another thing. How are you going to have propulsion in space, and how are you going to burn the fuel when there's no oxygen? That's impossible too.
Yeah, you either have to take your own oxygen with you, or you have to burn it once while you're leaving, and you have to work with all the inertia that you had. But the great part is whatever inertia you had moving through a vacuum, you maintain. You don't lose speed unless you're acted against, according to the laws.
There's no resistance.
There's no resistance.
Right.
And you just burst one time, depending on the strength of that burst, whatever max speed you reach, that's the speed you carry in perpetuity until you're met by another force.
Agree. So listen, and here's another thing. I used to be back in the day, I used to do a programmer for telecommunications, the PBX. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but anyway, so here you have NASA telling the whole world that they're sending some sort of communications between them and a machine around 200 million miles away. And they're sending it back. BS alert, that's impossible. Because when you send a signal out, you have to have this thing called the transmitter and then a receiver. So you mean to tell me the receiver is some little machine that is right there on Mars? How is it getting to the machine on Mars? There's this thing called the atmosphere. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it. When we want to talk from, let's say, New York to Australia, basically what happens is a signal hits a satellite, and then it hits Australia, and then Australia talks back, it hits the satellite, comes back down. So where is the communication technology going from a flat surface somewhere in, let's say, Houston? It's going up in the atmosphere, it's bouncing off a satellite, and how's it being received on Mars? They're not telling you that. It's all BS alert, buddy. Listen, the Mars rover is at Devon Island in Canada. There's a NASA research laboratory there. And also, it's right next door to Dr. Ivan Sniffinsaltz. I'm telling you, man, they've been called out. How are they going to answer that?
Well, here's the thing, too.
How is the signal getting there back?
If there's no atmosphere on Mars,
right?
How does a helicopter work?
Good point.
Don't you have to have atmosphere to get, you have to have lift when the wings spin. You have to have an atmosphere for it to work.
Absolutely.
You can put a helicopter in space all you want. It's not going to go anywhere. Nope. It may spin in a circle from centrifugal force, but it's not going to climb anywhere if there's no atmosphere.
You have to have air. You have to have air to do that.
You have to have air, some kind of. Now, I was thinking, well, maybe it's going to be this small little helicopter with these massive propellers to compensate for a very low atmosphere. But then I see a picture of it. I'm like, no, that ain't going to work. That thing would barely fly here. Like, for real. Look at it.
Oh, I know. It's like a little drone. It's like, come on, guys, really? Because people are naive. They don't know any better. And they're talking about putting a man on Mars. You know what they're doing? They're doing an advertisement for give us more money, give us more money, give us more money. That's all that is.
Put a man on the moon. Go to the moon, Elon Musk go to the moon, put a colony on the moon. All right. Show me that you can go to the moon and live on the moon. Then you can go to Mars. Like, for real, who's going to sign up for that? It's ridiculous. Why would you go all the way to the moon? It's a 6 to 9 month one-way trip to get to the moon or to Mars, when you can get to the moon in what, 4 days?
Yeah, it's 7 months to get to, supposedly, it's 7 months to get from Earth to Mars. I call BS alert on that one because of what
They're
you said
saying
about
7
propulsion.
months depending on the location, because at one point it's really far and another point it's really close. And I've heard it's anywhere between 6 to 9 months to get there, depending on the location of the planets.
Okay, I got you. But what I'm saying is, under the theoreticals of propulsion, you can't have propulsion without oxygen because you have to have the oxygen to burn the
Right.
fuel. So how are you going to have propulsion?
Yeah, you've either got to take it with you or manufacture it there with you, or have some different form of propulsion that we have not been made aware of yet. But now, granted, if you had just enough, if you had a huge tank and you spent 30% of your propulsion to get there and 30% to get back, that would make sense if you're theoretically carrying your momentum until you're acted upon. I could see that actually working out mathematics wise, because all you got to do is break the atmosphere and then, get that initial push, burn 30% and, save 30% reserve, burn 30% to get there, 30% to get home, and have a 30% backup. But the logistics of it really, it kind of pisses me off talking about it, because go to the moon. It's right there.
Right.
The moon. Go up there, go to the moon. Don't show me these high quality pictures of Mars. Show me high quality pictures of the landing sites on the moon. Show me some high quality pictures of the dark side of the moon.
Well, here's the thing. Hold on a second. They have right now telescopes that are so powerful that you could see the inscription on a coin on the moon right now. So why can't we see that flag that they put up there?
Exactly.
They have the exact location. Where's it at?
Now, there's documented proof of astronauts from Apollo 12 claiming that the moon was hollow. When they landed on it, it made a metallic sound and it reverberated. And there's like a whole bunch of research saying that the moon is actually an artificial satellite, that it's actually metal, just, with the gravity covered in this dust or whatever. But they're saying they actually shot some kind of a seismic thing to where there was a sound made on the moon and it actually reverberated over and over, and it showed the same way it does on Earth with an earthquake, how the P waves and the S waves work going through the center of the Earth, how they're deflected when they get to the high density core. How on the moon it didn't do that. It went straight through and bounced back off the concave. Yeah, all this crazy. But you don't get to see that anymore. These are like legit astronauts who say, "Yo, we went to the moon and when we landed it was metal." And I'm like, you guys need to get your story straight. Either you did go or you didn't go. All right. One guy says the Van Allen radiation belts won't even let you get there. The other guy's like, well, it's wrapped in aluminum foil. And the other guy's, well, the moon's hollow. It's made of metal. I mean, come on.
Well, I got a question. Well, why are they lying about all this stuff? Like, what do y'all think? Why are they lying to everybody?
I'm not saying they are lying or they aren't lying. I'm saying we're not getting all the truth. We don't. There's a whole lot more information out there that apparently they felt like we didn't even know about. Because if you would have went to the moon, like for real, legit went to the moon, we would still be there. Okay. Like for real. There's way too many natural resources, and logistically, it does not make any sense to reach out for Mars when you can't reach out for the moon. Like everything you plan on doing somewhere else, you need to try it on the moon.
I totally
because
agree with that.
It is basically a foreign planetary body. So everything, all this technology we're supposed to use on Mars or anywhere else, logistically, a fourth grader, common sense wise, says, well, there's the moon. Let's try it out, make sure it works before we send mommy and daddy, 9 months down the road.
Why ain't they doing it?
That's the whole point of my question. Why are they not doing that? Why are we talking about Mars when you can't even go to the moon? If you can't go to the moon, then you can't go to Mars.
In other words, a lot of people have speculated that NASA is nothing but in other words, let's say, Space Force military industrial complex. It has to do with like space type wars effects. In other words, it's a totally different branch. In other words, a lot of money comes from universities and then donors and then all these people that are, you know, infatuated with the space or space related type items or technologies or future plans and all that. And look at all this free money they're getting. Just free money. And they're using it for military applications like the Raw God. We know that the Raw God truly does exist. That's a satellite system. It's a DEW weapon, okay? Directed energy weapon that truly is. It's called the Raw. The Rod of God. That's what it's called. And, you know, that's what was being essentially accused for a lot of those wildfires in California, because people actually have it on video with this, like the straight line of a laser coming out of nowhere. And then it suddenly have big flames around it.
Also, the bombing in Tennessee that just happened to be right beside the place where the machines that count things were stored. That is supposedly it was an RV that exploded.
No. There's still, the FBI still is not relinquishing what type of explosive device, which I call BS alert. They would have known within 24 hours what it was.
Absolutely. Actually, they probably would have known within 3 hours, to be honest with you. I mean, this stuff's been mapped, and every single kind of explosive on the planet's been mapped over and over again. They can probably just smell it and tell you exactly what it is.
Well, they could tell through satellite components what it was, because they have. Okay, that's another thing I learned in telecom is satellites. A little bit of, there's certain websites you can go to. Like back in the day, it'd be like 2000. I want to say it would be 2008 or 2009. Google actually came out with a satellite service for the public. In other words, you could peer down into New York City and watch in real time with a variance of 7 to 10 second delay of people walking around downtown in New York.
I heard of that.
Okay.
I heard of that.
But it was expensive. They're like $800 a month. But here's the thing. It was only available for like 3 weeks, and then Google pulled it. Now, there's a project back in the 90s called the Echelon Project. That was a satellite service, 1994-95, where you could key in the day, the date, the time, the hour, the minute, the second, the millisecond, and it would take you back in time via video anywhere on the planet. And it would show you who did what when. For example, if somebody did something naughty at a school in Connecticut in 2012, they just key up the day, the date, the time, and then they put in the hour, the minute, the second, and go peer right into the coordinates of that location. And they actually follow people backwards to see where they came from. This is how they catch T people. Starts with a T, ends with a T, has terrorist in the middle. You got me? That's how they catch you. Is they pull you up on the satellite feed, they key in the day, the date, the time, the hour, the minute, the second, the millisecond, and then they follow you backwards to where you came from. That's how they catch you these days, right now. So all these people, when they say, we don't know how to catch you, they do, and the Echelon Project proves it. That was 94, 95. See what I mean? So this nonsense about, well, there's some guy on January 6th, and he was setting down these, starts with a B, and with a B has arms in the middle. They can't find this dude. Of course they can find him, because they key in where he was that day and then follow him backwards right to his house.
You've seen it on mainstream TV. I mean, when you watch shows like NCIS or 24, they actually show you that technology being used, and you've seen them say it. All right, well, back the satellite up, reverse it, go back to 2 days ago and track the car. They're doing it. It's in mainstream media.
They really are doing it, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
really?
They're actually putting it out there, but they make us think like it's all fantasy. It's not really real. No, it is. They're doing it right in front of you every day. I mean, look at Google Earth. You can go back in time on Google Earth. You can pull up your house today,
right?
But you can go back in time several years and see still photos of it, just still photos.
Mm-hmm.
And this is back when we only had a few satellites. Now we got tens of thousands of satellites that are live streaming every single spot on the planet 24/7, and all that video footage is being stored.
See, it's my opinion that we have not veered out into outer space ever. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that's my opinion. And why would that be? Well, because of the Van Allen radiation belts. it brings me back to an incident that happened in Russia. I'm sure you're aware of it, called Chernobyl. You'll remember that when they were trying to build a sarcophagus up there, what did they have to do? All right, well, they estimated how long it would take per minute to get that sort of equipment up on that roof to seal everything off. And they had a mathematical equation that would give you the hours, the minutes in which to do it. Then they had to get all the men and women to perform that act to get that sealed up. So they used literally, and I'm not joking, like 2,000 people, but everybody only could pick up a certain piece of equipment and walk it 30 seconds and then drop it, or it'd kill them right there on the spot, for real. And they went through thousands of people, and out of those thousands of people, they all knew that they were going to die within 6 months because of the radiation, man. But here's the thing that cracked me up there, Ghost and Chief, and this other fellow, Dusty, came on. This is the thing that cracks me up. They had a machine. It was a robot that went up there. It only lasted 2 minutes, and it killed it. Right there. It's just a worthless piece of junk. So you mean to tell me that you're going to send up a rocket through the Van Allen radiation belts that are 2,000 to 20,000 miles thick without impingement on your freaking electrical or mechanical equipment? BS alert, buddy. See what I mean?
With way less technology than a toaster.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. How are you going to get through 20,000 miles of just absolute intensified radiation? How are you going to do that when you can't even get a machine on the roof at Chernobyl to move around for 2 minutes? It doesn't make sense.
I know it sounds stupid, but I don't believe we ever went to the moon.
I
really don't. I don't. Because if we would have, we would be there right now. We would still be there right now. It would be our greatest technological advance ever in the history of the world if we went to the moon. We would be on the moon. Trump would have a hotel there. There would be a Dollar General all over the place. Dollar General would be like the first business on the moon. But we haven't been to the moon. I don't believe it. Not for a second. Not for nothing in the world. Not for nothing in the world.
I totally agree. I don't believe we've ever gone there either.
I'm smiling at that, y'all. Somebody asked, why is Monograph calling Tribe Chief?
That's his
He
nickname.
doesn't mean nothing by it, I'm pretty sure.
I always call him Chief. I've always have. Isn't that right there? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Here's one for you, Monograph. All right. So according to science, the moon, there's a couple different reasons how the moon was formed. We were hit by it was two planets colliding basically, and one spun off smaller. Earth is the bigger one, the moon's the other one. But here's the thing: if we've already established that in space you carry your momentum, all right, let's just say, all right, gravity was working on the moon, so it kept it tidal locked, into our orbit. But the moon, we always see the same side of the moon. We never see the other side. How is that possible? Have you ever hit two pool balls on a pool table and one spun and the other one didn't?
Yes.
Well, I'm not talking about, you're talking about with backspin and putting English on it. I'm talking about two direct hits. If you put a direct hit, two round objects, and one of them has a spin, that spin is going to be transferred to the initial object.
I'll agree with that. Yeah, I'll agree with
opposite. So the Earth is spinning at a stable rotation, but the moon's not.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I gotta interrupt on that, Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
The chief scientist at NASA, Ghost, I need to ask you a question. If the Earth is spinning, I'm having a problem with the Earth is spinning crap too. If the Earth is spinning and it's going at 23,000 miles per hour, then technically when I lift off in a helicopter from the ground and I should be able to float straight up and then come down in 5 minutes and be 5,000 miles away. Isn't that right?
You are correct. Centrifugal force.
How is that possible? Why doesn't that happen? That doesn't make sense.
Here's a good question for you. When you're on an airplane and they show the horizon where they're flying straight and level, if this is a ball Earth, how can you ever be flying straight and level? If you're flying straight and level and we're on a ball Earth, you would actually be flying off into space, right? Pick anywhere around the ball and draw a straight line. If you're flying straight and level,
true.
you're
I
climbing.
understand. I understand what
So
you're saying.
to be flying straight and level, you have to be in a constant dive. You have to be constantly pointing the nose down. If you're going to go in a circle around the Earth, not straight and level. If this is a ball and you're flying straight and level,
I understand. I know what you're talking about.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that part doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, because the gauges on your plane is going to tell you that you're on straight and level. You'd have to be, otherwise all your cargo would be flopping around.
So technically, they have to be calibrated. Straight and level is the contour of the Earth, so they have to follow the contour of the Earth. But now I've seen videos, you know, hijack black market videos, whatever you want to call it, where people have fired rockets up into the high atmosphere with GoPros on it, and they show the horizon, and it is flat as a board. But I see all the NASA videos, and you've got the fisheye lens, and it's nice and curved round. And then you see the picture of Earth from the moon. Every single picture is different. Like there's one picture where Africa covers the entire side of the moon. The colors change, and the scale of the continents on the planets change. That's just crazy. That's CGI.
Well, here's the thing about, you know, like when people start giving me this flat earth shit, I'm like, I don't give a flying crap if it's square. It's not affecting me. You know what I mean? So
good point. Yeah, I don't care if it's flat or round. It's not going to change how I live my life.
Exactly.
But I don't think we went to the moon.
I don't believe we went to the moon either. But as far as whether it's, okay, in my opinion, I'm not saying I'm some scientist. In my opinion, we live on a globe. That's just my opinion. Because when I look up and I look at the moon, it's round. When I look at the sun, it's round. When I look at all the other planets, they're freaking round, buddy. So you mean to tell me we'd be the only flat person out there? I don't think so. It's just, it's not, it doesn't make sense.
If you go back, you know, biblically and in the history and stuff, there's a reference to the four corners of the earth. Where did that come from?
Well, that's called imagination.
I mean, all I can think of is maybe
the scientists postulate
on a piece of paper that had four corners, and they're saying, you know, the four corners of the earth.
4 dimensions is what we know and what we live in. There's actually 10 dimensions is what postulate. They even say, some say 11, but we can't see the other 6 really. So it's 4 corners for dimensions.
Look up 0007. How about the next time you're at 40,000 feet? You know, go live, stream it live. Let's shut this argument down right now.
He won't be able to do that. The FCC won't allow him to do that. Not as a pilot.
They got autopilot. Push that red button and point your phone out the front window. Show me the curve. Shut this entire argument down that's been all over the internet for decades. I want to know if it's round or flat. Either way, it's not going to change how I live my life. It can be round, it can be flat, it can be a triangle, a pyramid. We can be living inside of an ant house. I don't know. I don't presume to know. I just presume to say, if we had ever been to the moon, we would still be going to the moon.
I think you froze up there for a second, Ghost. I think you froze, brother.
No, I see him.
Oh, you're back.
He's back.
Yeah, I mean, if we've ever been, then we would be there right now.
We would
from
be
a money
extracting.
standpoint.
We'd be extracting all of the metals from the moon, right?
Just from a scientific standpoint, it would be cheaper to set up a base on the moon and staff it with astronauts versus sending up shuttle after shuttle. Like running a base on the moon would probably be cheaper than operating the International Space Station. Because all the elements on the moon are supposedly there. Like you could completely set up. You're getting sunlight, so you could grow your own food. You could make your own oxygen. I mean,
but what y'all are telling me, you know, I'm on the outside just watching. Y'all are telling me, so there is no International Space Station then?
It's up there.
There is.
It's up there.
Yeah, there is.
Just not. There's just no humans there.
No,
I think there are people there.
You have space, and then you have outer space. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about because you have space, and it's called inner space. So there's a level between your stratosphere. You have your atmosphere, your stratosphere, and then you got inner space. Then you got your beyond the Van Allen radiation belts would be your outer space. In my
Gotcha.
opinion, we've never been to the outer space because how are you going to get a piece of machinery through 20,000 miles of the most radioactive freaking atoms on that we're even aware of? How are you going to do that when you can't even move a machine on the roof of the Chernobyl plant for 2 minutes without it putting out?
Yep.
And then
2
you've also
minutes,
got to think
it's
about it
gone.
too. I mean, we're saying Van Allen belts, radiation belts, inner space, outer space. It's just a barrier. And
Right.
even in the Bible refers to the firmament. And some people think of that as being a dome, whether it surrounds an entire round planet or it's just a dome covering a flat planet, whatever point you want to look at it. You know, maybe it's not a dome. Maybe it's just those radiation belts that we can't get through.
Right.
There's references to this in the Bible.
But they're saying that there's certain levels of the radiation belt. It's not all the way, it's not going all the way around circumference at 20,000 miles. At some points, it's 2,000 miles because it kind of like peers in at the poles. That's what I understand. But that doesn't make sense. So when they lift off from Florida or Houston, what are they doing? Are they going in the direction of the pole? I don't think so. That doesn't make sense.
Tell me why there's no flights from the tip of South Africa to the tip of South America or Australia. Why do all the flights go up? Like, why, when I flew to Iraq, did I leave from Pope Air Force Base at Fort Bragg, fly to Bangor, Maine, then Germany, then, according to a Globe Earth, down to Kuwait, when it would just been way easier just to fly straight across? Plenty of fuel in the tank.
I'll tell you why. Actually, there's supposedly a pilot in here, and I'd like him to confirm this or not. So if you can watch the chat there, Chief, and that is, what about? In other words, I agree with you. Why can't we just go from, let's say, take off from California, and then go up to Alaska and go around the Earth this way? From what I understand, pilots are not allowed to fly anywhere near Antarctica. They're not allowed to by law, international law.
Look at Giuseppe blogs. Ghost, stop. Ghost is having fun. I like going theoretical. It doesn't mean I believe any of this stuff. I just like going crazy.
I'm serious. Pilots are not allowed to go by Antarctica by a certain circumference. It's like no fly zone anything. It's like a military
not supposed to fly directly over the North Pole or the South Pole.
Why? Is that right?
According to
there is.
According to Admiral Byrd, it's because there's a massive hole at the North Pole and the South Pole to where the Earth is actually hollow, and people have flown into it, and there's an entire civilization living like inside the Earth. If the Earth is round, if it's flat, it just means they went onto the bottom side.
Okay, well, here's another theory that I have on that, Ghost. If I can humor you with my craziness.
Absolutely.
I think the reason why we cannot go up and down all the way around, in other words, you can't take off from California and then head yourself all the way up to Alaska and then into Canada and hit your North Pole, the South Pole. You can't do it that way because You know what I think? I think there's actually, when you look at the Earth, and I believe the Earth is round. That's my opinion. But what's going on is there is actually continents below Australia. That's my opinion, all the way around. In other words, when you look at the Earth, and you got Asia, and then you got North America, and then you got your Iceland and Europe, and you know what I mean? And then down below you got your Africa, and then you got the Indian Ocean, and then you got Australia. In my opinion, there's actually continents below that. In other words, when we look at a map, we're only looking at half of the Earth. You got me? And then there's another half underneath it. And that's why we're not allowed to go that direction. Because if you did, you'd see all the other continents.
If you look at the Admiral Byrd stuff, and you can find it on YouTube, he actually was one of the first cats in Antarctica, and he said he found continents. There was dry land, fertile land, larger than North America in Antarctica. But also they have found maps that were written or drawn thousands and thousands of years ago, depicting more continents south of us. But here's the crazy part. There's also a ship captain, and we're talking back in the days when it was sails, back in the pirate days, that was doing, and yeah, I'm an alien. There you go, Nisi. You're the alien. You're from another country. And went to Antarctica, and he was supposed to. You're lucky you're legal. He went to Antarctica and was tasked with mapping Antarctica, and he turned to port, which is the left, and he was going to map around it. But he was so perplexed when he's drawing his map because he had to keep adjusting to the left, and the amount of time that the amount of distance that he traveled was like 100 times longer than it should be if Antarctica is the size that they're showing that it is. And then it leads into, why can't we explore Antarctica? Now there's a non-proliferation treaty where nobody can claim Antarctica, and you can only go there for scientific study, and nobody's out there, checking stuff out, or doing all these, finding out what's out there. They found pyramids in Antarctica, found all this kind of crazy stuff, but we can't go there. That makes no sense.
No.
I'm not saying that I know. I'm just saying questions aren't being answered. There's information out there that we don't have.
From what I understand, for you to, in other words, for a citizen, in other words, for me to go from Denver to Antarctica, can I pull up a flight and show me what it costs for me to go to Antarctica? Probably. But from what I understand, I need to have clearance to go onto Antarctica by some sort of military and or the government. I need to have a clearance to do it. I just can't hop on a plane and go do it. I'm not allowed to.
You have to, I think there's 12 countries, maybe more, that operate in Antarctica with seasonal scientific places. Some countries do it year round like us, and I think Russia does year round in Europe. But you have to apply to their team and get accepted and be able to go down there, but you have to stay in your wedge. You can't just pack a lunch and go walking. You know what I mean?
No,
there's an area that you can stay in.
That's right. I mean, there's something wrong with that picture. There's got to be. Here's another thing. Does any one of y'all have maybe Alexa, where you ask Alexa a question? Or you got any one of those?
I got something on my phone where you can push a button and ask a question, and something will pop up.
Okay, so you got Cyrus, and then you got Alexa or something like that. All right. So what you do is, if you could, or if you find the time to do it, ask the computer, what is the worst country in the world? So what you do is, if you could,
I can ask it right now.
Ask it right now and see what happens.
All right, let me open it up. What is the worst country in the world?
Here is information from Business Insider India.
It says Central African Republic is number 1. And then it goes Afghanistan, Chad, Angola, Niger, Guinea, Yemen, Ethiopia.
All Africa.
What is the worst country in the world?
The 17 countries with the worst quality of life in the world.
Okay.
I
Now,
want to see if it gave me anything different.
if you could ask it, what country is south of Antarctica?
All right. What country is south of Antarctica?
Here is some information about Antarctica. Antarctica, the southernmost continent in sight of the South Pole, is a virtually uninhabited, ice-covered landmass.
That's pretty much it.
It's not doing it then, right?
Right. It's not telling.
Now here's another thing. While you got that on there, Chief, check this out. Now, if you really wanted to do some really kick-ass experiments with that piece of machinery, it has been theorized mathematically. If you knew, in other words, if a computer knew when the lottery was going to be called, the date, the hour, and the minute, the computer could theoretically predict accurately 9 times out of 10 the exact numbers that were going to be called. Did you know that? There's a there's a mathematical. So let me help you out. Now, if this thing works, you're gonna buy me a dirty sock, dude, a donut,
Right.
and a free fishing trip. So what you do is you take the Powerball that is called or whatever, or your local, the time that it's going to be called is going to be like 10 o'clock, wherever it's located. You got to figure out where the Powerball is located, where it's called, what state, what time zone. You got to equate it to years. So what you do is, like 15 minutes before they call it, you get on in other words, you adjust it to time zone, and you'd ask the computer, what will the Powerball numbers be? You give the exact date and the exact time and see what it says. I don't care what it says. And you keep asking the question over and over. Next week, over and over. Next week, over and over. Sooner or later, what you're doing, you're conditioning the computer to get the answer. You got me?
Yeah.
And you have to condition it every time, because what's going to happen is, once the next week will be like, oh, well, the lottery numbers on Monday was blah, 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 blah. So what you're doing is you're trying to coerce the machine into giving you the information prior to it happening. All I'm just trying to say, dude, is this stuff is possible because you're dealing with a machine. The machine doesn't have emotion, doesn't have sarcasm. It doesn't have theoretical judgment. It's keyed to the dings and dongs specified by the programmer. But it can be manipulated because there's another thing called machine learning. That's what you're doing. You're trying to get the machine to tell on the other machine within the matrix. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So what you do is try it. I don't have a smartphone because it's a dumb idea. Okay? I know how phones are. They're fucking horrible. Excuse me. I'm sorry, my language. But your smartphone is dangerous. It's dangerous to your person because, I mean, your whole house could be mapped by your cell phone. It's crazy. Through your GPS, just you walking around your house with your cell phone. The whole thing could be mapped. You know, they're recording everything. It's just intrusive. But what I'm saying is, if you could do that, but in my opinion, it would take you 10 weeks to pull this off. You can't miss a day. You have to ask it the same time every single time that they're going to call those numbers. Let's say instead of 15 minutes, make it a half an hour instead. That'd be better. The reason why is, if that machine did an electronic handshake with the machine that's going to call the numbers, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to force that machine to get the answer, which is going to be trying to do, but it won't be able to do it. So it's going to go into machine learning, possibly. It's just a theory. If you get those numbers, you write them down or you record it, and then you get your happy ass down to the store to go buy that freaking ticket and see what happens.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Chocolate Beauty just put a good one. Says NASA and Neil deGrasse Tyson said the Earth was not round; it was oblique. Now, yeah, that came out a few years ago to compensate for this centrifugal force. If we're spinning at 26,000 miles an hour, then it would make sense that the Earth would bulge at the equator. So apparently the equator is the widest part, but it actually bulges out from the actual globe. So the Earth isn't actually a globe, it's oblique.
Right, I've heard that.
Which makes sense.
Now, if you hit that damn lottery, Chief, you owe me a dirty sock, a donut, and a fishing trip.
Got you. Done deal.
Now everybody's in the room. They're going to be doing the same thing.
You know, there's even I was watching
12 million people hit the lottery in 10 weeks.
everybody got $5.17. I was watching a YouTube channel a couple weeks ago, maybe, and they were talking about, and I just lost my train of thought. Shit.
It was there, and then it went.
Get up. Go sit in the bingo. Come on, you're getting half timers. You're forgetting half the shit half the time.
It happens when I get jacked up, man. I've got a TBI, and sometimes I just lose. Like I have like a mini seizure, and I completely forget everything I was talking about. Like my mind gets like a 5-second wipe, and I can't even remember what I was talking about. And it was a good one too.
That's because of the war and stuff, right? Ghost?
Yeah. I got brain damage. Like I'll get like I call it a seizure, but it's like an erratic memory wipe, and I'll go blank for 3 seconds, and I can't remember anything that I was just doing for like 5 seconds. Like I had like a really good point, and it just disappeared. It happens all the time.
Is that what happened on property?
Yes. No, what happened on property was your evil daughter.
He called you evil.
She looks like a mad scientist back there hooking up all the machines.
I think she's working for CSI. That's what I think.
For real.
I swear.
Working for Dusty Data.
Right.
You could change the name of your game show to Intellectual Castration by Danny. Want to kill some brain cells? Come hang out with Danny. She'll make you feel like a fucking idiot.
You ever watch that show Monograph? Have you watched Dusty Data's Property?
No, I have not.
It's hilarious.
It's pretty cool. It's on Sundays at 10 o'clock, and he runs a show. He gets 3 people up on the panel, and they play a game of Property. But
just
I
like
mean, some of the questions are just like hard. But I mean, he gives away great prizes. I actually was on the first show and got I tied for first place with Ark Wildman Survival, and I won a $150 tactical backpack. I turned into a fishing backpack.
That was a good video.
What kind of questions does he ask?
Man, all kinds of shit. It ain't him. It ain't him. Look over his right shoulder. You see that evil spawn sitting behind him? She comes up with some shit. Like, watch
I
was on there week 4, and she humiliated. Oh my God. The questions.
It's survivor questions, prepping questions, like stuff that the government puts out, like, you know, how many weeks of food should you have for emergencies?
General knowledge stuff,
authors,
random stuff,
books.
Like it's awesome.
I don't know if I can compete because I'm not really a prepper.
Oh, it don't matter. If you say you're going to come on the show, and you give Danny at least 24 hours head notice, she's going to research you, everything you ever did in your life, what you know, what you think you know, and what you think you forgot. And she's going to cater the questions. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. It ain't that bad. It ain't that bad. No. It's fun. It is so much fun.
It's a lot to do with stuff that, like he'll have a section where what would FEMA, what's FEMA's answers to this, and all of us, every single prepper in the community is like, that's complete bullshit. There's no way that's the right answer.
Yeah, none of us agree with FEMA. But you have like a topic. It'll say water. It'll say like water, and it might be like purification or storage, or, you know, how long it lasts, how do you store it? Or it might have questions like, you know, what's in a water purification tablet, or, you know, things like that.
Yeah, I don't know if I can compete with all that.
It's fun, man. Even when you
where do you medical? And we do edibles, medical. Like, where do you put the tourniquet on a laceration?
Yep. Medical.
How far
stuff.
do you put away from the
edibles? It was an experience. It was fun.
General knowledge.
Now, see, the thing is, while you're doing your prepperty, I'd be trying to do clepperty, you know, hacking into your damn computer systems, get them questions ahead of time, so I Google everything.
Look up 0007 says intellectual castration is the new black. I'm not sure what that means, but
intellectual castration.
I get it.
Today, man.
I get it. I'm with you.
We could break, man. We set the studio up today. We built this, took the
I think you did what, 8 episodes of Prepperty, Dusty? Or no, 7, 6?
7 or 8. I'd have to look.
Yeah, I think
7
it's
or
at
8.
least 7 or 8. Yeah, 'cause I was
It's
on
that.
4.
It sounds like more of a game that you'd watch than you'd want to participate in. You know what I mean?
Oh, trust me, the chat is crazy when it's going on. The chat
Yeah.
is crazy when it's
I can
going on.
imagine.
It's hilarious. Like the people that are playing aren't supposed to be looking at the chat and getting answers. But yeah, the chat's crazy. And it's funny because there's been a couple of people on there that I could tell they were looking at the chat. I won't say their names. And I could see them feeding into the chat, and the chat was throwing some bullshit answers out there that were nowhere even close to right. And they were going, "Oh yeah, it's this," and then they went, "Oh, okay, it's not."
Dang it.
Yeah, so it was kind of funny because I was watching a couple people go straight for the chat, and they were getting nailed by some crazy answers. And they're like, "What? No? Oh yeah, well it's definitely this."
And
No.
I've noticed the more and more that he's went along, the more and more that's in the chat, and the more different answers you get on every question. Like when it first started, there was a minimal amount of people in there, so when
Right.
the right answer came along, everybody was saying it. But now
Yeah.
he'll ask a question, and there'll be like 10 different answers in the chat. So
Well,
good luck trying to cheat.
Yeah, like after like week 5, the week after I played, when I was in the chat, I purposely started putting out bullshit answers that sounded right to see if people would use it. And there was a couple people that did. But after that week, nobody listens to me anymore in the chat. They completely ignore me because they know I'm throwing out bullshit. They just,
Right.
nobody even acknowledges my answers.
I got some new books.
Oh, great.
I got some new books, anatomy books.
So do we
You
get
remember
to
the
hear
author that
the
wrote the
music?
book?
Do we
Say
hear
what?
the music? Yeah. Do we get the music in the background, like when we're waiting for an answer?
Copyright violation.
Yeah.
Copyright.
Can't do that.
You
can't do that.
I could come up with something though. I could whip
Oh
something
yeah,
up for him
Tribe's
that
got the
could be
skills.
somewhat
He's got the
close.
beats. He can do it. But it's a fun show, Monograph. You would laugh your ass off watching those episodes. They're hilarious.
Well, when's the next one? Come on, I'll advertise it for you.
Is it next Sunday, 10 o'clock, right?
Well,
Dusty, you going next week?
yeah, usually I do it on Sundays. I took today off. We didn't do one today. We're getting near the end of the first season. We're going to end it and have a tournament. So everybody who lost gets a redemption round. And I sent out everybody that played, they got a participation award, and everybody who won got an award. So
Yeah, and you get a prize. Like
everybody gets a prize.
Yeah, everybody gets a prize, and he's footing the bill. Like they're great prizes. Like they're not some cheap little sticker or a T-shirt.
See my award. See my award. I keep that right behind my computer so I can blow it up. So boom.
Nisi played and she got last place, and she got a medical kit, a 500 and some piece medical kit as a consolation prize. Like a really good medical kit.
Yeah, I got
and that's for the person who got the lowest amount of points.
All right, hold on a second.
It's pretty awesome.
So I'm looking at a Prepperty game. It was streamed a month ago, and he's got 359.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
All right, let me go ahead and subscribe to this channel, and we're going to have to change that.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, that's it, man. Yeah, we'll see if we can't hook you up for reals.
Yeah, the show is
awesome.
It is fun. It is so much fun. And it, like, from the day one when it first started, it blew up. Like day one.
Yeah.
Or it might be a good idea.
That's just fun, man.
Oh shit, we lost him.
Oh
Where'd
shit,
Monograph
where'd Monograph go?
There you go.
There it is.
Nice.
Hell yeah. You stocking up?
Man, I'm stacked on all of it, man. Everything that everybody's won, I have more than one.
Look at Humble Lion. What the hell? It's 4 a.m. We doing lives at the crack of dawn?
Nisi. Monograph needs the link because it blanked out on him. It's coming, Monograph. What's up, Humble Line? What's going on with you? We just been going at it, man. It's been a fun night, man. Talking all kinds of good stuff.
On the way to work at 4 a.m.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. I hit the wrong damn button. You believe it? Huh. Knuckleheaded.
It happens.
I know. Unbelievable. Yeah, I was trying to I was subscribed to Dusty over there, and then I was gonna do a little electronic maneuver, and I kicked myself in the room. Dummy. Yeah, what I was going to ask Dusty is, what do you call yourself, Dusty Data? Are you a techie? Where'd he go?
I'm not.
Oh, there he is.
So,
No,
Dusty
not a
Data,
techie, man.
why do you call yourself Dusty Data?
It was just an original name. I'm a truck driver by trade.
Truck driver? Nothing wrong with that. That's a hard job, man. I don't know how you do it.
So Dusty Data, that actually translates into dirty information. So basically what you're saying is porn.
Or old information.
For all y'all people on next week's show, you see these new books he's showing you. You're getting some cliff notes here. You better start studying up.
I swear.
I don't care. No, I've got a channel monitor.
You got a what?
I've got a bunch of other channels.
Nothing wrong with that. I got hundreds of them myself.
I've got the dark prepper and dark days preparedness. The darker I was going to use the studio back here to do more commentary. Dusty Data was going to eventually just do a lot of reviews and stuff. But it was my fourth channel that I still got my original channels, and I'm subscribed to you from 2006. So,
wow! Holy smokes!
Oh, I went back and looked, man.
Holy shit! Yeah, then you've seen the worst of the worst. Wow! You've seen.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Dusty. You seen me stomp on the CIA, did you not? That's a true story, is it not? 2012 with Benghazi.
Yeah,
you saw me do it.
That actually I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to say it real quick. That actually popped up on my recommended today monograph.
Don't even get me started on Benghazi.
It said from 5 years ago? Remember the CIA from monograph popped up today, and it was like from 5 years ago? It was in my recommended.
Really?
Something about I think you calling the CIA or calling out the CIA. Something about the CIA. It was like CIA and then a sentence behind it, and it was from 5 years ago.
No, in 2000.
No,
in 2012 when Benghazi was going on. Listen, what happened was a CIA contractor by the name of Stanley Incorporated. They uploaded a video called "Innocence of Muslims" to YouTube, but the CIA and the Department of Secretary of State, they turned around and they said that some guy produced this video and that's what caused the attack on Benghazi. That wasn't it. I proved electronically that was uploaded on September the 11th at 5 o'clock in the morning by a CIA contractor for real. And when I put out my video, ask Dusty, I'm not joking. About 2 hours after I put that video out on the 18th of September in 2012, and then again on the 20th, the press had no choice but to relinquish that the video had nothing to do with what happened in Benghazi. After Hillary Clinton had already been running her mouth, and Obama ran his mouth at United Nations, and Susan Rice was running around her mouth on all the talk shows. I proved it electronically that they did this, and everybody could go see it. And ABC and CBS, all the news agencies, they had no choice but to come out and say the video had nothing to do. For real.
Awesome.
And then a dude what you were seeing there, Chief, is in 2016, a best-selling author by the name of Kenneth Timmerman wrote a book called Deception, the YouTube video that Obama and Hillary blamed on Benghazi. That's the name of it. And he's got me in the book for real as busting the CIA. It's not a joke. True story.
Nice.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Do you remember when they put James Paul Von Helton on CNN?
Yeah, I remember him and his aliens.
Yeah.
People should have went.
Have you went? Can you believe that secular is still on that? I mean, still.
Well, hold on a second. Excuse me. Who doxed secular opinion? I did.
Yeah.
and all these other dudes. You see me doxing these dudes left and right. Police officers and private investigators and state police and state troopers. And I don't care, man. You square around with me, buddy. It's on.
I just want to know why. I just want to know why nobody is serving prison for Benghazi. And I don't mean just one person.
Because it's a big club and you ain't in it. That's why.
Yeah. And it's horse shit.
Well, the real reason why nobody is going to go to jail is technically the United States government. They operate under the rules of 1871. We're under two governments, okay? We're under the government that you see on the press, and then they got the other government behind closed doors. They can literally, all of them have what is called, they have this immunity. They sure do. All of them have immunity from any prosecution of anything they do. Only the select ones that they get pissed off with, like, look what's going on with this Matt dude. What's his name? Matt Getz or whatever the hell his name is. They're trying to accuse him of doing all this trafficking and all this bullshit. Well, the reason why they're doing that is because he voted against trafficking just recently. He's the only one that voted against it. So now they're playing get back. They're using the very thing that he voted against him to basically punish him. You know what I mean? It's disgusting. Disgusting.
I wonder if that guy is related to the gentleman who started putting money into Florida back in the 1800s that actually started establishing Florida.
That's the guy that used
to hear in business. And
yeah, that's the cat that used to work with. He was business partners with the big oil guy from New York. He's the one that did the overland, the ocean highway all the way to Key West. I can't remember his name. Crap. He was big time partners with.
And what do you want to know about it? What do you want to know about it?
Oh, I was wondering if he was related to the gentleman who actually put all the money in Florida, who built that highway that he's talking about.
Probably is. That's the way the entire corporation of America works. You know what I mean? If you've got that last name and that bloodline, you know, you're pretty much untouchable. Please bring back the republic.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, it's rough, man.
Yeah. I mean, good question for you, Monograph. Tribe asked it earlier when you were offline there for a minute. He asked if you were a prepper, or you just, I mean, what do you prep?
I'm not a prepper at all. And that's why I'd lose at prepperty. I'd really lose badly. I sure would.
Dude, let me tell you something. I went into prepperty as a prepper that has been prepping actively for several years. And the only questions I got right were common sense questions, like for real.
Yeah.
Who wrote the book, The Ultimate Prepper Survival Guide?
Well, you got two.
James Wesley Rawls.
You got two people teaming up on you. You got him, his daughter. She works for CSI, and they're writing these questions that nobody's going to get anyway, so that way they can get their own prizes. That's what's going on.
Well, the killer part is her daughter. When you hear her online for the game, she's got a voice like a prosecuting attorney.
Oh no.
You know, so unless you've got somebody that can stand up and say objection, Your Honor, yeah, it's done. Yeah, she's got that voice to where it's like there's music in the background. Oh, and Danny speaks. It's all right. Next question. Like she rocks it. She's all over it, man. She controls that game. No doubt about it.
Well, we definitely want to continue the game show, but We are going to have to revise it on how to get maybe not live, maybe do it privately and then air it like a like a TV show would.
Wait a minute.
Maybe
This guy's
maybe have
saying
a
I'm
few
from the
people in that.
future. How could I be from the future? What's going on here? Tennessee Tactical. What is going on? How could I be from the future? What?
I think he's a trucker too.
Huh? That's what's going on. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what needs to happen. We need to just advertise the living hell out of your property. Now, so let me get my book here, and I'm gonna make a note, and we'll start talking about you, and we'll get people to go over there and subscribe to you, and then we'll make a night of it. We'll be over there, all the property viewers, so we can get a kind of attitude. Because if there's good prizes, I'm gonna promote them. You know, if I tell them that you're gonna give people a dirty yellow sock, oh, that'll get them over there, man. They'll come by the hundreds. You think I'm good?
Plus it's an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours of nothing but knowledge just getting shoved down your throat. It's like all this boom, 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 boom. It's a cool time to spend just watching. It really is.
Yeah, and there ain't no you know how on my show we be cussing and doing all that stuff. I mean, a cuss word here and there slips, but mostly it's a good family show, good family chat.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Now hold on a sec. So it's going to be next Sunday, you say?
Yep.
Yeah, we should be ready.
10 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, 10 p.m. Eastern. Writing
Now
it down
you got to
here.
do it, Dusty.
Now, what I'm looking for, if anybody who wants to play, just email me at dustydata76@gmail. And I need 3 contestants. People are starting to back off now, though, you know.
Hold on, it's dustydata76 at Gmail?
Yep.
Huh? Okay.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Shit, people backing off.
And I have it.
Ass whooping.
Yeah, I don't want to be
We're gonna
embarrassed,
make
so
it
I'm not going to be a contestant. I know better. You know?
It's going to be listenable. It's like how do you treat radiation burns? What type of radiations are you looking for? How deep does the an air? How would I say it? A nuke detonated in the air. How deep was the soil? And things like that.
Well, if
What's
it's an
in
air
what
burst,
is in? Yeah.
If it's an air burst, the main issue is going to be, obviously, it's going to be a massive EMP, and it's going to be an insane heat wave being forced down. But the good thing about an air burst is the fallout is going to be reduced drastically because it was not a surface detonation. So it didn't pull up all that dirt and dust into the air to get irradiated to fall back down on you. So an air burst is, I mean, if you've got an underground place to be, an air burst is what you want to deal with versus a ground detonation. But none of your electronics are going to
there's only so much science. There's only so much science that can go with on that. We did in testing, and then Hiroshima, Nagasaki. You know, that's really all they got.
Why is your mic so messed up, Dusty? I've never heard
you're
it
all
like
over the
this
place,
bad.
Dusty.
Your mic is horrible. It's been
Yeah,
horrible the whole time too. It's breaking up and skipping and stuff.
Well, I'm downloading some stuff.
It's your connection because you're buffering. Yeah, you're jumpy.
Yeah, I'm downloading. So it might be that. I got you on the big screen. I got you over here on the little screen. I got you over here on laptops.
Hey, Dusty, I got an idea for you for Prepperty. You don't have to do it like right away. I mean, just consider it as something that I thought about. Is instead of having 6 different categories and coming up with questions in 6 different categories, announce a week ahead of time, hey, this week we're going to do it on nuclear, and just say the word nuclear. and like everything be about nuclear, and then break it down into subtopics, whether it's a ground burst, the air burst, radiation, fallout times, things like that, and then have people volunteer to do the nuclear game, you know what I mean? And then do one show just on food storage, something like that. And then, have the people volunteer to play that game where to be like targeted towards one thing instead of trying to spread it out over like 6 different topics, like you guys have been doing. Cause that's a lot of work. I mean, I know it takes a lot of work to put that show together. It has to. I mean, those are a lot of questions you guys pull up. No? Wow, Danny's that good.
Well, my wife helps. I do it. She does it. Remember September coming. September is Preparedness America this month, and it culminates on the 30th. Remember that.
I didn't hear a word you just said.
You know what?
Yeah, it's breaking up.
You know what? Oh yeah, so it's just my connection, man. We had bad weather here too.
Hey, Dusty, are you also a librarian sometimes or not?
I have a library.
You ought to be.
Huh?
I have a library.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to. You said you've been around since 2006. I'm like, what? Huh. Holy smokes! Really? What the? What the?
Yeah. You remember Joey Pimps and Poly Customs and all them?
Oh yeah. Had to dox him too.
Yeah. Well, Poly Customs was over on. I reached out and I hadn't said nothing to secular opinion, but I was watching some of his latest things and I'm like, oh my God, is he still on him? And Poly's Customs was actually in the chat, or actually on the panel. They're still.
That's like one of the.
That guy's in love with Von Helton. It's like, really, get a grip on yourself for real.
That's like one of the coolest things about YouTube is like I've been a part of the community for years, but nobody knew I was. That's one of the reasons why I chose the name Ghost Prepper. Like I've been a part of the community since probably about 5-6 years now. But I never started a channel. I never made comment. I made some random comments in the chat, things like that, but I never like jumped into it until Tribe found me one morning when I was drunk, and I ended up on this live stream, and then it all went to shit from there. All downhill from there, ain't it right?
Right.
I went on Tribe's live stream a couple months ago, and then I was like, I did my channel. I had a channel, but I had absolutely no content. I went on live with Tribe for a while one morning, and the next day I went to do or a couple days later, I went to do my first video, and I already had like 46 subscribers just from his channel. And I had absolutely no content, not one video, not a picture, not nothing. I just had a channel, and I just started doing it from there. But the cool part was now I get to meet cats like Dusty and you, Monograph, and Tribe, and everybody else that I've been listening to and watching, for the last 3 years. So it's kind of like cool. I mean, I've known about you, Monograph, for a while. I've watched you. I love the way you sit sideways and talk, and then you do and you're back of the camera. That's just like awesome. That's like the coolest. It's like you're over here, and then but you come back, and then you got the snack fund, and then you do the yes sir, yes ma'am. That's the coolest. Yes ma'am. I love that. That's awesome.
So here's the thing.
What made you do the love race, man?
The what?
Say that again, Dusty.
You're chopping up.
What made you come up with the reads?
What made me go public? Is that what you said?
No, what made him come up with the raids?
Raids. What made him come up with the raids?
It was really strange. I was thinking here's the thing. I'm all about trying to manipulate existing technology to beat it. You know what I mean? Because I'm all about beating that machine. I hate it that a machine is going to beat humans. It infuriates me. So I'm always trying to figure out a way to crack stuff. You know what I mean? And not hack it, but crack it. So when the YouTubes took off that feature where they're recommending channels, whereas before I'd get, new channels because hell, a lot of my colleagues, they've been banned because they won't curb their language. They keep meeting the threshold of getting their channel knocked off because they're talking about the roll up your sleeve or Chief calls it the Jabberwocky or whatever. So people got to change your language because if you don't, you're going to get gone real quick. So when they took that feature off, I'm like, well, there's no new channels. And then I was watching this channel by accident. Somebody recommended it to me on the tweeters. And I'm looking at the channel. This guy's got like, 20,000 subscribers. He's got 7 people in his chat. I'm like, man, what the hell's going on? This dude's got 20,000 subscribers. He's got 7 in the chat. Oh man, that's just wrong. So then I went to look at his previous videos, and a lot of them were videos, but some of them were also live streams. And I'm looking, and he's got like 54 views, and I'm thinking something's wrong, dude. So I'm like, we need to help these. If YouTube's not going to help the little guy, it's up to the bigger channels to help these little guys, because it will take them forever to get 1 or 2 subscribers under normal circumstances. This is what gave me the idea, because I hate the thought that a stinking machine is going to beat my mind. It infuriates me, dude. You know what I mean? That's why.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's awesome. It's a great idea. I mean, it's like really awesome, and it motivates, creators, especially new creators like me. It motivates you, especially after a day like today when everything's crazy. It motivates you to keep going. It makes you feel good when you get subscribers that actually want to hear what you got to say. And that's the cool part about YouTube. Right? It's actually a double-edged sword because it's all about motivation. I mean, if you don't motivate yourself, then you've got to get external motivation. And if you don't know that people want to hear what you have to say, then why would you say anything? And I remember before I started my channel, I was on YouTube under my real name. And every time I would hit the YouTube icon to refresh it, I would get all these brand new videos from all this new stuff. But as soon as I did my prepper channel, like I can go on my other channel and I can click refresh with YouTube and I get all this great new content. But if I refresh under Ghost Prepper, I keep getting the same stuff over and over. It gives me nothing new. I mean, I'm like pigeonholed.
That's strange.
Yeah, I was there on New Year, and I was in the room raid.
Yeah, that's right. You were in the room, weren't you?
Yeah, I was in the room raid. I was just over there seeing what he was doing because I was like, this is new.
Yeah, it was me. You were in the room with me, and it was me, you, and JW, wasn't it?
I was on Monograph's channel room raiding.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was just trying to figure out what he's doing.
People love what he was doing. They love the room raids. They love them. People love participating in helping some guy out, for free. We don't want nothing from them. I don't want somebody to come subscribe. It's not me. It's them. You know what I mean? It's a team. You
put JW into tears after you did that. Like, for real. When you raided his room, he was crying, bro. Like, he was crying. And the funny part was he's getting all these subscribers, and it bumped him up well over 1,000. And then your subscribers are subscribing to me, and I wasn't saying nothing. I was just sitting back waiting for the raid, because it was nothing but hearts and love and everybody's subbing. I'm like, holy shit. And Emily's like, man, your subscribers are going through the roof. And I'm like, what? And I went, you raided his room, and I got
asking for your. They were asking for your link in the chat. Remember? They were like, well, what's Ghost's link? What's Patriots link?
Actually, I think JW even asked his mods to put everybody's link that was in there on the panel, and they subbed to everybody.
And here's the thing: out of all the people we've room, and again, it ain't me, man. I don't. We made rules early in the game, and you're gonna remember this, Dusty, that we voted as a room. It ain't about me. It's about us. I'm a us person. There ain't no fucking me and us, right? So we voted on it as a room that we're not going to go in rooms with ads. We're not going to go in rooms, that are peddling freaking pedo crap. We're not going to go in rooms that are like racist, or we're going to try to avoid that. But we're going to, in other words, the people are going to pick the rooms, not me, because that's going to give them more variety. And I'm glad they did, because I never would have met Chief over here and his freaking Taekwondo freaking wife. Right? There's no way.
Right.
There's no way. I would have met all you cats. I would have met Ghost. I would have met, Meat and I, they're cats out of Atlanta, Georgia, you know, and they're nice people. They're really positive people, you know. So I appreciate the people hooking me up with the new fellows, because I'm telling you, 25% of the people I subscribe to, they're all gone because YouTube done censored them right out of here.
That's terrible.
I thought it was cool as hell to do basically a reverse troll.
Yeah.
You know, they're like,
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
He's building an army here, man. This is an army. This is an army that could go either way with it, but he's going positive with it. Let's
Right.
for a minute. So.
And then YouTube still comes in and erases about 10% of the new subs you get every single time. I'm like, really?
But you know, I see something that's happened because, you know, I started my channel and it, like every week I would grow 5 to 10 subs, or every 2 weeks or something. And that was like a constant. Like I was constantly growing 5 to 10 subs. But then once I got to a point, like, I mean, like right now I'm going up 30 and down 30 like crazy. And I know, you know, it had something to do that one week with what I did and people not agreeing with what I did and this and that. But it's real bad. Like it's almost impossible to gain, for me right now, it's impossible for me to gain 5 subs in 2 weeks. And it just don't seem like it would be like that. And my views went way down. And I've got the same people in my chats, if not more. I got, you know, support out the ass from friends, you know, from everything. I don't get it. I guess YouTube just ain't sharing anything. I don't know.
What I've noticed on mine is if I don't put out new content like every single day, then I get like hardly any views.
When I drop a video, I immediately lose subs. Like the
Go
last
back up. Yeah.
5 or 6 times I've dropped a regular video, I immediately lose 5 or 6 subs. Boom, gone.
Yeah.
But you got to keep in mind, okay, let me tell you about YouTube, the way they play this game. There's a lot of times that you'll get bots. Now, this is a true story. YouTube will not take care of their bot situations. Okay. In other words, these are robots, and they literally are robots. They're not even actual people. So they'll come in, and you know, they might subscribe to you by 10. You'll put up a video. You'll know what I'm talking about, because as soon as you put up a video, you'll get these little freaking links. As soon as you click on them, it's going to take you to a porn site. Well, when you delete that dude, you ban them, that you just kicked out a subscriber. You see what I mean? Because that's how they know that you do, that's how they know that you uploaded a video. So when you ban that dude, they're gone, and then they're replaced, and then they're gone, and then they're replaced. This is what's going on, and YouTube won't get a handle on it. Okay, so, and that's a big issue. Or what happens is, you might have not only the bots have the problem, but somebody might subscribe to you. You say one wrong move or one wrong word or sentence, and they'll be like, "I'm out of here," or they get in an argument with somebody in chat. "I'm out of here." Because a lot of people are sensitive. I mean, let's be honest, you know. A lot of people are just sissy. They can't handle it.
What are you talking about? There's no drama in YouTube. There's no drama here. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is, don't take it personal, Chief, because, you know, it's going to happen no matter what. And the thing is, in my opinion, like Northern, he does these damn raids every freaking night almost. You know, it's awesome. And it's a lot of, everybody's kind of sharing with each other. And I'm glad I found you, to be quite honest, Chief. I mean, that's just my opinion. I was watching you every morning. I'd be getting up. I'd be telling my sweetheart, I'd be like, "No, I got to get up. I got to get up. Fucking cheese on. I got to see what he's doing." You know what I mean? So, come back to bed, you dirty bitch. I'm like, I got to see what he's doing. Come on now. You know what I mean? So, and then you're not coming on. Like, I hope he's okay. You know, he took the Jabberwocky. Maybe he's freaking convulsing in the kitchen. Maybe he's not coming on no more, you know? And then it was good to see you. That's why I'm glad to see you here tonight.
His very first Vibes with Tribe morning show is the one that I went on, which started my shit. So whatever day that was, that's when I started YouTube. I think it was like February the 14th is when I uploaded my first video, Valentine's Day. And I think that Monday that you went live was the first show I popped on.
I think honestly, I think it was a Friday, because I remember I did 4.5 hours, and then that evening I did 6 and a
Yeah.
half hours.
Yeah, we did like 10 hours. Yeah, because I was
Yeah.
on your day and night. Maybe it was a Friday.
Yep, it was a Friday because I
Yeah.
always have my Friday night shows. Like I've been doing that since I first started going live. It was
Well,
always
actually, I
Friday
think I
nights.
went on your Monday show and I was on every single show all week. Then we did the Friday show. Then we did the Friday night show.
Hey,
I'd have to go back and look.
Hey, Chief, can you answer this question for me? There was like some incident with one of you guys as prepper that some about he got somebody pregnant. Whatever happened with that?
Man.
What happened with that?
It's old news. I mean, hell, you can talk about it.
Well, there was a channel.
I know the channel. I investigated. I found out really quickly who he was, but I'm just curious what happened with that scenario.
Well, it kind of just went away, but he didn't. He posted a couple more videos or something like that, but he was saying that he was going to show paperwork of this and that and stuff like that, and then nothing ever came about, and then it kind of just went silent, and nobody said nothing, and everybody that I messed with had nothing to do with him as far as I know, so I just completely like vanished, and I don't go to his channel. I don't nothing.
Okay, so it was quietly resolved. Is that what's going on?
I don't think it was really resolved. I just think that people left and people didn't, and he got away from everybody, and he still posts videos. I guess I don't know if he's still posting videos, but he was continuing to post videos. I don't think it was ever resolved. I just think that everybody shut up on it. And
Here's the thing about that. To accuse a dude like that, you got to be 100%. Because if you get it wrong,
let me explain it though. Let me explain it. He got drunk at like 2 o'clock in the morning and did a live stream and explained it all himself.
Oh wow!
Then he turned around and a close person to me in this YouTube thing that I talk to him almost every day. He actually called him that morning and he told him everything right over again. And then that guy immediately hit me up and was like, "Look, this is the situation, man." And I was like, "Oh no, we can't have that in this. We can't have that in this community." You know what I me? But this guy actually said everything himself on a live stream, drunk.
Yeah,
I didn't know the situation.
I mean, here's the thing to it. I mean, all we know is what he said. Okay. There's a whole lot more stuff out there going on because common sense dictates he wouldn't be free right now if it was. There's a whole way to go left and there's a whole way to go right. There was issues involved. Is it scientifically possible that it happened the way he said it did? Yeah, it's possible. Is it likely that it happened that way? Fuck no. But it is scientifically possible. Do I believe that it happened that way? Absolutely not. I believe there was a whole lot of other stuff going on there. And here's my personal opinion, and I'm not even going to say his name. Me and a couple other people in the community have chatted about it. I've watched a few of the videos from this person over the last several months, and I never subscribed to him. Never, not once. I subscribed to him after he subscribed to me after I went live with Tribe. That's when I subscribe, because when somebody subs to me, I automatically sub back to them just out of respect.
But I want to explain something to Monograph real quick.
Oh,
I'm not trying to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
I know
it's
you're
your show,
on
bro.
a roll. The thing about it, Monograph, is that this guy for the past, before this happened, before he spilled the beans, if you want to call it, for 2 months, he was running around in the prepping community collecting people's information because he was trying to do this underground railroad prepping. If you bug out, you can go here and go there. He was just collecting people's information like crazy.
Oh, wow.
So here's this so it was like I just felt like there needed to be an immediate attack and let everybody know, because come on. I understand that in the books something like there's been train wrecks where one person has lived or two people has lived, but still, would you want to take the chance of being in that train? I mean, just because something has happened before, it doesn't. It's bullshit. There's no way. It just doesn't add up. Any
Nope.
people with common sense, there's no way that could, because there was even other stuff said, like he said, well, she's been trying to do it, for months or something, or weeks or something. Well, if she was trying to do these things, then you would have made it impossible for her to ever find anything to use to do this or do that. Like, it was just so much bullshit and lies.
Right. I
Well,
wasn't trying to bring up a sore. I was just curious.
No.
It just kind of
Right.
flatlined. I wasn't
No,
sure
but
what the equation was.
And backing up what Tribe was saying, after he subbed to me, I subbed to him, and I'm like, well, hell, I'm gonna go watch some of his videos. And I made these comments before this thing blew up, Tribe. I made these comments to somebody on YouTube, somebody that we all know that I talked to. I made these comments to this person about maybe 4 or 5 days before this blew up. And this person asked me about him, and I said, I don't like this cat. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, I get a real bad vibe from him. I said, he's not a prepper. He has no content on his channels. Every single person in his chats are middle-aged or divorced or widowed cat women that give him money for going online 4 or 5 times a week and crying the woe is me, poor is me, my tires are bald, my car's leaking oil, I have no money, and they just give him money. He's doing that, oh, woe is me, my life sucks, and they just give him money. I'm like, I get really bad vibes about this dude. He's just really freaking weird. And then the next morning I wake up and you guys are online, all this stuff hit, and I'm like, what in the hell? And this person on YouTube texted me and woke me up, and they're like, dude, you called this. And I'm like, what do you mean I called this? And they told me, you need to go on live. Tribe's on live right now with a couple other people, and I went in there with you and Native. And I was in the chat. I didn't try to get up there with you guys. I didn't make a single comment. I'm just watching. And this person's like, you need to get up there. I'm like, nope, I ain't got nothing to say about this. I called it. I ain't touching it because I'm brand new in the community. I mean, yeah, I got an opinion, but my opinion, this is above my pay grade. I'm staying the hell out of it. And and this person's like, you called it. All it does is about making money. And here's the crazy part, Monograph. He goes online. It was either later that same day or the next day about playing the victim and was getting paid. Like, his super chats were blowing up. This is the 24 hours after he admitted this pregnancy thing.
But a lot of people didn't know what was going on. They
were just
thought
shoving
that he
money
was
at
under attack.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just throwing money at him. But every week it was like that with him. And that's what I told this person. I'm like, I don't like his channel because he doesn't put any content out. It's like, I put time into my videos. When I talk about something, if I want to talk about a topic, it's because I genuinely feel like I have something to share on that topic, because either A, I've done it before, or I've done it with somebody before, or I basically know what I'm talking about, at least in my mind. But to just do videos and spend, an hour talking about how bad my life sucks. I'm sleeping on the couch. My tires are bald. My car's leaking oil. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pay the internet bill tomorrow. And then some woman, I was on his channel when a lady sent him a message to check his PayPal, and he did the whole teary-eyed thing. He's like, oh my God, I love you so much. You don't realize you just paid my bills for the entire month. And I'm like, what?
I want to cut in real quick because I want to let Monograph know how it went down to begin with.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was other people on YouTube that wanted to help him out, so they bought him. I think, I'm not 100% on this, but I think they bought him a washer and dryer, and in order to get that delivered to him, they got his name. And they ran a check on his name, just, a background check, and then boom, they found out. And that's when he knew that it was going to come out. And that's when he got drunk and went in the middle of the night and dropped a live stream telling it all.
Now, can you hear me better? Can you hear me better?
Yeah. Yes, a lot better.
All right. I got all
yes.
the laptop.
And there are a few preppers out here, or people that are in the prepper community that, I hate to say it, man, but if you can get monetized and you do your PayPal and you can make money doing this, more power to you. But be honest about it. Don't get me wrong. I'm 51 years old. If I can make money just doing YouTube, and people appreciate the things I got to say, then that's all I will do, because I enjoy it. I enjoy the shit out of people sending me comments and they're like, Ghost, this is awesome. Boom, boom, boom. I love it. So if I can make a living just doing this, I'd do that. If that hurts somebody's feelings, I don't give a shit. It's about me. If I can help somebody prep and spread knowledge or whatever else, if I can make a living doing this, then I'll just do this. But I'm never, not once will you ever see me on here complaining about my personal situation or my finances or anything else, hoping somebody's going to click a super chat and send me money. That ain't going to happen. That's not what this is about. That's just not it. And plus, he had absolutely no content on his channel. Like, for real, like none. Like, if you looked at any of the awesome survival stuff he did, I mean, he would pop out an airsoft rifle and talk about how bad he was, but there was no content. If you're not giving me knowledge, if you are not teaching me something that I logged on to learn, I don't need to be here. And I look at that from both sides of the camera. If I'm the one putting out content, if I'm not putting out good content that people can use to help them get somewhere, then I need to stop doing what I'm doing and reframe my whole train of thought. I'm putting my time and energy into this. If I want to beg, I can just go down to the red light and hold up a sign. You know, I'm not going to do it on YouTube. It's just wrong, especially in this community. It's just wrong.
Well, here's the thing on that. I can only speak for myself, but I like giving Chief over here a couple of dollars to get his cigar or whatever. He probably is not getting the cigar because I only see him a cigar.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know, I feel good about giving money to the people that I like. I don't care if they're entertainment to me. So I don't care if they're joking. You know, he does a lot of jokes and, you know, in the morning, whatever. And I like giving him money. I know it's only $5, but well, fuck, it's my $5 to him. That's it. To his family, you know what I mean? Trying to help him out. Exactly. So it doesn't matter if somebody's entertaining at all, if they're doing comedy or give me information I didn't know or something. Not Ghost, you're a very knowledgeable person. I like going to your channel because even though you're my junior, I'm 57. I can learn from Chief or you or somebody who's 25. I know I can. So
I'll be 52 in a couple months.
Oh, you old bastard. Anyway,
I'll be the 25-year-old.
You liar, Dusty. Come on. What are you, about 47?
I'm 45, man.
Oh, well, see, I missed you by 2. It's a goatee. That's what's going on. I'm just saying, you know, I don't consider somebody who has AdSense, because I've had it since 2008, begging. I have all these funds. I've never asked nobody for nothing. And the people that do, well, that's on them. A lot of these people, they won't even answer a question in the chat without you super chat them. That is so wrong, in my opinion. That is going below the belt, buddy. That just ain't right. Because that's like putting the squeeze on the nobody. And I don't like that shit at all. You know what I mean? But
my
to each his own. It does. You're right.
If I ever decide monetize, and if I ever get over 1,000 subs and all that good stuff, if I can make money off of, you know, people want me to push their product, and if it's a decent product, I may consider it. But if I would never charge somebody to answer a question. I mean, I'm doing what will Ghost do in my scenarios, and that's actually going really well. It's actually a lot more fun than I thought it would be. It's actually really cool. But I would never consider charging somebody for that. No. That's just crazy, man.
It is crazy. I agree. But hey, you know, not everybody has a you know, that sort of mindset. Everybody's different, and you know, it's whatever channel it is, that's the way they get it. It's just people like Tim Pool. He is the worst, man. It's all about the money with his cat. He thinks he went from nobody status to somebody status and forgot his nobodiness. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just sick. It's sick nonsense. I'm not going to answer your question unless you hit me with a super chat. No, that ain't right.
And the thing is,
I was just watching a channel the other day, and it was like 2 people on the channel, and one of them had to go do something, and the other guy said, well, I'm going to stay, and I'll read all the super chats. And I thought to myself, I said, man, that is common, man.
That's wrong.
You know, like, that's, and you're just going to blatantly say it. Like, yeah, I'll stick around. I'll read the super chats like
that is so
everybody
wrong.
else. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That ain't right. That ain't right.
Yeah, that's
just my opinion, you know.
And it's almost like a catch-22, because if you get elevated, and I can see it from both areas. I try to do that with everything in my life. I mean, if you get elevated and you got people that are funding you or giving you money, then obviously you want to acknowledge them, but you have to figure a way to acknowledge them without degrading the people that can't afford, to put the money in there,
or they don't want to.
Right. So, and there's gotta be a way to figure out how to do it without, and I love the way the Angry Prepper does it.
You just say thank you.
Exactly the same way you and Angry do it. He pops in, hey, thank you very much, and he's right back to business. Nobody gets offended. Nobody gets their feelings hurt, whether it was $5 or $100. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Right back to regular scheduled programming.
That's right.
Don't pause your show and make it all about, well, they gave me $20. Hey, how you doing? Boom, boom, boom. And then everybody else in your chat feels like an insignificant piece of shit. You can't do that.
That is rotten.
If you make it about money, then I don't see a future there. Not for me, because I'm out.
I've spent probably, I know since I started my YouTube channel, I know I've spent over $5,000 just getting stuff like the whole setup and not to mention the t-shirts, because I'll make t-shirts. And I do that because I like creating. I've you see my bucket thing. I always do it, projects, whatever it is. It's a challenge to me. I enjoy it. If I can come up with a cool picture to put on a t-shirt, like I made the fishing channel, and I made a t-shirt for it. And I did that for me. Like, I want to wear my own t-shirts while I'm out there fishing. I want somebody to come up and say, man, where'd you get that t-shirt? I'll be like, man, I made that. You know what I mean? It's just cool to me. But I mean, I when I make a t-shirt, I buy it. I order some and wear them, like this one here. I like.
How do you make your t-shirt? How do you make your t-shirt? You make them yourself, or you order them somewhere else?
Well, it's Teespring.
Oh, okay, I see.
And
how does that work?
But a lot of people don't like it because Teespring I guess it ain't American or something, but it doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you.
Right. You're not at the setup fees.
Right. But you got to be careful, because when we first started doing the Teespring thing, they set a price and you can change the price, but we didn't know right at the beginning. We thought, they set the price. That's what it's got to be. But they had t-shirts, that they make $10 off of, and they were putting the price at like $28. Right. And once I figured out like how much these t-shirts, I was like, no, babe, no. She, and Nisi didn't know no better neither. She's like, what do you want? You want me to go to like $25? I'm like, no, go to like $15.
15. That's right.
You were right.
I mean,
if it's not about we're making t-shirts. It's fun. It's enjoyable. Like, and people, and it's like this too, because people do end up, liking your channel, liking you, and it makes them feel good to buy a t-shirt, and they want to wear one. It's just like if you like Nike, you buy a Nike t-shirt and you throw it on and you feel it. There's nothing wrong with trying to, do something positive. Just don't try to,
great people.
Steal people's money.
That's right.
Let me ask you something, Tribe. All right, because I've actually got the tab open on here right now to Teespring. I was thinking about doing the Teespring thing with my stuff, but I wanted to talk to somebody that's done that before.
You also have to talk to Nisi though, because Nisi's the brains, man. I just come up with the designs. She sets it all up and everything.
I got you, but here's the thing on the side. I have a really good friend of mine, practically a brother, and he owns a t-shirt company in Florida. He makes a lot of damn t-shirts.
Right.
I'm going, wait a minute. So if there's people in this community that want to get merchandise, t-shirts, hats, they do it all. He does screen printing on everything.
Hold on a second. Listen, hold on a second. Not to interrupt you. I'm a graphic designer. So I'll give you his name and his number, his company number, and I'll hook up with him.
Shit. You just asked me. I'm trying to figure his name. That's what I'm thinking. I could bring that to the prepper community, and we could have somebody that does t-shirts way cheaper than Teespring.
I want to show monographs.
I'd like to sign a contract with a company that do that, because I got ideas away from YouTube. You know what I mean? in that department.
Monograph.
What's that?
There's actually a channel that reached out to me and sent me T-shirts and all kinds of different stuff. You know, no charge. Just she's the sweetest person in the world. Just here lately, she's jumped on the panel with me a couple times. Super nice lady. Her channel is Reese's Resources.
Oh yeah.
She made this for me.
What?
If you can see.
That's Reese.
Reese's Resources, and then
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then she made these with
Get out of here
on there, and then it's all downhill from here on the back.
Here I am trying to figure out my own stuff, and Reese's does that.
Yeah, she made T-shirts for me, and she actually made Nisi one that the letters glow in the dark. I mean, she does great work.
I'm just hearing this. Oh my God!
Is she in the United States?
Yeah.
Yep.
And
big NASCAR fan. She goes. We talk to her all the time. Like, you know, we email back and forth. She is a super sweet lady. I mean, and there's no fakeness there. She's not just acting sweet. Like,
no,
we
she's
actually
awesome.
have talked to this. She's really awesome.
I mean, because I've got ideas for my logo and stuff, but I don't have that artistic ability to do it, and I'm trying to find somebody that can do it.
She made decals for my car so I could put my stuff in my car on the inside of the window and everything. She made
she's out of Kentucky, right?
Where's Reese's Resources out
Kentucky.
of? Kentucky. North Carolina.
Is that right?
He's a big NASCAR fan. That's North Carolina. That's where I'm at.
Okay, hold on a second. There's a Reese's Resources online on Facebook, says from Kentucky. All right, so hang on.
I don't think she's even posted a video yet. She wants to, but you know, she I don't think she's done it yet.
I know she's always in the chat. I've talked to her hundreds of times.
Yeah, she's a
Reese's Resources. That's her YouTube account number name.
It's REE. He put Nisi put it in the chat. She put the link.
Let me go get it. Where's it at here?
She was just on my live stream night before last or the 2 nights ago when I went live for a little while.
All right, let me go grab it now.
Yeah, she watches your channel all the time, Monograph.
Oh man,
she's all over the place, dude. Every channel I go in, she's there, like for real.
Yep.
Yeah, because I mean, not for YouTube type things. I'm not looking to do that really. Hold on a second. They're correct. What's going on here? Why is that not coming up? Oh, okay, I see why. Because I got a key in the URL. All right, so I'm on her channel there. Here we go. And Reese's Resources. Okay, that's why I didn't get it the first time. She's been around since 2013, so she's been around a while.
Yeah.
And how did you find out about her?
She hit me up in an email and she was like, look, I'd like to send you something if you don't mind. So, you know, I gave her the P.O. box. We got a separate P.O. box away from the house and stuff. You know, you just got to be careful online. And, and she stayed in touch with us. She sent us a picture of this, what I showed you. And she's like, look, I'm working on this. When I get it done, I want to send it to you. But when she sent me the package, it wasn't just that. It was like a whole package of a ton of goodies with all the Prepper Tribe logos. And I mean, she made, where is this at? No, I'll show you this too.
Yeah, I've actually got the same shirt he's wearing.
That was in it. Prepper Tribe. It's like a glass thing that you would sit in the kitchen. She did hats, but she didn't have the best type of hats. They're kind of, she said she could do other ones, but she made hats. She did my T-shirts, and she actually put the stuff on the sleeve because I couldn't figure out how to get the sleeve work done on Teespring. So she sent me 2 T-shirts with that on the sleeve, and then she sent us a couple more. And finally I was like, look, at least let us pay for the T-shirts, whatever you paid for the T-shirts. So she must have spent She must have spent not just her time alone.
Her time,
right,
exactly.
right. But she said $20, and I know damn well one of these T-shirts was $20.
Exactly.
But like she put that on the sleeve, and this is glow in the dark. She said
that's
this
nice.
to Niecy.
That's nice.
That is nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's damn
I think
nice.
it says change the game on the other side.
Oh,
like
that's real nice.
She did it.
Huh.
Yep.
Hell, I'm gonna hit her up. I'm gonna hit her up to do my stuff. I mean, hell, she's already in the community.
Awesome.
I'm on a YouTube page right now, so I'm just trying to just kind of look her up, and just for people's information. I mean, I'm not trying to tell anybody. I'd never do that. But email anymore, it's just there's so much BS going on with email. It's like you can't even trust it. You know what I mean? So these days, if you want to communicate, it's almost better to just go through the damn tweeters on direct message. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost silly on how this goes, but let's see, what do we got here? We're gonna have to go Twitter.
Does she got a Twitter?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, okay.
Trying to get there right now. There she is right there. Reese's Resources. She's on the Twitter. She's got 246 followers. Now she's got 247. She got a nice, it looks like maybe a Camaro in the background there. Holy
I don't
smokes.
go on Twitter.
Okay.
You're
on Twitter.
Yeah, but Niecy does all that. Like I really don't. I go on Instagram, but I barely. I go to the only thing I did in Twitter is I had to message a couple channels through there, like you're talking about, and that's all I did. I didn't really look through. I don't even know how to retweet or something or anything.
Really?
Niecy does all that.
So Niecy is, man, I tell you what, she is like your PR manager, baby.
Oh, she's a hustler. She's a hustler, monograph.
That's hysterical, dude. She's like your PR. She's like, listen, well, you know what? You want to get a hold of Chief? I'm the public information officer, bastards.
Them Panamanians don't mess around, man. They don't mess around.
That's too funny, man. Well, I'll definitely, I'll look her up. I ain't gonna dox her because I don't do that to my pals. The good thing about being a professional doxer, if I see somebody on CNN, I'm like, you know what? I want to talk to him. I'll have his cell number in minutes. You know what I mean? It's so much fun. And I've done that. I did that with you guys were talking about how you were talking to some admiral, whatever. I seen Admiral Lyons on CNN, right? And he was talking about just some things that were going on in the world. And I was like, man, you're absolutely right. I was like, I've got to talk to this dude. Within 5 minutes, I had his cell number, and I'm on the phone with him. And he actually granted me an interview, cold calling him like that. I was like, I just want to talk to you for 5 minutes. He was like, dude, how'd you get my number? I was like, you don't want to know. So I said, well, you grant me an interview. I said, I just seen you on CNN, and I heard you talking when you're talking, and I'm in a total agreement. Can we talk about it? He's like, well, I don't have much time. This dude was... Admiral Lyons was in charge of the Pacific Fleet, all the nuclear weapons. Wow. You got me? And he had talked to me on a cold call. You believe that shit?
That's crazy.
For 28 minutes. I mean, the key is to just be polite. If you're polite with people, I mean, if you were on my show, I don't know if Ghost was there the other night, but Ghost, if you were there the other night, I just called the damn director of the Federal Food and Drug Administration at her house.
No, I missed that. I missed that.
No, I missed it too.
I called her right at her house. Her butler freaking answered the phone and says, oh, 1 moment, please. And then you could hear him walking away. And then she came in and I said, this is Monograph. I'm doing a live show on the Monograph channel. I'd like to ask you a question about the worms and the fibers and the masks. Have you heard anything about it? She goes, no, I hadn't heard anything about it. You see what I mean? I called her at her house. She probably crapping her pants. You know what I mean?
But
here's the thing.
Didn't you call Fauci's wife too?
I sure did. I called Dr. Fauci at his house too at 2:30 in the morning. So,
Nisi.
but here's the only reason why is because when I want to ask a question, I don't want to ask somebody ain't going to be able to answer it. I want to go to the source. So you see Dr. Fauci up there, I'm like, I'm going to call him up at his house. And I do. And I'm not afraid to call anybody. I called up Joe Biden before he even became the nominee. I called up, I called up freaking Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, on his cell phone. And I called up the governors and the mayors, and sometimes they talk to me, sometimes they don't. Like
Reese's in the chat. Reese's in the chat.
Reese's, you over here? Okay, all right. I just contacted you over there on the tweeters, so we'll have some sort of direct messaging if you want. But what I'm saying to you, what I'm trying to say to you is, you can't be afraid to call these dudes. Now, here's the thing: is as many times as I've doxed all these people on the internet and all these politicians and all these police officers and all, I'm never going to be peeking around at Ghost or Dusty or Prepper. I don't give a crap who you are. I'm not going to do that because that's an invasion of privacy. But go ahead and attack me one time on the internet and accuse me of some shit I didn't do and see what happens next. Because I don't believe in that. And that's what I was saying. That's why I wanted to know. I genuinely wanted to know there, Chief, what happened to that fella. Because I've been accused of some rotten stuff over the years that's not true. And people believe it because of, they think they can trust a guy. And then that guy runs their mouth about you. It's all bullshit. That's why I was curious to know what happened, because I wanted to know, okay, was it legit? Was it BS? Because like I'm saying, if you accuse somebody of that, you better be right. There's not this well, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Oh, no way, bitch. There's a dude to come to your house and take you out over shit like that. So you got to get it right.
Yeah, all his stuff came out of his own mouth.
A piece of shit like that anyway. Yeah, he really truly did come out with it all out of his own mouth.
His own mouth.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And there's some other things too. Like, these idiots have put up videos about me saying, well, he admitted, I didn't admit nothing. They're chopping my audio up. You know what I mean? Or they're taking me out of context or some stupid shit. But all I'm just trying to say is, people throw around that accusation like it's butter on the internet. And my whole attitude is not that I'm defending people that are of that persuasion, because they accuse Von Heltner like that all the time. And I don't know if he is or not. But here's the thing. You better be 100% sure, because if you're not, how are you going to apologize around that shit if you got it wrong? Yeah. Okay, that's all. That's all I wanted to ask you about. That's all.
That's
got to be responsible. Right, you got to be responsible.
Serious wisdom. I mean, I was brand new to his channel, the whole 9 yards, and I watched the live that Tribe and them put on. And the main reason I set out, number one, I didn't have all the intel. Number two, I already had feelings about the situation. Number three, it all came out of his mouth. Like, nobody handcuffed him and started asking questions. He hit the go live button, and all that come out of his mouth. Nobody made up, it all. He spewed all that.
That's the only reason why I made it. I didn't mean to bring up, or I'm not trying to bring up bad juju against y'all guys or nothing. It's just I was curious about it because I didn't know. And, I wanted to know what the outcome was, if it was real, if it's not real, if it, whatever. Because, again, man, you could destroy somebody's whole life accusing them or falsely accusing them of some shit like that. That'd be so irresponsible, right?
Yep.
Well, here's enough background to really make you realize how much bullshit it was. Is because this all transpired over 2 years ago. And he's not in custody. So there's other stuff involved. There's stories being said. There's another chapter to the book. There's a whole lot behind it, but none of that matters because it all came out of his mouth. There is no right or wrong. There's just wrong. I mean, it is what it is. It's none of my business. The only reason I'm talking about it now is because you brought it up. It is what it is. I don't have any long-standing opinions about none of it because I made up my mind about that person a long time ago. It is what it is.
All right.
Nobody attacked him. Nobody made There was no rumors. It was
I
a
got you.
reaction to a video that he put
He
out.
put out. I see. Okay. Okay. I didn't know.
You know? Yeah.
And
Oh
he
yeah. It was all.
There's another big channel. I mean, he pretty much was friends with him, and he literally it blew everybody away. I mean, it wasn't that somebody else said it. He blew everybody away. It was like everybody trusted him. And I was just watching myself, and it blew me away.
What Tribe was talking about was one of the main reasons I didn't have anything to do with his channel, but because he came up with this Prepper Underground Railroad thing, and I'm like, wait a minute, nobody even knew there was an Underground Railroad for slavery until after the freaking war was over, unless you were in the Underground Railroad. All right, so you're going to go on YouTube, which is the most monitored outlet by whoever, and you're going to put this out there public and ask people to email you or send comments of your location, your supplies, and your capabilities. That's the stupidest concept I've ever heard of in my life. That is the absolute polar opposite of an Underground Railroad. If you're going to do an Underground Railroad, I would get Tribe's number and I would call him. I would get Dusty's number. I would get your number. We would talk where it's not live on the internet.
Hold on. Wait. Excuse me.
Nobody would know about it.
No. Hold on, Ghost. I got to interrupt. As a PBX program for 21 years, for people the likes of GTE, Raytheon, Mark Marietta, I'm not joking. FBI, I'm not joking. You do not want to ever talk shit on the phone about nothing, because as soon as you cross those thresholds, you will have a live listener from the National Security Agency. It's not a joke. Or all calls. Let me tell you something. There, Ghost. It's not a joke. All calls are recorded by AMDOCS. That's AMDOCS. It's not a joke. That's an Israeli subsidiary that's throughout the entire United States. Every call in the United States is recorded. All text messages are recorded and archived. So what I'm saying is, you never want to talk business of any kind on the telephone. You are stupid if you do. The best way to do it is in person.
Right.
Okay.
Face to face.
And make sure your telecommunications is sitting in a microwave or in the refrigerator. Those are sealed. I'm not joking. They're sealed apparatuses.
I believe you.
That cannot be penetrated, because your refrigerator is a metal box and it has a sealed tight seal when you close the door. A microwave is a metal box that is sealed when you close the door. So there's no, your cellular technology or your cellular signal cannot get in or out. You see what I mean? So there's no recording of anything. But
I agree with you 1,000%. My point was, the one place you wouldn't want to do it is on YouTube.
No, you don't. Yeah. You don't do it on email. Okay, these are the number one no-nos of anything. All electronics are monitored. Everything is being recorded. Everything I'm talking right now, and that you're listening to me to, your machine, Ghost, is recording what we're saying right now. Your machine. You don't have any headphones on, sir. You're not you're not under an Ethernet type situation. You're not going through a cable. You're going in air. So right now your computer is recording everything we're saying, and you can't get rid of it. You cannot clean it off your computer. You think you can, but you can't. So everybody's computer is recording this conversation. Everybody else is listening to it in the chat. Their computers are also recording it. They're hearing it, but their computers are recording it. What I'm saying is, Skype, dangerous garbage, because it's being recorded by 4 entities. 4, okay? Email is being recorded by 8 to 10 entities, because let's do the math. Here we go. I'll explain it to you. You got the email that you're sending it to. You got the ISP of the email that you're sending it to. You have your ISP. You have your computer. You have the computer of the ISP. You have the computer of the email servers. And then you got all the other side. That's 8 minimum. Not to mention all the intelligence services like AMDOCS, the NSA, and or foreign intelligence services that are capturing all the emails. You see what I mean? So you can't communicate on the email. You can't do it on Skype. You can't do it on your telecommunications. You can't do it on a VoIP system, which is voice over IP, okay, like through Google Voice. You can't do it through text messaging. The only way you can communicate under very sensitive type things is literally toss your telecommunications, all iPads, cell phone, get the hell out of the house, okay? Go under a nice tree, bring an umbrella so they can't get your gate, and talk in person, face to face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay?
agree.
I'm giving you good advice.
1,000,000%.
I'm giving you good advice. Never
Yeah.
talk to anybody under
Yeah.
any electronic anything because all of it's being monitored.
Yeah, that was my main point. But he's going to put it on YouTube. It's going to be a secure network of underground.
It's not going to be secure. Bullshit. Nothing is secure
about it.
Nothing.
There's nothing secure about it.
No,
You're making,
no.
and people are giving up their information.
Well, let me tell you, I think it was about collecting information, and
Yeah,
I also think
that's my
that
point.
it was about, but I think it was also about money, because it was
Oh,
going
yeah.
to be something like you to be a part of the Underground Railroad, you were going to have like a coin, and you pay $20, and
Yeah.
if you got that coin, you'll be able to use that coin to go. Now, I'm not 100% sure on this. This is just what I heard and picked up little here and there.
Oh, I watched
So
that video.
I think
it's true.
Yeah, I think it was just going to come down to, you know, a money grab, trying to get a money grab when it comes down to it.
Yeah. I mean,
How
dude,
many-
he was
how many
grabbing
peop-
money. He got paid. Monograph, he made money going online admitting to this pregnancy.
Yeah.
Then he made money
Pregnancy,
the next day.
she had the baby. Like,
Yeah. Then he made money the next day after all this stuff came out, crying the woe is me. All the cat ladies and no disrespect to anybody that likes cats. But here's the thing: if you go to Ghost Channel or to Dusty Channel, or Tribe's channel, or my channel, usually in the chat, you're going to see people that we know, prepper community people. If you go to any of his videos and look at his chat, there's like very rarely will you recognize a name. These are just random people, like 60, 70, 80-year-old, usually single, divorced, or widowed women, and they're just giving him money. It's the craziest thing. I was talking to that one person. I'm like, look at his chat. Look at the people that are in his chat. None of his people in his chat are even a member of my channel. Why would I?
I don't think that they know. I don't think that they know what happened. I think they just think that, he got depressed or something, or you know what I mean, or he got attacked about something. They have no idea, because he put up the video, he did the live stream, and then like his wife shut him down, and then erased the video.
I mean, he's a very good manipulator. I mean, very good.
But it was all out there. But it was all out there, and then he jumps on the phone with people talking about it, and he talked to more than just one person. Because at that time, if you go back at that time, this dude had called out another channel and was going around talking behind the scenes with everybody he could put his mouth on to shit on this other channel. So he was like talking to tons of people. He had all this information from this Underground Railroad shit, but he got caught slipping when he tried to get a washer and dryer, I guess, because then somebody ran his name and boom, there it was.
Yeah. I mean, it was, it wasn't like the community attacked him. He put it all out there.
Well, what I'm saying is, how many people participated in this Underground Railroad coin nonsense?
Bro, you would be surprised. It was a lot of people. A lot of people.
What?
Oh yeah. I was tripping. I'm like, what?
Wow.
I'm watching the chat. I'm like, are you out of your mind?
Wow.
For real?
Wow.
And these aren't even preppers. These are victims. Okay. These are
shit.
Middle-aged, single, divorced widowers that are sending money, and they're throwing the address out there. You can come stay with me whenever you want, and any of your friends, because we're all family, kind of thing. It was crazy.
Wow.
I was like, I'm not even touching this. This is the exact opposite of being a prepper. This is like the anti-prepper.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You gotta admit there, Chief and Ghost and Dusty. You gotta admit that there's some nice people on the interwebs. I mean, you gotta admit there just are. I mean, shoot. I'm absolutely confident that if I put out a will call. I'm so confident that if I put out a will call tomorrow and said, dudes, I'm in a dire emergency and I need a place to rest my head tonight or tomorrow or next week or whatever. I need somebody to reach out and help me. I'm positive there would be, oh my God, the list would be long. Okay. and I could be rest assured that out of the people that would offer that assistance, that 99% of them would be absolutely genuine. You got me? So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that these people are gullible. I'm saying that these people, there's nice people out there, man, on the interwebs. And if they like you, it doesn't matter if it's you or if it's Ghost or it's Dusty or me or even that other fella. If somebody likes you, it's all based on perception. You got me? And it's the perception that is dangerous, because if somebody is well perceived, in other words, the perception can say all day long that these are scissors. They are scissors. But if a dude's sneaky enough, he can tell you these scissors are really salad tongs.
Right.
And you're going to believe it. And that's where the perception gets miscombobulated and people get screwed on the internet, man, because they're genuinely nice people out there. Or real.
I mean, if you think about it, I mean, there are a lot of people in the YouTube community. This is their, especially in the last 12 months with this Wu flu, this is their social connection.
Agreed.
So if this is all the input that you're getting, if this is all the input that you're getting and you're listening to stuff that one person says and you're taking it as gospel, I mean, oh my God, look at that power that somebody can have over you. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's power, because well, maybe it is, but I know most of the people on the Monograph channel, they're going to be in their 40s, so they live the life. They know bullshit when they see it, and they're going to let me know. They're going to let me know if I'm freaking full of bullshit my damn self. And I like that. Like I know Chief over there, he'll tell you in 5 seconds to shove it up your ass.
Well, that's the thing when I'm talking about the people in his chat. These are unrecognizable names. These are not.
I understand that, Ghost, but what I'm saying, sir, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No, you're fine.
To you guys' plight for trying to eradicate or essentially ostracize a bad freaking apple out of your group. I totally get it. But what I'm trying to say is, the perception of his cat ladies, as you like to call them, may be entirely different. And no matter what you say or Prepper says or Dusty says, we'll change that. Are you aware of this?
Oh no, I feel you on that. That's 1,000%. That's right. I mean, I agree with you 1,000%. And I mean no disrespect to cat ladies. I'm just saying that because one of them, when I was watching the chat, was talking about her 13 cats and all this, that, and the other. And it's just a phrase that just jumped in my head. I mean no disrespect to cats. Cats are awesome. Cats are insane. They're fucking devil animals. They're nuts. Cats are like prepper proof. You don't need to worry about your cats in a grid down situation. Open the door, let them outside. They'll come back when everything's safe. Cats are cool.
Yeah, they'll bring you food home.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll bring a rabbit or something.
I know, right? Yeah, I didn't mean anything derogatory towards anybody in his room or anybody in his chats.
No, I just understand.
You know, the whole situation just smelled wrong.
I was curious to know of the prepper community, how many people fell for that garbage? Because I can't imagine nobody would.
Yeah, a lot.
What?
A lot.
You would be surprised, man.
Even in the prepper community, I find that hard to believe, because I mean.
Well, here's the thing, Monograph. Yeah, I mean, there's only so many ways that you can talk about canning food, putting up water, putting beans and rice in Mylar bags. So a lot of the content that's put out there is rehashed over and over. So if you watch a few quality channels, their videos, you can just make a video yourself, tweak it a little bit, and put it back out there as your stuff. You know, the content that we share is usually the same content. We're just tweaking it to our own certain way, the way we do it. So, I mean, if you just go in there and you flash your airsoft rifle and a couple of sharp knives, and you bang your chest about how awesome you are, and you go out in the back of your house and you light a campfire with a Bic lighter, and you call yourself a prepper or a survivalist or whatever, then, you know, people that don't know any better are going to take that as religion, especially if they like your voice and they like the way you talk and they feel like you're human. You know, he was very, very good at connecting with people, which is what freaked me out to begin with, because I don't like people in general. I mean, for real, I don't like anybody. I mean, everybody starts off
I
at
don't know.
zero.
I think you give him a little. I think you're giving him a little bit too much credit there, Ghost. I
I
don't
may
think he was
be. I
that
may
good
be.
at. Yeah, I don't think
Well,
he was
no.
that good at connecting with people. But see, he had other channels that backed him real hard. You know what I mean?
I
That
see.
Did not know
there was a
that.
couple of channels that. I mean, I'm not going to name channels and get too deep into it, but there was other channels that always had his back, and he followed blueprints of how to do things.
But see, that's my negative on the whole situation because I was never a subscriber to his channel, so I
Right,
didn't,
right.
I don't get all that background, but I just know when I went to his channel, when I go to anybody's channel, if I go to Dusty's or yours, Monographs, anybody else's, I see the same people over and over
I
and
agree.
over.
I agree with that.
When I go to his channel, I don't fucking recognize anybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's usually when I put a comment in your channel, they're like, "Hey, Ghost, where you been? What's going on?" I got to answer 4 or 5 different people. When I go to his channel, I'm literally a ghost. You know what I mean? I recognize nobody. I'm like, wait a minute, how is this cat part of this community? But there's nobody in the community that's like in his chat.
So basically, what I'm asking you there, Chief, is if he came in on your, if the link was laid down in your room and he popped up on your panel, what would happen next?
Well, right now?
Yeah, if it happened right now, I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh, he'd be immediately out
Bounced?
of here.
He'd be bounced out?
Yeah, gone. He will never come. He like this dude better stay.
What I'm saying is, does he know not to come around y'all, or is
Oh
it
yeah,
just
you missed the lot. He knows damn well not to come nowhere near me. Because I lost it a little bit. I'll be honest.
A little bit.
I mean, I went there. You know what I mean? I went there, but I was trying to let people, because I don't attack people. Y'all know me. Anybody that's followed me on my channel, I don't attack people. I don't get involved with drama. I leave stuff alone. But this was serious. This was real serious. And I wasn't going to just stand by and let it be blown over like as if somebody picked up $5 off a table and didn't tell nobody. Like,
because you got babies yourself, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was an emotional hour and a half. It was real emotional.
I seen parts of it. I seen parts of it. I was like, man, I don't know what's going on, so I'm gonna dip out of this one.
People hit me up for a week. Ghost, what's your opinion on this? I'm like, all you need to know is I have 4 daughters and 3 granddaughters. Next question.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
I got 4 daughters and 3 granddaughters. What else do you want to talk about? I don't even. And I even made a couple of comments on a live. I said Tribe and Hutch and Native said everything that needs to be said. So what else are we going to talk about?
Yeah.
Because it was, it was just, it was stupid.
I mean, if data like Dusty over here, if you can tell these guys, it's not a joke. Back in 2015, there were 60 people tried to set me up with that garbage, and a lot of them were police officers for real. I'm not joking. And I had to identify these dudes left and right, and I was like, you are a police officer, your precinct is this, here's your IP address, your telephone number, your actual address, come and sue me, I dare you. And none of them would. And they were literally trying to get me, I don't know what they were trying to get me. I thought they were trying to get me killed, actually. But it was 60 people. I mean, I'm not joking. We're talking private investigators, police officers, state police. There's a police captain out of Kansas City identified it wrapped up in that mess. I mean, can you believe it? So that's what I'm saying. This is why I'm really passionate about that. If you accuse somebody, you better have it right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But now that you explained it to him, you said, no, these are his own words. Well, that's enough for me.
Yeah. And I played devil's advocate. I logged on. I didn't know anything that was going on. I was taking a few days off, and I logged on to y'all's live stream, Tribe, you, Hutch, and Native. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I logged on like 10 minutes after it started. I'm like, well, what the fuck are they talking about? What in the hell's going on? And do I need to duck? I'm trying to figure out what's going on. It took me a while to figure out who you guys were talking about because I took a few days off. I'm like, what's going on? And I'm just trying to gather info. And I'll be honest with you, Tribe. I was doing the exact same thing Monograph's talking about. I was like, wait a minute, man, there's got to be more information. Something's going on. We got to make sure we're right, because you guys were all on point. And then I find out that he posted the video, and I actually have a friend that sent me the video before he deleted it. They did the whole copied it thing. And I was like, what? Like, so
the whole
everything went out the window. Then it wasn't like, what if? No. He got on camera live and admitted to everything. I was like, well, okay, next question.
Monograph.
Then he tried to play the victim and put
and
all
got
the
paid.
blame on a 14-year-old stepdaughter.
And got paid doing it.
Yeah.
Monograph's been around long enough. He knows these trolls, you guys haven't even seen how bad it can get.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it gets ruthless, sick, twisted.
Yeah.
I've been in another game that's pretty twisted, and that's the trash talk groups when it comes to, and it was just the NFL. You know, it was trash talk groups about the NFL, and you go through it the whole season. But it got pretty nasty. I mean, they would steal pictures of your kids and put like dildos in their mouths.
Yeah,
and shit
yeah.
And post it. You know, just nasty shit, man.
Yeah.
And it was ruthless. It was absolutely ruthless.
Exactly.
And that was just off a simple football game. So I can't imagine if you piss somebody off and they get a hair up their ass on here and they want to try to ruin you. I mean, good Lord.
Yeah, usually it's just the hair up their ass is all it usually takes, man.
Yeah.
They feel
that's
at you.
It's like one of the main reasons that I get frustrated with YouTube is like when I post a video, I post content. I don't just post a video about me complaining because I couldn't find my flip-flop that goes on my left foot, and my left foot's my favorite foot, and now my day's going to be freaking ruined. You know, I want to post content that revolves around the prepper and survival community and put some knowledge out there. You know, so that, you know, and then when everything goes crazy like today and back 2 months ago with that other thing, I'm like, why am I even doing this? You know, and then I pop on here with you because, bro, I was fixing to just like kill my channel. I come here with you tonight, Monograph comes in, Dusty comes in, and I'm like, okay, you know, it's all good, but it's the and I don't want to just say drama because it's a played out word, but that's what it is. It's drama and bullshit, and there's just really no place for it. That's why usually there's been several times I'm on somebody's live stream. I won't say the name, but when it gets overplayed, it's all bullshit and drama. I just reach up and I click that red X. It's at the bottom of my screen right now. I don't say goodbye. I don't say see you tomorrow. I just click it. I just sent you all the message I need to send you because this is not why I'm here. Your channel is called A, B, and C. That's what we need to be talking about, A, B, and C. If we're not putting out knowledge and helping people.
Man, I've never once thought about quitting or giving up. There's no way in hell I'm going to let bullshit or drama or anything like that stop me from doing what I'm liking to do. And I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying meeting new people. Meeting Monograph, meeting Dusty Data, meeting you, meeting other people, doing this stuff, creating, being imaginative. I mean, I can't imagine what I could do with this. The more I'm really studying it right now. I really am. Like, y'all don't know what I do I'm on this computer. You see me making all that. I'm doing so much shit, and you know, I get weighed down. That's why I had to take a break from the lives and all the stuff that was going on. But I let people know, look, I'm not quitting. I'm just not going to be doing lives, but I'm going to be dropping videos. And plus, I wanted to learn the new video editor that I paid for and downloaded. I needed to learn how to do that. I was trying to learn the beat making and all that. And with having to go live every single morning and do my Friday night lives, plus your what do they call it when you're hooking up with other channels and you're what's the word? Networking. You put a lot of time into it, and you don't have enough time to concentrate on your own. And I don't want to lose myself neither. I don't want to end up like everybody else. I want to keep my mind at me, so it's me. So you know, you just gotta. But don't ever give up. Don't let somebody else stop you from doing
I didn't mean
thing.
I was going to give up. What I'm trying to say, the message I'm getting out, and I know you can understand what I'm talking about because you gave me my start, not even 8 weeks ago. Yeah, I think it's been exactly 2 months ago to the day. What's today? Almost
Was
2
it 2
months ago.
months?
2 months. But in that 2 months, I've only been active for about 4 weeks. I took a couple weeks off, and then this last, 8-9 days, but in that 2 weeks, I went from no subscribers to I'm over 600. But the thing is, all the negativity, man, it just sucks the air out of the room. I'm never going to stop prepping, and I'm never going to stop helping people. But when I'm saying I'm almost done with YouTube, what I'm saying is either YouTube needs to fix itself, the community needs to fix itself, or we need to find another platform, because this is outrageous. I mean, we're fighting YouTube, we're fighting the algorithm. Now we got to fight each other over some dumb shit.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. That's just, that's high
But it
school.
never. But I mean, you can ask Dusty. I've talked to Dusty about it, and I'm sure Monograph will tell you too. From what I get from these fellas that's been here a while, I think when it comes to the drama and stuff, man, it's just gonna happen, and there's no way to knock it completely out. So you're just gonna have to learn
you're
how
right.
to work around it.
Yeah, you're right. It just kind of just sucks the air right out of the room, man. Because when I talk, when I communicate to people, and I do my couple of lives that I've done, I thought about going with a weekly live and stuff, and I'm just trying to figure out, when and where and how. But I don't. Even the lives that I've done, if you go back and watch them, anybody, I just do random lives. I'm only like a week old newbie in YouTube. And I'm like, somebody give me a question, give me a prepping question in the comments. If we ain't got nothing to talk about prepping, I'm going to bed. Let's talk. Let's get a back and forth going on here. Let's get a back and forth. Let's not talk about, the color of your sister's umbrella and shit like that. This is the prepping community. Let's talk about stuff that's relevant. You know what I mean? And when I don't get that, I get frustrated, bro. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I take it to heart. It's like, it's almost like the keto, bro. It's once you start it, that's what I do. I prep.
Yeah.
I can't stop. Why? Because I want to eat. I want to be ready. I want to be prepared. And then when people come in here with some crazy stuff because copycat this, copycat that, you know what? Here's the thing. I don't even know what all went on with that. But here's what I do know. It's free information. I mean, unless it's copyrighted, unless you're plagiarizing something, you're just regurgitating the same shit somebody else either has said or is going to say tomorrow or at a later date.
Good point.
CBS, NBC, CNN, they don't sue each other because they are all reporting on the same story. They fight to see who gets it out first and just rock and roll and go with it. You know what I mean? So getting all twisted up about this, copy this, copy that, your font's the same as mine, your background looks the same. Come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing?
That's gonna pass though, man, because you got to think that some of the shit that's going on with some of these channels, they're not old channels. They're learning. So you're gonna go. I think you're gonna go through hiccups where you get caught up on something and it pisses you off and it just doesn't feel right to you. So you go to hell off about it, and then 3 months from now you'll look back and be like, "Damn, why did I even worry about that?" Because that kind of stuff happens all the time. So it's just like in life, man. You go through a learning process. When you start this YouTube shit, man, it's a job, and it's a heavy job.
It is a job.
Yeah, and you got to work your way through it and learn as you go. It ain't like somebody's giving you all the right keys to push when you need to push a key, like you're learning. So you're going to go through it, you're going to figure it out, and things will get better as it goes, or you'll learn how to deal with it.
I know I can make my channel better. I can edit my videos. I can have the cool pictures like everybody has, but that ain't me. I hit record on the button. I sit down and I talk, and when I'm done, I get up and I hit stop. It's real. I don't edit it. I don't, I do the video. If I say a word wrong or get something wrong, I'll apologize for it later. I just hit record, I hit stop, and I upload it. Boom. I don't even preview it before I upload it. Not one of my videos.
I'm the complete opposite, man. What I want to, I'm so bad at wanting to create different and stuff that I'll sit here for a whole day, and this is the God's honest truth, and I'll watch B movies. just so I can see, because they mess up in B movies and you can see where the fakeness is and stuff, and you can figure out, oh, well, that's how they trick the camera to make it do that. And that's because
Right.
I just want to learn so much, because like I'm watching on some things on how they do pictures. Like they'll take 2 square frames, stick them in the sand. I seen it on Instagram, but I've seen some other stuff too, but this is what I just seen. You know, they'll take a newspaper, cut a hole out the middle, then they'll catch it on fire and snap a picture with, you know, a person in between it. And when you look at that picture, it looks like somebody standing in fire, like
Yeah, it's cool.
trickeries and stuff like.
I've
Yeah,
seen those. Those are awesome. Those are awesome.
And that's what I wanna be able to do that. But I also feel old, man. I'm 45 years old, working on 46, and I'm like, damn. Well, how much time do I got left? Because the men in my family, they die in their mid 50s, like all of them. And it's like, you know, I'm worried, like, how much time do I got left? So like I'm just trying to be a sponge and soak up as much as I can and trying to do good shit. But man, it ain't easy.
Now,
And
far be
that's
it
the whole
from me
thing
to
with
be
my
a,
channel.
well, far be it from
What?
me from being an advocate. I'm not an advocate for the trolls, but I do recognize the intent of a troll was supposed to take down, and they do take down a lot of weirdos, man. They really do. You know, they catch these panty sniffers and this weird people that are trying to hook up with young women and really trying to suck them into this weird world they're in. So don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating for the trolls, but they do serve a certain purpose. But there's a lot of them that are relentless, and they just are.
I mean, it's like I don't. It's like my whole mission, and you convinced me to do my channel, was to be real and to be me, and not be anybody else or try to be anybody else. You know, so I'm just like, I hit record, I hit stop, I hit upload. I'm just gonna be real. If I make a mistake in what I say, I'll apologize for it later and correct it. But I'm just gonna put like, I don't edit none of my videos. None of my videos are edited. The only edited video I did was the one with my aquaponics, and the one when I was planting the tomatoes, when I finally figured out how to link those short ones together. But yeah, I'm just until I feel like I'm comfortable enough and I understand how to edit things and make them look cool. I'm just gonna just talk, man. I'm just gonna talk and chat and see what happens. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna like make a decision on what direction I want to go in or what my channel needs to be, because it's not up to me. My channel is gonna take on a life of its own, and I think it's gonna dictate how I react. But I think I'm still honestly, I'm just gonna be me. If I gotta, I don't want to, you know, I'm just gonna fucking talk. If that ain't cool, you know, it is what it is. If all I get is 600 subscribers, that's cool too. You know what I mean?
Some of the biggest channels out there just talk. I mean, look at Joe Rogan. That's all he does. He just talks. He gets on there with somebody and they talk. They have a conversation, and it's great. I love watching Joe Rogan's interviews.
They're great. Fucking hilarious, bro.
Yeah.
And they're pulling down his shit left and right, which pisses me off.
Yep.
I mean, they're pulling his shit down left and right. What, 50 videos, 50 live streams they pulled down off of Spotify in the last couple of weeks? That's crazy. After they give him all this money.
I did jump into that thing. I did not get on. I was actually not going to get on here. And I was like, you know what? Prepper Tribe usually don't talk about shit. So let's get on here and just talk shit. So I finally figured out who they were talking about. I worked with him for a little while. And like I said to everybody, man, if you want help, I know how to get to create stuff. I can point you in the right direction for certain programs that I know of. Not all of them, but there are plenty out there. I really want to work with some people to make a movie. You know, it's actually Hutch's idea to make some type of indie type movie. You know,
Hutch has got great ideas, man. Great ideas. I love sitting there talking to Hutch.
If I could only get a script, or maybe everybody could put something together, and then we could edit it together, and I can show y'all what I'm using.
You know who else does really is Northern Girl Hobbies, man. I mean, she is an editing and her ideas, her work ethic, everything, man, is golden.
Like, for real though, what you just said, Dusty, with Hutch, Like I could honestly log on to his channel and listen to him read the fucking phone book. Like for real. Like he could literally start on page 1 and just read the phone book, and I'll be like, all right, cool, let's do this.
But when he gets in the zone, man, that dude is a beast. A beast.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I felt like a schmuck the other day during his contest, and I'm like, really? I've actually tried to stay away from YouTube for a little bit, and he's asking questions about YouTube, and I'm trying to put all this stuff out of my head, you know? Everybody's got a lot of stuff going on personally. I just quit my company, just come home, enjoy life, enjoy all this crap I've been buying, do some prep videos, you know, do something. I really want to create some more stuff like I used to, entertainment, you know, because that's what I'm underneath is entertainment.
Yeah,
and it's fun. It's fun, man.
It is, man. It is.
Monograph should know. He's created a lot of entertainment stuff. He did one time. This girl had a pig face on, the mask. I mean, it was good. It was really good. It was like, wow.
But that's where these morons are accusing me of nasty shit I never did. That woman was 35, and they're trying to say it's somebody of a younger age when it's not. It's all bullshit. So that's what I'm saying.
And I took it as when I watched you before. Now I haven't watched you in like 9 years until like last year. You were an entertainer, man. You came on there and said that. I remember one time you got in there with a nice suit, one of the updated suits they had, you know, with the no collar. And I'm like, yeah, he's an entertainer. You know, he's creating content here.
Yeah, that damn short film that was called Little Piggy and the Umbrella Man. The Umbrella Man is about like the New World Order for real, right, as a serial killer. And I actually studied for 6 months on serial killers to find out everything about it. Then I had a guy that made professional wrestling masks out of Oklahoma for the WWE. I mean, for real. This guy's like world known. And he come to me and goes, damn, Monty, I've been watching your channel forever. Instead of you painting that damn makeup on with that mask, I'll just make you one. I was like, okay. So he did it free of charge, sent it right to me. And then I made that little short film. And people still talking about that son of a gun because they're trying to accuse me of you know, taking that girl out, but not to lunch. She's 35 years of age and she's alive and well. It's not my fault they can't call her up on the phone like I can and have a little talk with her.
they just don't understand. Tom Cruise can kill 35 people in a movie. yet somebody on YouTube who's actually creating.
Good point. I'm going to use that damn line next time somebody does it too.
Yep.
This goes to show you. I've watched your monograph before. I usually don't comment unless I have something interesting to say, and usually I don't have anything interesting to say. So, but I've watched a lot of monograph stuff. He is I don't know, an actor, I guess a director.
No, I'm just a guy, man. I'm just a nobody on the nobody planet. I'm just whatever, right, being a knucklehead. You know,
he used to create really good content when he made a video. I mean, it really would capture you. So, you know, I was a fan of that. This, like I said, this new thing, I'm like, what is he doing now?
What is this in the chat?
I've been sniffing salts, man. I tell you what, I'm gonna do another one tomorrow. You think I'm not? Sure am.
What is this over here?
We're gonna be talking about the Bell Moon, about the moon is a bell. What is this? Who's that?
Giuseppe Blogs. I said before, Ghost reminds me of Mel Gibson.
When he was ready.
Which Mel Gibson are we talking about here? Which movie? Is it like a movie specific Mel Gibson or Mel Gibson in general?
No.
The really, really old Mel Gibson. No, I'm just kidding, Ghost. I'm just kidding.
Did I show it to you, Prepper Tribe? The monograph thing that this guy Daniel's son did on him. He did Butthurt Feelings.
I don't think so.
Oh my God! It's watercolor feelings and monograph son butthurt feelings about the trolls. And Daniel's son put it together and put it up. Man, that thing was funny.
You know what we should do? I just had like a really weird idea. Like there should be like a weekly show of a recap of everything going on in the community.
Oh, Jesus.
You know what I mean?
Does anybody have time for that? Holy smokes.
I know, right?
Just quit my job.
Serious editing.
That would be like just like a recap. Like you know, we had to
You
come
would
up with
need
like
a
a really
team.
cool name. Huh?
You would need a team to know everything that's going on.
That's
I mean,
right. Yeah, you would.
I'm talking to the team right now.
Oh,
no,
no.
I mean, it's a big. I mean, look at Canadian Prepper. He's got 400,000 people watching him, and I can't imagine how much shit is going on in this community that we don't even know about. We're just a little tiny part of the community, in my opinion.
Exactly.
He's got a team working for him now.
But apparently, we can make up our own reality. So I mean, we can just make it up. We can do like hypothetical shit.
Well,
do like a Saturday Night Live kind of thing.
I just bought some new graphics to add the video.
Prepper Night Live. We can all pretend to be somebody else and work out a skit. Do like a Prepper Night Live.
That'd be funny as hell, man. That'd be funny as hell.
Hilarious. Like for real hilarious. We could reenact stuff, even like dumb shit, and make it funny and teach lessons at the same time.
Here's the thing. A lot of people don't get it, but man, when you get in your editor, there's been times, I swear, and correct me if I'm wrong, if either one of you cats are editors, I've spent 7 hours editing 1 5-minute video for real.
Yeah.
Because I'm the guy that wants to have that music match with every damn video slide. I want to make sure it's perfect. And it takes forever to, you know?
Hutch is trolling me hard over here. You see that, right?
I did between it was something like 12 to 14 hours.
Oh.
But it wasn't just editing, but a lot of it was editing. But it's when I did and it wasn't even a perfect video. Like I didn't do perfect on it. It was like my first time trying to play 2 parts and play them together when I did that Simon Tribe video. But man, I'm serious. I put 12 to 14 hours of work into making that video.
Yep.
So according to Hutch, my channel's eventually going to be me in a silk robe dancing for the cougar crowd.
Oh no. The bingo crowd. There you go. You've moved.
I mean, I'm not looking forward to that, but I'm thinking that like the silk would feel really good on the jewels. That might actually be kind of fun to do that video. I don't know how many likes I'll get, but you know.
Oh, 0007. The reason why I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning is because Nisi, she threatened me over there on tweeters, and she said, if you don't come over here and hang out in Chief's room, we're going to come over there and give you an ass whooping. So I had to do it. I had to do it.
And Nisi commented earlier that she's not Panamanian.
She's not. She's actually from. Let's see. Was she Filipina? No.
No, she's from Panama.
She's from Panama.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but she's American now.
Her mom's Vietnamese and her dad's Polish. It was
what
military.
The hell?
She was in.
Her mom's Vietnamese, her dad's Polish, and she was born in Panama.
Yeah, military.
Wow.
She's Panamanian.
So, okay, you know what that means? That means that Nisi cannot run for the president of the United States.
Nisi, you were born in Panama.
Actually, that means she can be president. Yes. Because it's already happened several times before. I mean, look at the vice president. She's not supposed to be vice president. She's not
Nisi,
you know what I mean?
I'm an American.
No, she's not.
American now.
No, I know she is. I know. I'm just joking. But what I'm saying is,
oh no, I'm talking to her. I'm sorry, bro. She's rocking the chat faster than I can talk.
Up now.
She's typing faster than I can talk.
Nisi threatened me, and that's why I'm here. Because you know she's in Taekwondo. That's it. She got staffs and stars.
I've been to that army base. Fort Sherman is awesome. I lived there for months.
You know, you don't want her on your bad
side.
Up.
Stop yelling at me, Panamanian.
It's hard. It's hard to escape those damn women. Women rule the world. They do.
You're right. Go make Prepper Tribe some fried bread.
Keto.
Oh, that's right. You can't do that yet. Never mind.
fellas,
I
I'm
love
gonna,
Panama. That's my
fellas,
favorite country.
fellas, I'm gonna get off on out of here because I need to do this thing called sleep. And
What?
it's nice hanging out with y'all. It sure was a nice time. But I do need to get going. I'll tell you what, I will promote your Prepperty. That's a hell of a name for it. And I'll go look at some of your Prepperties that you've had in the past, and then maybe we'll do a room raid or something. You'll have to go live one night. We'll do a room
That'd be
raid.
cool.
I don't know, and get
I
people
appreciate
over
it.
there or something. Okay, that's all we're doing.
That'd be awesome.
So I'll see you later, Chief, and I'll see you, Ghost, and I'll see you, Dusty, and y'all have a very good day and a great
Good to
night.
see you,
all right?
Monograph.
I appreciate you, Monograph. You know I do. I really do.
Oh
Good
yeah,
night,
no
man.
problem. See you later, and have a good one, Nisi. Thank you. Bye bye.
See ya. Man, it's 6 o'clock in the morning here, man. I've been up I got up at 7 this morning. This is 23 hours, man. So I'm probably going to hit the road too, man. I got to pass out for at least a couple hours. I probably, I don't sleep past 8 o'clock even when I stay up this late. So I'll probably get like 2 hours sleep and then be right back up. I got shit to do. You know what I mean?
Understandable.
But it was a great night though, man. I love chilling with y'all tonight. It was a really cool night, man. We got into some serious shit, man. Y'all had me thinking earlier when y'all was going all deep on the Earth stuff and the space stuff. I was like, man, holy shit. Me and Nisi were talking back and forth, like, man, that really makes you think.
Yeah. Well, it was a shitty day, Tribe. You made it a little bit better by going live.
Cool, man.
Like for
cool.
real. It was a fucked up day in the community. Just put made it a lot better.
Why was it fucked up?
Well, I don't know.
No, I've been doing this. I've been putting all this shit up today. I've been hooking up the computers.
It was,
I have to text you or something, Dusty. It's a long story, bro.
Man, was it? Whew. But nobody that was 14 years old was involved, so it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it ain't that bad.
Everybody was above the legal age, so it's all good.
Well, I told you I'll work with anybody, man. I'll let you. I don't need credit for anything. I'm just being me, man. Just being a nice guy,
On this channel.
Dark prepper.
Oh, yeah. What happens when the Dark Knight comes out?
Uh-oh.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
So do I sound all right, man? Do I sound all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not perfect though. There's something up. It's like you're talking away from the mic or something. Like you're.
Yeah, you're not buffering anymore, but it sounds like you're talking into a can.
Okay, have to check the settings.
But you can hear you perfectly, but you can tell it's kind of lower than what you would expect.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna holler at y'all later, man. I'm gonna go over here and lay on this couch and see what's up. Try to get some sleep. You know what I'm saying?
Peace, brother.
I appreciate y'all and all y'all that's been hanging out in the chat. Some of y'all been here all night with us, man. Much love. Thanks for hanging with us, man. It's been a great night. I really appreciate all y'all. So I'll catch y'all on the next one.
Yeah, man.
Be good.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.